layer of protection. In total, over 25 million Americans have now rolled up their sleeve to get the enhanced protection of a Pfizer, Moderna, or J&J boost. So our boosters program is running strong. Stepping back across the past week, we've administered over 9 million total shots in arms. 9 million shots in arms. That's the highest 1 week total since before the summer 5 months ago. It's clear that our efforts to help parents get their kids vaccinated, to vaccinate the unvaccinated, and to get boosters to eligible Americans are driving significant progress in our battle against the pandemic. Next, on testing. Today, we're taking another step to expand access to rapid diagnostic tests administered at doctors' offices, hospitals, and other healthcare settings. HHS is investing $650 million from the American Rescue Plan to provide manufacturers of point-of-care diagnostic tests advanced purchase commitments so that these manufacturers can scale up their production. Today's action builds on our $3 billion investment to increase the production of at-home tests, 4 new over-the-counter at-home tests authorized by the FDA since the start of October, as well as other actions by the FDA and NIH that will increase testing options and decrease prices for consumers. The bottom line, we've made significant progress on increasing overall testing capacity since late summer, including by quadrupling the available supply of at-home tests to over 200 million per month, starting next month. Last, on ensuring our response is equitable and reaches the hardest hit communities and those most at risk. On his first full day in office, the president took historic steps to center our COVID-19 response around equity, and he established the COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force. The president's leadership and our intentional, constant focus on equity has produced significant results. We've effectively closed gaps in adult vaccination rates by race and ethnicity. The most recent Kaiser Family Foundation survey showed that 73% of Black adults, 72% of white adults, and 70% of Hispanic adults had gotten at least their first shot by mid-October. We know we have more work to do, but this is significant progress we can build on. Earlier this morning, I received the final report from the COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force, which will help us do just that. The report includes recommendations on how we can continue mitigating health inequities caused by COVID-19 and further advance equity in our response. I want to thank the whole task force for their thoughtfulness and expertise in the development of this invaluable report. And I especially want to thank Dr. Nunez-Smith for her outstanding leadership. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Nunez-Smith.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And good morning to everyone. Really a pleasure to be with you. As Jeff just noted, equity has been at the center of President Biden's COVID-19 response from day one. And through our work these past 10 months, we've shown in COVID-19 health equity, it's not just aspirational, it is achievable. Today, I did have the privilege to submit the Presidential COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force final report to Jeff. And the report is a manifestation of a vision that started with President Biden and with Vice President Harris. By way of origin, during the Vice President's last year in the Senate, she introduced a bill that became the blueprint for this task force. She knew then that the voices of public health experts, practitioners, and community leaders together could be a powerful driver for health equity in this pandemic. And the president also saw the critical importance of this focus on equity. Just as Jeff mentioned, that very first full day in office, he issued that executive order. It called for a whole of government effort to reduce inequities in COVID-19 prevention, treatment, and across our
so that people are begging the government to come do something, the sooner they can make you dependent on government from cradle to grave, daylight to dark, 24/7.
On Monday, President Biden is planning to sign the $1 trillion infrastructure bill into law. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
The flow of illegal immigrants heading to the United States southern border continues to include high numbers of people with extensive criminal backgrounds. Fox News correspondent Bill Malusian reports from La Jolla, Texas.
It's early Wednesday morning in La Jolla, Texas, where a routine scene plays out at the epicenter of the border crisis. A large group of migrants crossed into the U.S. illegally overnight, and they're being apprehended by border agents. It's a mixture of family units willing to turn themselves in and runners who tried to evade capture. In fiscal year 2021, Border Patrol reports they encountered 549,000 migrants in the Rio Grande Valley sector alone. Throughout the border crisis, Fox News has reported on countless heart-wrenching stories of migrant children being abandoned by their smugglers, alone. On Monday, in El Paso, border agents found this 8-year-old Guatemalan boy abandoned. The boy told agents he was dropped off near a bridge by unknown individuals and told to walk until he finds someone in a uniform. Agents recovered him safely and in good health. In Border Patrol's Tucson sector, agents found 3 illegal immigrants being smuggled in the trunk of this car, which was being driven by 2 U.S. citizens, both of whom will be prosecuted for human smuggling. And recently here in the Rio Grande Valley, Border Patrol arrested Jose Eduardo Chavero Conejo, a Mexican national with the previous conviction for aggravated sexual assault of a child in the city of Houston. And in fiscal year 2021, just here in the Rio Grande Valley sector alone, Border Patrol captured almost 2,000 criminal illegal aliens, including 187 sex offenders and 163 confirmed gang members. That does not account, though, for the ones who slipped through the cracks. Reporting in La Jolla, Texas, Bill Malusian, Fox News.
Turning to the latest news on the coronavirus front, doctors say that they could soon have a new tool to stop the COVID spread if Pfizer can win over skeptical federal regulators. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has more from New York.
Almost 70% of adults are at least partially vaccinated, and now the focus is turning to boosters. Pfizer is asking the FDA to amend its emergency use authorization so it can offer boosters to all Americans 18 and older. The company hoping to overcome lingering skepticism by some regulators about the need to expand access. More than 25 million booster shots have been administered so far. We're averaging 800,000 every day in the U.S., up 50% from last month.
The way you get a 100% decrease in the risk of hospitalization is to not get infected in the first place. Get your booster shot when it is your turn.
The feds are also focusing on getting kids to roll up their sleeves. The CDC says by the end of Wednesday, some 900,000 children ages 5 to 11 will have gotten their first shot, and demand remains high in most areas.
I'm hearing from parents who are breathing a sigh of relief that their younger children, ages 5 and up, are now able to be protected.
Meanwhile, opposition to vaccine mandates is intensifying. Several Republican governors say they're considering joining 11 other states in a lawsuit aimed at stopping a federal mandate from going into effect in January. While on the local level, public workers in most big cities are facing a choice: get the shot or get fired.
It's between your doctor and you.
Here in New York, officials say so far fewer than 1% of city workers have been punished for refusing to get their shots. David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Now to a story that we've been covering since it first broke here at LiveNOW from Fox. We're getting more information about the Astroworld Festival disaster. Here's the latest.
Houston authorities continue their investigation into last week's deadly crowd crush at the Astroworld Festival. Dozens of civil lawsuits have been filed by victims and their families, many of them against concert organizers and the show's headliner, Travis Scott.
We're in the process of being retained every day, every hour, and so it's an ongoing process. that I think will continue to grow.
Multiple people were killed during last week's tragedy, others still fighting for their lives, including 9-year-old Ezra Blount. He was on his father's shoulders at the concert. His dad passed out as people began crushing each other, and Ezra fell to the ground.
His condition hasn't really changed. He still has the injured organs, heart, the liver, the lungs.
The event's operations plan included protocols for active shooters, bomb threats, and severe weather, but did not contain information on how to handle a crowd surge. Houston's fire department was reportedly turned away by concert organizers when they tried to do a safety inspection before the event. Organizers telling fire officials safety would be handled by a private firm.
It is about planning. It is about ensuring that we understand the best we can understand.
Houston police say they're also reviewing social media video from concert goers now as part of this investigation. That's the very latest from Dallas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
You can bet we'll bring you all the very latest as this investigation continues right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we'll check in with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones, who's going to bring us the very latest on the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Live Now from Fox. The Kyle Rittenhouse trial continues today after a very intense day of testimony from Rittenhouse himself. We have Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones live with where the 18-year-old's testimony goes from here. Thank you so much for joining, Amelia.
Good morning, Rain. Well, the defense is expected to call 3 more witnesses for testimony in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial today. And yes, this comes just a day after Rittenhouse himself testified in his own defense. On the stand, Rittenhouse describes how he feared for his life that night of August 25th, 2020. At one point, sobbing while he describes the first shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. He also shot and killed Anthony Huber and injured Gage Grosskreutz. The 18-year-old says he didn't intend to cause any trouble when he went to Kenosha that night. He was there to provide first aid and protect businesses. But the prosecutors argue that it was Rittenhouse who instigated those deadly confrontations.
That's right.
So you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him. I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them?
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
And Amelia, another noteworthy moment during the trial testimony yesterday, there was a heated debate between the judge and the prosecutors. What can you tell us about this?
Right, Ray. And that was also noteworthy to see, as yes, the prosecutor and the judge had a heated exchange, and it involves that the prosecutor was mentioning a video that was discussed and actually was denied to be used as evidence in the trial. And so the jury was quickly rushed out of the room, and then that heated exchange occurred. And then after the lunch break in the trial, the defense motioned for a mistrial due to prejudice, and the judge did not immediately rule it out, but testimony did continue with Kyle Rittenhouse that day, and testimony will continue today, and the judge does expect closing arguments to happen next Tuesday. Rain?
All right, Fox 6's Amelia Jones, thank you so much for that insight.
Thank
All right,
you.
guys, we will continue to check in with Amelia. As you know, she's been live in front of that Kenosha, Wisconsin courthouse bringing us the latest developments. But I do want to continue moving forward with our top stories this morning. Here's the latest on that Alec Baldwin shooting incident.
The head of lighting for the movie Rust filing the first known lawsuit against Alec Baldwin and other production officials Wednesday. Serge Svetnoy was on set during Baldwin's deadly prop gun incident last month and alleges proper safety protocols were not followed.
The bullet that killed Helena Hutchins and injured Joel Souza passed by Mr. Svetnoy's face.
After avoiding the near-death experience, Svetnoy rushed to Hutchins' side.
I tried to save her life.
He held her in his arms, blood on his hands.
Lawyers for Svetnoy say he now suffers from severe, lifelong emotional distress and claims Baldwin is partially responsible.
He took a gun, loaded with a bullet, pointed it at human beings and pulled the trigger. That conduct is reckless.
Besides Baldwin, roughly 24 defendants are also named in the lawsuit, including the assistant director who provided Baldwin with the gun and the armorer in charge of overseeing the film's weapons. This comes as Lane Looper, the film's former head of the camera department, claims that movie officials cut safety corners to lower costs, resulting in him fearing for his life.
I've never felt more unsafe on set.
The film's director said he heard the gun was safe to use during the rehearsal. Lawyers representing the armorer say they believe that someone put a live round in the gun on purpose to frame her. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break here, but remember, we are honoring veterans this Veterans Day. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more right after this break.
relationship to address the challenges that we face and also the opportunities of this moment. I really enjoyed the bilateral because it was comprehensive, it was in depth, we covered a lot of topics, and we came out of it with agreements. For example, the President, Macron, has expressed his intention to join the Artemis Accords. As the head of the Space Council, I can tell you we're very excited about the prospect of that and the work that we can do together as it relates to the opportunities that are presented in the work that we do in space. The time that we spent together included also not only the 90 minutes, it ended up being 90 minutes of our bilateral meeting, but also the time that we spent where he gave me a tour of the palace. And it was a great conversation. We covered a lot of topics. I'll tell you, at the point that we got to de Gaulle's desk, it was there that we had a comprehensive conversation about not only science, but this new era. I thought of it in the context of what I've read about de Gaulle, and he said, you know, there are three things that you have to keep intact as it relates to Paris, and it's the university, it's the Eiffel Tower, and Pasteur Institute, and that prompted a discussion about our long-standing commitment going back to Ben Franklin on the issue of scientific research and medical research, and what we are prepared to do to address the next pandemic through pandemic preparedness, but also, again, the relationship that France and the United States have in working together to address the issues affecting our partners around the world, and I'll speak more about that this evening. So it was a good meeting.
Vice President Harris, will high inflation make it more difficult to get the...
That was Vice President Kamala Harris speaking on the relationship between the United States and France. We do know that Kamala Harris is in France attending this ceremony. She is attending the Armistice commemoration with French President Emmanuel Macron as he leads the commemoration at the Arc de Triomphe, again with Vice President Kamala Harris attending. Now this event will feature President Macron at the ceremony in front of the tomb of the unknown soldier. As soon as this gets underway, you can bet that we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. As you know, this Veterans Day, we are partnering with other Fox-owned and operated television stations to do our part to honor those men and women of service. So let's go out to Los Angeles. Fox 11 LA has a segment on honoring the Medal of Honor Museum.
This Sunday, viewers of NFL football right here on Fox 11 saw three former U.S. presidents joining together to make a pitch to honor some of our nation's heroes. One of the presidents we were just talking about.
Yeah, Presidents Bill Clinton, George Bush, and Barack Obama are asking you to join the campaign to build a museum honoring Congressional Medal of Honor recipients, along with a national monument in Washington. Well, we have the pleasure of having with us this morning a Medal of Honor recipient, Lieutenant Colonel William Swinson. And thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And thank you for your incredible service to our great nation. We can't say enough about that. But this must be something that's really incredibly special and close to your heart.
Tony Aroxia, thank you for having me today. This museum is something that we as a nation need right now. This is an opportunity for us not just to tell stories about U.S. service, sacrifice, and heroism. Really, this is an opportunity for us to have a repository for American values. Additionally, this museum is going to give us the opportunity to have both a monument in Washington, D.C., which allows us to reflect upon the Medal of Honor and our service members on the national Capitol. It also gives us the ability for an enduring legacy of telling our message to the American people through the stories of the Medal of Honor. As you saw and as you mentioned, having three presidents give a PSA on our behalf, who are also on our honorary board, and having President Bush there was really special.
You know, you mentioned stories, and we want to talk a little bit about the importance of having these stories because it really inspires future generations. It really does help motivate future generations. Talk a little bit about that and your own personal story.
Well, these are stories from people who come from all across America. These are stories of immigrants. These are stories of people from privilege. These are stories from humble beginnings. But ultimately, one thing is a common thread. These are all Americans who raised their right hand and offered to serve on behalf of our nation. And when their nation called upon them, they were there. And some gave all, some sacrificed their lives on behalf of our nation. And that's why they achieved this award. Others, like myself, we received this for actions in currently conflicts ranging from World War II all the way up to the current conflicts. My own action was for Afghanistan. That was back in 2009. And one of the incredible things about the experience that I have and one of the privileges I have being a Medal of Honor recipient is I still get to tell the story of everyone that I served with. This isn't my story, it's our story.
You know, Lieutenant Colonel Swinson, you know this as well as everyone else. You know, our country is very divided right now. So it would seem to me that this, and you sort of alluded to this, is particularly relevant now. And to have three presidents, you know, some of whom are on different sides of the political aisle, I think says a lot.
It really does. And when we finish this project in 2024, and we have all the living presidents there to recognize the accomplishments of our service members, it will be a collective moment for our nation. And just to see proof that this is something that brings together people, we have a House resolution that passed unanimously, 416-0, to authorize our monument in Washington, D.C. This is something that helps to bring us together in a divisive time, because ultimately, we are all Americans. We don't need to agree on everything, but we can agree on this.
And this is something that is bigger than ourselves. I think that is something important that we should all keep in mind. Well, we are looking forward to see what happens with this and looking forward to the groundbreaking. And thank you so much for being with us this morning to share your story and to highlight why this is such an important project. Lieutenant Colonel Swinson, have a good day.
And we're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more about the Make Camo Your Cause this Veterans Day, I want to bring you all a Live Now interview from our very own Daytona Everett.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I am joined by a very special guest. This is Lainey Kapkin. She is the Vice President of U.S. Vets. Lainey, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thanks for having us.
So I want to start off first with what U.S. Vets is and what the mission is behind this really beautiful organization.
So U.S. Vets' mission is to end veteran homelessness. We are the largest nonprofit in America with boots on the ground to combat the epidemic of veteran homelessness in our communities. Most Americans don't realize that more than 38,000 veterans are homeless on our streets each night. And so our pledge is to continue in our mission until no one who served our country is left sleeping on its streets.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to think about the fact that these men and women are serving our country and then come back home and are sleeping on the streets that they served for. Why is this such a timely mission?
It's a great question. This has been a challenge for our communities for some time, but today with so many veterans coming home from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, we have the opportunity to really create a different trajectory for our nation's veterans and to make sure that this generation of veterans gets the support and the services that they need so that they and their families can build healthy futures.
And why is this so important to you? I can imagine you have a pretty close relationship with this.
I do. In addition to having family members that have served, it really has been my mission in life, my personal mission, to address the issue of homelessness in our communities. U.S. Vets has been around for almost 30 years. We started with 5 veterans in California, and today we provide housing to more than 5,000 veterans and families every night across the country. It is an incredible mission to be a part of. And this Veterans Day, we have the chance to get the whole community involved.
And how can we do that?
Well, this year, U.S. Vets is launching a campaign asking the community to make camo their cause to honor U.S. Vets. Our goal is to have camo represent support of our nation's veterans when they come home, to have it be more than a fashion statement, more than the print on our backpacks, but a wonderful show of support for the brave men and women that served our country and deserve our care when they come home.
Yeah. I can imagine that you have met not only these men and women who have served, but the families that are walking alongside them as well. I'm just curious if you have any success stories that have really stuck out to you in serving in this mission.
Absolutely. We meet veterans that inspire us every single day, from members of our staff that themselves were once homeless on our streets, became outreach workers, continued to serve veterans today, lead our program services at our sites, to the gentleman who will speak at our U.S. Vets Salute Gala tonight, a gentleman who has built an incredible career with Spectrum after getting off our streets homeless. There are thousands of men and women who come home and encounter really relatable challenges that all of us experience. Except they have experienced additional trauma and have additional needs for services, and they deserve our support when they come home, and US Vets is here to do that.
So for someone who is watching this right now and understands, probably doesn't fully understand, but sees the struggles that some of these vets are going through and feel bad and are frustrated for them, but don't really know what to do and how to help and how to lend a hand, what do you say to them?
Yeah, there's so many incredible nonprofits in our community that are here to get our veterans off the street, to make sure that they have housing and job and mental health services that are really going to help them to thrive. And by supporting one of those nonprofits, by supporting US Vets and our partners through the Make Camo Your Cause campaign, every community member can honor US Vets. So tomorrow on Veterans Day, we're asking you to do one of two things. You can go online and visit usvets.org/shop and buy some gear to honor US Vets, or find some camo product in your own closet, some camo pants, a shirt, and put it on and put it online with the tag Honor US Vets to show you support our nation's veterans.
Right, because we all know we're online and we want to rock our camo and show it off too.
That's right. And I think I'm always surprised and inspired by the different ways that Americans make an impact on the charities that they care about. And I think that there are so many people that support our nation's veterans that believe they deserve care, and that all find it terrible that any of them would be sleeping on the streets that they once fought to protect. So we really believe that every American can get involved, can show their support, can pledge their support, and help us get our nation's veterans off the street.
Last question for you, Lainey. What's your hope for the future of the organization and for all of these vets' lives?
Yeah, our goal at US Vets is clear. Our job is to work ourselves out of a job. We pledge to continue in our mission until every single veteran that bravely served our country has the opportunities that they deserve.
Yeah, and what a mission in this year where so many, like you said, of those veterans are coming home from overseas. So we appreciate what you're doing, and thank you so much for coming on the show and shedding some light.
Thanks for your time, and thanks to everybody for their support of US Vets.
All right, there we go. Wear your camo.
All right, huge thank you to LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett for bringing us that story. We have many impactful stories as it relates to Veterans Day. Today, I now want to bring you all the story of a 96-year-old World War II veteran laying flowers at the tomb of the unknown soldier. Army Staff Sergeant Daryl Bush paying respects to mark the tomb of the unknown soldier centennial commemoration. Bush, who served in the Battle of the Bulge, and his wife, Dorothy, who you can see just behind him, bought red and white roses to honor troops. This historic monument opened to the public yesterday for 2 days for the first time in nearly 100 years leading into Veterans Day. The tomb of the unknown soldier is dedicated to fallen service members whose remains have not yet been identified. And we'll have more right after this break. Taking a live look from Washington, D.C. by President Biden touting the bipartisan infrastructure bill as a coming solution to the supply chain crisis. The president says that he'll sign it into law at a ceremony coming up shortly this Monday, November 15th. This is all happening as a new Labor Department data is challenging its timeline, suggesting sticker shock won't be wearing off any soon. Here's the latest from Washington, D.C.
President Biden on the move, visiting the Port of Baltimore Wednesday.
Even though wages are going up, we still face challenges and we have to tackle them. We have to tackle them head on.
Talking about how he plans to get the backed up supply chain also moving.
It's going to modernize our ports with $17 billion in investment. $17 billion in investment. We're going to reduce congestion.
This speech comes after Congress passed a $1 trillion infrastructure package designed to modernize airports, roadways, and shipping ports. And while the president frames the package as part of the recovery, there are warnings the higher prices are here for now.
There is no quick fix. I wish if there were a light switch that we could flick, we would do that.
It's also as inflation continues to skyrocket, from food to fuel ahead of the holiday season. The Labor Department announced October's consumer price index is 6.2% more than a year ago, and almost a full percentage point increase from September.
It doesn't matter what it is, everything has gone up, and that's a tax. Whether you look at it that way or not, it's a tax.
But when will the higher prices go away? The chair of the Federal Reserve warned it could be well into next summer. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And we know that Americans are feeling the effects of the supply chain crisis and inflation, especially at the grocery store. Getting news that this Thanksgiving dinner could be the most expensive in history. Here's the latest from Fox Business Network's Madison Alwar.
New consumer price index numbers are out, and they show that Americans are paying 6.2% more today than they were last year. And that's being felt across the board, especially at the grocery store. One of the categories that's contributing the most to this increase is protein. Take a look at some of those numbers and those increases. Meat prices are up over 14%. Bacon, that's up over 20%. Fish and seafood up 11%. And while wages have improved, on average, Americans are taking home 4.9% more in their paycheck. It is still below the inflation rate of 6.2%. The economic picture is worse than analysts anticipated. The problems leading to inflation range from labor shortages to supply chain delays. Those in the industry say expect bigger price tags today and through the holiday season, especially for items like your turkey.
They're going to see a minimum of 10-15% higher, especially Thanksgiving, and we're going to have shortages. So I'm saying to people, buy early. Don't take a chance on being short something special for your Thanksgiving or your Christmas to come.
Not only are Americans experiencing those higher prices, they're also having more trouble getting their hands on items. The picture that the grocery store shelves paint is not always accurate. This shelf right here looks pretty full, but all you have to do is remove one box to just see the supply chain shortages up close. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
Let's continue with our consumer news this morning. It is 6:45 a.m. and Jerry Willis has your Fox Means Business brief this morning.
Shoppers are seeing the biggest rise in inflation in more than 30 years. Consumer prices soaring 6.2% in October from the same time last year. That was higher than expected and the biggest annual jump since 1990. Shoppers are paying more for everything from food and gas to health care and shelter. Investors not too happy about the inflation news. The Dow, S&P 500 and NASDAQ all closed lower for the second day in a row. Jobless claims falling again to their lowest level since the pandemic began. 267,000 Americans filed first-time unemployment benefits last week. And finally, it looks like Santa will be tightening his belt and making his sleigh a little lighter this year. That's because a new report by Wallet Hub says 69 million consumers will spend less on the holidays this year than last year. And 1 in 4 say they will be foregoing or skipping gifts altogether because of COVID. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a look at this gorgeous look of Nashville, Tennessee. What a gorgeous skyline. If you're just now joining us, welcome and thank you all so much for streaming our show this Thursday, November 11th, 2021. It is Veterans Day. That's why I'm sporting the green. And we're encouraging all of you to sport camo for a special cause that we have going on here at Live Now from Fox. We are partnering with other Fox-owned and operated television stations to end veterans' homelessness. And all day today, we are bringing you stories that are honoring and remembering those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. I do want to bring you all this segment from Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver. She actually had the opportunity to interview the executive director of United States Vets.
And homelessness should never be in the same sentence, and yet men and women who bravely served our country are living on the streets they fought to protect. I'm joined now by Shalimar Cabrera, the Executive Director of U.S. Vets Las Vegas. Thank you for talking with me this morning.
Thank you so much for having me on today.
Absolutely. So let's start at the very beginning. First off, what made you want to get involved and ultimately be a part of U.S. Vets?
Oh, thank you for that question. It's been a long time. I've been here for almost 19 years. And, the original intention for myself was really to make a difference and make impact. I knew I wanted to get into a helping profession. And it really aligns with my purpose in life of giving back to the community. But also I'm a granddaughter of 2 World War II veterans. So they were the first veterans in my life. And, I think all of us can agree, whether you know somebody directly who served, can agree with what our organization believes, which is that no one who has ever served in our country's military should have to find themselves homeless and sleeping on the streets that they fought to defend. I mean, it's a tragedy in our country. And so this organization, serves so many veterans across the country to help end veteran homelessness.
Yeah, and that's a good segue. So for those that maybe not be familiar with U.S. Vets, can you break it down a little bit?
Yes, U.S. Vets is the largest provider of housing and support services to veterans and their families who are experiencing homelessness. We have over 24 residential sites and 9 community service centers across the country in 5 states and Washington, D.C. And so we provide everything from outreach on the streets to, of course, housing that's transitional and permanent housing, life skills training, employment assistance, counseling, case management, aftercare services, everything with the intention of meeting the veterans where they are, helping them to get into housing and stay in housing and then never have to experience homelessness or recur to homelessness again.
And would you say that is the ultimate mission of U.S. Vets?
Absolutely. The mission is really to wrap support around them so that they can regain their independence and ultimately end veteran homelessness.
So why is this so important to you?
Well, I think, like I said, we recognize the service and the sacrifice of our military. So much that they do and their family sacrifice to have them serve our country and then come back, and that transition to civilian life can be so difficult, whether it's that they're unable to transition to employment, to transfer their skills from the military into a civilian job, or just the fact that they've experienced trauma while serving in the military and have had a hard time transitioning. We know that the statistics show that male veterans are 1.5 times more likely to become homeless than a non-veteran. And for females, it's almost 4 times more likely to become homeless than someone who did not serve in the military. So that alone speaks to the need to now support veterans when they need us, right? They were there for us when our country called. And I think it's so important for all of us to have to get behind them and support them when they need us in return.
And so it sounds like U.S. Vets covers many different avenues in order to help these homeless people on the streets.
Yes, absolutely. We really seek to provide comprehensive services. Over the years, and we've been established for now 28 years across the country, we have increased the services that we provide, learning from the veterans themselves. So in the very beginning, in the 90s, we were strictly providing transitional housing and a back to work program. Since then, we've expanded to all of the different layers of services that our veterans have shown us that they need, all the way even to prevention services. So no longer waiting until a veteran is homeless, but if a homeless veteran or their family comes to us in need because they're at risk of homelessness, facing eviction, we can actually step in with temporary financial assistance to avoid that. And then through all the way to aftercare case management, even after they've graduated our programs, providing case management while they're living in their own permanent housing to still continue to help them with that transition until they can fully be self-sufficient on their own. We're really just trying to create the conditions that will help them to succeed.
Absolutely. Switching gears just a little bit, Fox is supporting the Make Camo Your Cause campaign.
Yes, thank you.
A little bit about that as well.
Yes, we're very excited about this campaign. Really, it's our opportunity to spread awareness and get support for our programs. And it's through our Make Camo Your Cause campaign, which we have the vision of connecting camo to what we do. So whenever you see camo someday, we're hoping that people connect that to supporting and ending veteran homelessness, just as when you see pink, you often connect it to the breast cancer cause. So we do that and are asking the community to support us in 3 ways. And we're saying it's wear, share, or buy. So wear your own camo, wear it proudly, show that you're supporting a veteran, share it on our social. We have a hashtag honor US vets, for everybody, asking everybody to get in camo. Put your selfies on social media or pictures of you and your friends, or on Veterans Day, especially when there's a lot of veteran posts going on. Use that hashtag so it really catches on and people can start seeing that this is a campaign connected to ending veteran homelessness. And then buy. We actually have an online marketplace where people can get online through Amazon and order merchandise like the shirt that I'm wearing today with a camo logo that says Honor US Vet. There's different merchandise on there, shirts and tank tops, hoodies, bags, so that people can wear it. And at the same time, a portion of that proceeds will come back to serving our programs.
How can others, maybe not doing the Make Camo Your Cause campaign, get involved as well?
Yeah, there's plenty of ways to get involved with US Vets. You know, now that Veterans Day is coming up, maybe it's on the top of people's minds, but we are around all year round. And on our residential facilities, people can support by donating things that veterans might need when they're in transition or even when they're in permanent housing. So that's, of course, things like clothing and food and other types of donations. They can support us by donating their money, of course, and we can buy the things that our programs need to meet all of the veterans' needs while living in the program. People can volunteer, they can serve on boards, they can come in, teach classes. I mean, we have a range of ways people can get involved directly with the veterans. And then, of course, you know, employers can also hire our veterans. So our veterans come with a strong work ethic from their training in the military, and it's a good investment when an employer wants to hire a veteran.
Absolutely. Also, looking forward, looking into the next decade, what do you hope that US Vets achieves?
Well, you know, the ultimate goal is, in a business like ours, we're hoping to put ourselves out of business, right? We're hoping that someday this tragedy doesn't exist anymore, where veterans can come home and successfully transition back into civilian life and not have to experience homelessness. After that, we'll just continue to support them in housing and whatever they need from there. So we hope we achieve that. But, you know, getting there, there's a lot of steps to that. Our organization actually has helped to decrease the number of homeless veterans in the country over the last 5 years in some of our locations, especially up to even 50%. But our work remains unfinished until there are no more homeless veterans on the streets. And so what we know we need is more housing. So we actually have 8 new housing developments across the country coming up, so we can provide more housing in different communities to veterans as we see the need is growing. And, you know, we're just going to keep doing the services that we know work, which is service-enriched housing, to wrap around them all of the services that they need so that they don't have to become homeless.
That's awesome. Anything else that you would like to add that we haven't discussed?
I would say that, you know, there are so many services that our organization provides. Everything, as I mentioned, from outreach on the streets and connecting the veterans, connecting with them where they are, all the way through to helping them when they're in their own permanent housing. But there is not a single step that we do that doesn't involve the community. So the community support is so important to us, whether you're partnering with us to provide services, whether you're donating to us, whether you're wearing camo to spread awareness. We are just so grateful to have the community support, and we cannot do it without the community. So we hope more people will get involved on Veterans Day around this time, but also throughout the year, because our veterans need us.
Well, I'll be decked out in my camouflage on Veterans Day. So
good.
Delamar Cabrera, thank you so much for talking with me today.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Taking a live look now from Arlington National Cemetery. is preparing to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier this Veterans Day. For the first time in nearly a century, tourists will be allowed to visit the sacred grounds and walk and place flowers on the tomb. The public will also be invited to serve and observe a joint full honors procession and flyover with all branches of the military and the cemetery. And of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we will live stream this ceremony for you all from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Going to take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more on how we're honoring veterans right after this. Welcome back, guys. It is 7 a.m. on the dot here at Live Now from Fox. We're bringing you coast to coast for the latest top stories, major news headlines, and of course today we are paying a special tribute to those men and women of service. So let's check in with Fox 5 DC for the latest on Veterans Day.
A couple of Bachelor stars and other celebrities hitting the pavement for the 50th edition of the New York City Marathon. Clinton celebrating her first time running the marathon over the weekend in Central Park with parents, former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Former Bachelor stars Matt James and Tyler Cameron were also in attendance, as well as Bachelorette Tayshia Adams. She was also seen crossing the finish line with boyfriend Zach Clark. The 50th edition of the marathon happening this year after being canceled last year following COVID-19 concerns.
And among those finishers, a Maryland veteran who ran the marathon yesterday as well. An impressive accomplishment by itself, but this came after an incredible weight loss journey also. Motivational Monday. Let's bring in Keith Spates. Good morning, Keith. How are you feeling this morning?
Hi, good morning, Steve. I'm feeling great. I just need to correct you. I did not finish. I came to an injury while running the course, but nevertheless, I was out there enjoying this historical moment.
Keith, let me tell you something. I've been there. The first time that I tried to run a marathon, I was battling injury the entire time. But, you know, it's getting out there that makes the biggest difference. And I'm sure for you, that in itself was the finish line, right? Just getting out there and doing it.
Well, Steve, yes. Just background, I went through Ascension St. Agnes Hospital to undergo bariatric surgery, sleeve surgery back in 2018, which helped me to lose 129 pounds, which at that point in time, I couldn't walk 10 blocks, let alone run 10 miles. So for me, as my tagline for my company, Get Hype, says embrace your personal triumphs, and it definitely was a personal triumph for me. Had a lot of proud family and proud friends, as well as raised over $12,550 for the Organization for Autism Research, and I'm still raising money today. So, that's the big accomplishment to me, is battling and getting back to health.
Absolutely. It's great news all around. Keith, before you began, let's go back to before you began your whole weight loss journey. A lot of people have that moment, that one aha moment where they finally say, I got to make that change. Did you have that moment?
Yes. I was in my late 40s, had my first grandson, and my daughter was still relatively young, very active, and I just couldn't keep up. And I wanted to keep up so badly to be an active grandfather and father with my children and my family, as well as being an active person throughout my life. I became very saddened by that, but nevertheless, I took matters into my hands and spoke with my PCP, Dr. Magic, here in Glen Burnie, and we went on to speak with Dr. Hamdallah at Ascension St. Agnes, and from that, I regained my life. I regained back health, which is probably the gift that never stops giving and is worth all the money in the world.
I want to ask you about that, Mike, because a lot of people might think, hey, especially if I go the surgery route, then, hey, I get the surgery, hands off, I'm done with it. You're taking this to the next level because you have to maintain this. How hard are you working now in your training physically and to make sure that you stay healthy for your kids and your grandkids?
Well, I train just about every day. I completed on the background, I guess you can't see, but I completed an Ironman and another triathlon in 2019, 2020. So I train every day as part of me. I love to cycle. I still measure my food. One of the things is that you have to be careful of your intake because you cannot intake so much like before. So that makes training and distance and endurance very tricky with getting all of your nutrition in. But I manage that. I manage that well.
Keith,
and it's a daily battle. It's not easy.
Yeah, Keith, let me ask you one thing now. Now that you're at this point in your life and in your fitness, do you keep moving those goalposts farther now? Do you set more and more goals? And I'm guessing that now finishing New York is going to be one on the list.
Steve, I sure do. I'll be back in 2022, hopefully. I'm going to take on another event, which is the 5-borough bike ride. So I'm not finished with New York. I am a Newark, New Jersey native, so right there across the water. So it means a lot for me to perform and finish or have this part of my journey at home.
Keith, we got to wrap things up, but I do. This is Veterans Day week. I know that you are a veteran. Thank you for your service. Anything real quick you want to say to your fellow veterans?
Yes, go Army. Let's stay alive. No man left behind. And just as I said before, just, look at ascension.org, researchautism.org, /get hype / New York City Marathon 2021. I'm still fundraising for that. And I can be found on Facebook and Instagram at Let's Get Hype Over You. Right. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. I really do appreciate being on Morning DC.
Thanks for the motivation, Keith, and best wishes down the road as well. Thanks much. It's 8:36 right now.
So motivation from a United States Army veteran himself. We're going to keep it moving and bring you all another story from Fox 6 Milwaukee. The man known as Dancing Chuck. Well, he's back at it again. Here's the latest from Fox 6's Evan Peterson.
And now to a Fox 6 exclusive. The man there, known by many as Dancing Chuck, is back at it with all his moves with a brand new video. Fox 6's Evan Peterson gives us a sneak peek ahead of its premiere with a little bit of news here.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
When you hear music this good, sometimes you gotta step on in and dance.
They just bounce around and hope they don't fall down.
This smooth, blasting jazz is the new score behind the Stars and Stripes Honor Flight's latest Dancing Chuck video.
In the past, we've mostly used Christmas music for Chuck, with one exception, and have picked a song really that everyone knows. But this day and age, all of these things are subject to copyright rules.
As the soon-to-be 99-year-old dancing veteran has become more popular, pressure not to use copyrighted material has mounted, causing an unexpected group of musicians to step up.
I just thought, well, why don't I just write a quick, funk blues and we could just play it.
Jacob Planchich, the band director of the Arrowhead Jazz Ensemble at Arrowhead High School, put together a swing time tune specifically for Dancing Chuck to, dance to.
It's really special, and especially to bring along students in that journey.
As the jazz band plays and Dancing Chuck does what he does best, this year's video is shot after just 2 takes. That's a wrap. And this World War II Navy pilot has another music video in the books.
Most of the things I do is for the Stars and the Stripes Honor Flight. If I can help people notice that, that makes me happy.
Evan Peterson, Fox 6 News.
We are happy to see you dancing there. Evan, thank you for that. A real big thank you to the Stars and Stripes Honor Flight for inviting us out, Arrowhead Union North High School for hosting us, and Navy veteran there, Charles, as you saw there, for giving us a sneak peek at this year's dance. And if you'd like to see the new video for yourself, it makes you smile. Stars and Flights Honor Flight. Well, they say they are looking to release it just after Thanksgiving, so we'll be sure to give you details on that as it comes along.
I can't wait to see that premiere from Dancing Chuck. All right, guys, we'll be right back. Veterans supporting veterans. Let's talk about Flanders Field's mission to ensure that every veteran needs a helping hand. That every veteran that needs a helping hand, I should say, will get one. Live now from Fox's Daytona Everett, Christy Larson actually caught up with this organization to talk about their mission to help families and all of those who have served our nation.
Flanders Fields has a mission to help veterans in any way possible, and it's a group made up by both Army and Marine veterans. And today we are joined with just a few of those leaders who do help this organization. So not only are we joined with Ben Owen, who is the president and CEO, but we also have Tyler Ledford, the CFO and director of U.S. Veterans Affairs. I'm really glad that you guys could join us here today. And let's just kind of first start with who you guys are and that mission that really makes you Flanders Fields.
Great. Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you very much.
Ben, you can go ahead.
Yep, I'm Ben Owen. I'm an Army infantry veteran. I got out in 2002. Tyler and I formed Flanders Fields earlier this year with a mission to help homeless and addicted veterans.
Yep, my name's Tyler Ledford. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, the CFO and Director of U.S. Veterans Affairs, meaning for Flanders Fields, I'm our go-to person for any U.S. military veterans that reach out to us, and we help them in a number of ways, including, addiction struggles, homelessness, job search, and a number of other things. Really, we're just here to help them through any type of adjustments, things that they need post-military life.
So let's just talk about that, because a lot of folks might not understand the different trials that these veterans have to overcome once they return back home. Maybe this is after their service is complete. To talk about some of the ways that you guys are lending a hand. What are some of those needs that you're seeing them ask for help with?
Of course. So myself, I served in Afghanistan in 2010. Combat veteran, Purple Heart recipient as well, and I know when I came back, I was quite lost, and I see that through prior to forming Flanders Fields with Ben. A lot of my fellow Marine veterans and other veterans that I've come in contact with, a lot of us kind of felt a little bit lost finding our place back in society. For me, I went back to school, but for many, finding that job and finding a purpose. Here post active duty and particularly post deployment life is kind of difficult at such a young age. So a lot of ways that we're helping out. We've helped veterans get enrolled in school with signing up for classes, whether it be transcript requests from high school, GED, military education. We help with VA benefits, getting set up with VA benefits. We help with housing. We've helped with getting in touch with other types of services that are out there, whether they be organizations that help with addiction treatment. And then also another thing that we've been big on helping others with is job search, and really helping veterans understand how their military experience translates and can help them be very beneficial in the civilian sector.
And for you, Ben, what really is one of the biggest things that you guys have been helping with that you really say, this is one of the greatest needs out there, of just some of those that Tyler was talking about?
Sure, absolutely. So myself, I'm pretty much full-time on the Afghanistan evacuation. So that's pretty much where my focus has been since August 15th. But within the context of the U.S. side of veterans, I spent a lot of my time helping veterans navigate the drug court programs in the United States. We're partnering with a number of them around the country. A lot of veterans that do struggle with alcoholism and addiction, which unfortunately is a lot more common than it should be, invariably find themselves on the wrong end of the law. So the halfway house programs and getting them into recovery is kind of where I focus on the U.S. side.
So for you guys, when we speak about Veterans Day, a lot of people kind of go back to just, honoring, they pay tributes by, maybe taking part in some of those special events for the day. But what does it really mean for you guys to have a special day dedicated to veterans, even though I know you work with them 365 days a year?
Yeah, for me, I mean, it's special. It's really just a time that, I can sit back and be appreciative that, we live in the country that we do, and we have the support that we do from our society. And, particularly I like, with my family, my wife, my daughter, my parents, and I have a lot of family that has served in the military as well. And it's just a day that we can sit back and be grateful for the opportunities that we have in this country. And not only for myself and my fellow veterans, but also, we can look around and just be grateful for what we have. And it's an opportunity, for me to reflect and think about ways that I can continue to give back, to a country and to other veterans that have given me the great opportunities that I have.
Very well said.
Yeah, I was
It is difficult to add much of anything to what Tyler says. I think we need to change his title to Public Affairs Officer. But he hit the nail on the head there. Veterans Day is a great opportunity for all of us to go out and do something good for somebody. And it's that one day of the year that we can make that somebody be a veteran. We're not hard to find. I mean, you can find a veteran in need literally anywhere and pick Veterans Day to do something for them.
Well, and so with that point there, obviously we just, have heard how many different challenges that you guys really do try to help these veterans through. So as we do look past just Veterans Day, what can people do at home watching to really help you guys with your mission? Because I know sometimes, some people want to get really hands involved and others say, that's not for me.
That's a great question. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our website, which is flandersfields.org. Fundraising is something we always need help with, raising awareness, housing people, whether it's stateside or helping out with people who serve with our forces in Afghanistan, are not cheap endeavors. Helping veterans navigate the process of getting clean and back to work it's expensive. So one way you can definitely help, if you're not interested in getting hands-on, go to flandersfields.org and donate today. We're also actively recruiting volunteers, both for our job network, buddy checks, just support systems. There's any number of ways people can get involved, and you can find all of that on our website.
Of course, yeah, and I'll add to that as well. One of the big reasons that Ben and I got involved in this and got Flanders Fields going is we saw that there's a disconnect between the veterans that want and need help, and then the number of organizations that want to provide that help. So one of our big goals is to connect A to B there, help connect those dots, connect the people that want to help to those in need of help. So in one way for anybody out there watching, certainly do follow Ben's advice and go to our website, and more information there. You can donate on there, and then also we're in the process of kind of building out a program that we've just come up with, and it's going to be, we're calling it Veterans Advocates. And, a lot of people, that's what Ben mentioned, our buddy checks. We're going to call those people veteran advocates, where they're kind of our front line, go to talk to our veterans. And those are the ones that are going to help us connect A to B, help us bridge that gap from those in need and those that want to help.
I was going to ask, are you finding that it's sometimes veterans who will reach out to you for assistance, or I know sometimes there's a lot of pride, or maybe they haven't even recognized some of the issues that they are dealing with. So how can people best get them in touch with you guys to really help them on all these different issues you try to connect them with?
So a lot of times go ahead, Tyler.
I was just going to say, yeah, and Ben and I were talking about this earlier today, actually. And I was there, and particularly for a lot of veterans, a lot of times we don't realize we're kind of hesitant to reach out for help, or we don't know the type of help to ask for. So kind of with that, a lot of times we'll have people reach out, whether it be family members or other friends. And really, that first point of contact, what I like to do, I really just want to be an ear to listen. I can be an ear for somebody to talk to. And that's really how we get started. And, anybody that has a veteran friend or family member that may be in need, just be that ear to listen to, and then, reach out to us, contact us through our website. And, then we can help everybody connect the dots. And I'm sure you have more to add there.
Oh, yet again, you pretty much covered it, man. But Tyler's absolutely right. There's a mix of veterans that reach out who need help, and then family members or even neighbors that, hey, this guy served, he's got some issues going on, I think he needs some help. There's a stigma, not just with veterans, but with addiction and alcoholism in general, where, people don't want to reach out for help. They don't want to admit they've got something going on. And in particular in our society for men, it's not an easy thing to do to reach out for help. So one of the big things, support groups and family members of veterans in need can do is just normalize that process and make it, like it's okay to reach out for help. We do get contacted by spouses, neighbors, brothers, moms, a lot of moms that reach out that have a child who is a veteran that's struggling, or an adult child, but you know what I'm saying. So there's a wide variety of people reaching out to us, but I think the biggest thing is just raising the awareness that groups like ours exist. We're far from the only one. And you can't help somebody that's not trying to get help. Closed mouth doesn't get fed, as they say. So somebody's got to speak up on their behalf, or they've got to reach a point where they're at a point where they do want themselves.
Well, and just hearing some of the different ways that you guys have been assisting not only veterans, but also you had touched a little bit on, even Afghan families who had helped our fellow men and women who were serving in Afghanistan. Speak a little bit about that, since that's still so fresh in everyone's minds, that we just had that exit strategy that didn't go quite how we wanted it to. We lost a lot of service members during that war, and now here we are still trying to lend a hand, helping people get out of that country.
Yes, and we could literally talk about this for hours, and just, I'm sure you're well aware. I don't know that I would call the exit strategy a strategy. I know that's the narrative we're going with, but I mean, it just, it was a disaster, an unmitigated disaster. Flanders never intended to be involved in that. We got pulled into it. The IRS approved our 501, no joke, the day Kabul fell. So we went from having a mission of helping homeless and struggling veterans in the United States to now we have quite literally countryless veterans on the other side of the world. We've been contacted from active duty, people who have still have family over there. We've been contacted by, thousands upon thousands of Afghans who serve with our forces. We've got, ANA generals, governors, the Afghan uniformed police, women. It's absurd, the number of people that did get left behind, and something that's personally extremely frustrating to myself and everybody in Afghanistan and everybody involved in evacuation is we keep seeing these news reports about the unvetted and potential terrorists getting released from camps in the United States, and it's given a black eye to the evac effort, but it's not accurate. It's not fair at all, because all of those unvetted people came from the first flights that we all saw leaving HKIA Airport in Kabul. There was no vetting. There was no volunteer effort at that point in time. Everybody that we're trying to get out is, extraordinarily vetted. I've got letters from, major generals recommending these people, and we still can't get them out. They're stuck. And all the groups are running out of funding. It's winter in Mazar and Kabul. It's cold. And we're about to have a whole lot of homeless Afghans who've already been displaced. They're having babies in our safe houses. It's ridiculous. And in my mind, Tyler's an Afghan veteran. They'll tell you, the Terps, they bled with us. They fought with us. A lot of them died with us, and we looked them in the eye and made them a promise. If you serve with us, we're going to get you a path to America. And here we are now.
And I'm sure that's, as you mentioned too, it's frustrating not only for those who did serve in Afghanistan, but this can bring up a lot of different emotions for these veterans, even if they've been, out of service for many years. So emotionally, how have you guys tried to help with these veterans when you do have situations like this Afghan exit that went terribly wrong? How have you been helping them through some of these situations?
So, the volunteers working on the evacuation are largely veteran, or at least were to begin with. And the volume of veterans who served in Afghanistan, which I did not, I want to make that clear, but the volume of veterans who did serve in Afghanistan that had to drop out of this effort early on was staggering. It was very, very triggering for these guys. It was not a pleasant thing to see. Tyler can probably speak to the emotional turmoil of seeing this withdrawal and what's been left behind. It's not a pleasant scenario for anybody that served over there.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you, Ben. It was difficult to watch, and just like you mentioned, a lot of of our American allies, and that's really what we want to call them. They were our allies. I served side by side with, the Afghan National Army, Afghan National Police, interpreters, and their families, and these people that had the same goal and the same mission as all of our U.S. men and servicemen and women. And watching the withdrawal and the way things kind of went down, it was tough to watch. I had to turn my head a few times, and we feel like as an organization, we can just do our part, and our part largely relies on the support that we can get as an organization, and then we pass that along and do what we can to help provide safety to those in any way that we can. Ben can speak a lot more to that in terms of, getting those allies to safety out of Afghanistan. And then also, just being, for American men and women, and also those that have gotten to safety, just continuing to be that organization. They can reach out to us, send us an email, and just sometimes more than anything, just be that steady hand that they can lean on, or that ear to talk to. We can always be that.
Well, and as you said, it's just, you know, you're trying to help people in so many different ways possible, including those who are still overseas, all the way to those who are facing some issues here at home. And let's just again kind of tell people how they can reach out and help Flanders Fields with the mission you have of helping and protecting these veterans who do see so many challenges right here at home.
Sure, yeah. And I mentioned go to flandersfields.org. That's our website. We have a large LinkedIn presence, as well as we're on Facebook. LinkedIn is probably our primary social media source at this point. That you know, we've a lot of family members, as well as Afghan nationals, veterans can reach out to us through. They can donate. They can send us emails. There's different ways that they can get in touch with us on there. If you can't donate money, send us an email. Like we said, we're building out, a team of veteran advocates here stateside that, maybe you could just donate time and answer a phone call or exchange emails or text messages with a veteran that just looking for somebody to talk to. There's so many ways to give back that, outside of just opening up your wallet, being an ear, being just a steady voice to talk to. That goes a long way, not only for veterans, but really just people in general.
Our mission is to bring hope, whether it's to U.S. veterans or in Afghanistan. The mission is very much the same. And hope isn't always brought with money. It can be presence in many cases. It can be that voice that Tyler mentioned. Just somebody being there to listen to them, to walk them through the struggles and tell them, hey, it's going to be okay. I don't know when or how, but it will be okay. You've got people here that care about you, and we're not going to forget you. And nobody's getting left behind. Not in America, not in Afghanistan.
I think that's a good point. Sometimes even just being a close ear to hear exactly what those needs are of each of these individuals, because it does really range depending on each person's own personal case. So we do appreciate you guys joining us right here and helping share more on your mission. And don't forget, if you want to lend a hand in any way, as you mentioned, whether it is being a person who maybe steps out and helps in person, or maybe even just donating online, Flanders Field is definitely a location you can go and visit. Thank you guys for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Looking live now from Arlington National Cemetery. Today we know is the national holiday where we honor those who've served. It is Veterans Day across the nation. Now, among other celebrations, we will bring you all a ceremony from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, also located in Virginia's Arlington National Cemetery. And it's open to the public for the first time in nearly 100 years. Tourists allowed to visit these sacred grounds to lay flowers and approach this tomb for, again, first time in 100 years. Now, the public is invited to observe a joint full honors procession and a flyover with all branches of the military at the ceremony. And we will, of course, live stream this for you all, raw and unfiltered, from 9 a.m. until 10 a.m. right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, just after 7:30 a.m. here on the East Coast. Thank you all so much for streaming on this important day. We are honoring veterans on this Thursday, November 11th, 2021. I do want to bring you all an interview from someone that we love here at Live Now from Fox. He's also a fan favorite. We depend on him to tell us exactly how to use our emotional intelligence in tough situations, but he also just so happens to be a veteran, a former Marine. So our very own Regina Gonzalez caught up with Eric Rittmeyer, the emotional Marine, as we like to call him here at Live Now from Fox. So I do want to bring you all that interview.
Thank you so much for watching our special Veterans Day coverage here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and I am happy to welcome back onto our show former U.S. Marine turned mental toughness coach and expert here today, Eric Rittmeyer. Eric, how are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us.
Regina, it's so awesome to see you again. Thank you for having me back on Veterans Day. This is like my second most favorite day of the year. First day Marine Corps birthday yesterday, today Veterans Day. It's so awesome to be back. Thank you for having me.
Not your own birthday.
Not my birthday. That's number 7-ish, 7, 8-ish, right?
Yes. First off, yesterday was the United States Marine Corps birthday. Did anything special go on?
Oh, it's everything special. We jump up, we sing the Marine Corps hymn, we run around, lots of events going on. I did a lot of media, a lot of television on this. A lot of people aren't aware of the Marine Corps birthday. They don't recognize that it falls the day before. It's the 246th birthday of the Marine Corps, November 10th, 1775. My Marine Corps came alive. So lots of cool stuff going on. Every day is a birthday in the Marine Corps when you're a former Marine. So we love it.
Absolutely. And Eric, I must say on this Veterans Day, thank you for your service and thank you for joining us to weigh in on all military related stories. We really appreciate you. And I want to start off this segment by asking you to tell us about yourself. You were a former Marine. How did you kind of get into that mental health, mental toughness aspect of your life following your service?
Yeah, it's funny, Regina, like, when I went in the Marine Corps, it's like when I went to join, my mom was like, can't you join the Air Force or another branch? I'm like, no, I'm going to join the Marine Corps, right? So I joined the Marine Corps, and I just, once I got out and I started going back to school and started working with people, meeting with people, I started to recognize a lot of the things that I learned in the Marine Corps really transferred over very well in civilian life. And the more people that I worked with, once I started speaking, once I started talking to sales teams, I was like, wait a second, there's some common threads here. So I feel like a lot of the stuff we learn in the military, and not just the Marine Corps, we joke, right? We all bleed green. Anybody wears a uniform, we all bleed green. But a lot of the things that we learn transfer over. For me personally, I realized the mental toughness piece, the emotional control, the ability to handle adversity, to deal with pressure, to handle these things when the lights are on, how we deal with it. A lot of those things, again, we learn transferred over well. So I put that into a program that I now deliver to salespeople, and it's kind of gone out into not just salespeople, but into everyday relationships, how to be a decent, I wrote a book about this, right? How to be a decent human. It's how to get people to like each other. So that's kind of my pathway. I went forward with it. I'm on a mission now to teach everybody basic levels of emotional intelligence.
And I think it's so important, obviously, all of these lessons that you learned in the military, like you just said, can factor into our everyday lives. So I want to touch on first the factor of unity. Can you tell me a little bit about how that played a huge role when you were active and still every day now?
Yeah, this is what our country's missing, Regina. I'm one of these weirdos that thinks everybody should serve, right? When you're 18, mandatory military service, and not just military service, but national service, something that pulls you away from where you currently are. You leave for 2 years, you get paid for it, but you go work with people that you don't know, that you don't get along with. You deal with adversity, you deal with opposing points of view. You learn how to work with others. The unity, I would say, is probably the biggest piece in the military. And again, the branch aside doesn't really matter. It's just that the fact that we all raised our right hand, right? We all love that flag. We all serve this country. It's what brings us back together. It's that cultural fabric that we all have, that no matter what, I don't care where you came from, where you grew up, what you believe in, what you identify as, doesn't matter. We're all unified because we have that mission. We all raise the right hand to swear to that flag. Critically important. You get that with every veteran.
And I think it's exactly like you just mentioned. It's important, in our everyday lives, we may be in a job where we may not relate to that coworker, but you still have to work as a team.
You absolutely. And here's the other issue too, Regina. This gets a little off mark, whatever, but it's what I train on, right? It's like our school system right now teaches us to memorize and regurgitate, right? Memorize this information, take the test, The better the score you get on your test, the better the college you get into, the better job you get, the more money you make, right? Well, it just so happens it's not accurate. There's this other component called emotional intelligence. It's how we perceive, express, and respond to emotion that's so missing. So what we have to do is start teaching people there are opposing points of view. There are ways to disagree with someone and not want to scream and yell at them and physically do harm to them. Let's teach people very, very basic skills on how to do that.
And I think, Eric, it's important to mention that within unity comes that respect factor. And I think that's so important to mention, especially on Veterans Day. We are paying respects to those who made the ultimate sacrifice. So how can, veterans and everyday civilians carry that factor of respect?
This is so huge. I mean, it's not just for each military member. Not only when we see other active duty, retired, former military, it doesn't matter. They get all the respect. But in the military, we respect everyone. And that's another issue that's happening right now in this country. I call it this fabricated hate. We just automatically assume the worst intentions in people. We allow others to tell us who we're supposed to like and dislike, right? We all, at least most of us, have partially functioning frontal lobes. We should make our own decisions about who we should like and not like. The respect piece is critical because it doesn't matter to me what you do, your socioeconomic status, where you're from, what you believe in. You're going to get my respect. You're a basic human like the rest of us. Let's just be kind to each other.
And with all of that comes achieving that common goal, Eric. You obviously, if anything, in the military have a mission to protect, to do that duty that you are given every single day. How can we relate to that? And what can you tell us? What advice do you have when it comes to achieving a mission or a goal alongside others?
When I do my television segments and they hear this, when I talk about putting the mission first, they're like a little freaked out. I'm like, I'm not talking about running night ops missions and covert. I'm not talking. So you can interchange that word mission, right? But let's transfer this into civilian terms. This is keeping your eye on the prize, right? It's understanding that there's a job to be done. This is the job. I don't care what gets in the way. In the Marine Corps, we have a phrase called improvise, adapt, and overcome. When we have an issue, we improvise, we adapt, we overcome. That skill transfers over into civilian life. Again, I'm not talking about getting camoed up and going out there, eating MREs. But when it comes to our civilian, when it comes to work life, it's knowing that there's going to be issues, there's going to be problems, there's going to be adversity, there's going to be opposing points of view. Let's put that aside. Let's stay laser focused on the mission at hand. At that point, everything else goes to the wayside.
Eric, I feel like you're so admirable where you can just so openly talk about this. Do you feel when it comes to you and your service men and women, is it easy to factor, respect, unity, taking that mission once you're out of service? Is it more difficult to factor that into your everyday lives? Is it easy? Talk to me about what that's like.
Yeah, that's an awesome point, Regina. And what I would say, me personally, I think the older I get, the easier it gets to recognize and appreciate these things, right? You know what you're getting with a veteran. Here's what I love about this, right? Commitment, integrity, accountability, loyalty, this service before self mentality. You know what you get with veterans. It's what you get. So me personally, now that I'm like an old person, I feel like the older I get, the more I recognize and appreciate where it's easier for me now, because it's like I respect, I appreciate, I can go back and think when I served, what I experienced, what I went through, the people I met, the things I dealt with. Now I see this younger generation going through, and believe it or not, just 0.4% of our population are active duty. Only 7.3% of our population are veterans. That's a small fraction, not to mention we have a generation that really kind of skipped over the military service. That 7.3% number, you're going to see drop off significantly. I personally believe the older we are, the longer we've been detached from our service, I think the easier it is to respect those things.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, Eric, when we talk about veterans and people who are no longer active duty, there comes with emotion, an emotional toll on veterans. And I know that you've spoken a lot about things like veteran suicide. So when that comes into play, what advice do you give? What do you discuss when it comes to veteran suicide and PTSD?
Yeah, and obviously I goof off. I'm silly a lot, right, Regina? It's what I do. But when it comes to topics like this is a very, very, very serious topic that requires lots of our mental energy to try to correct. I've studied a lot, I've researched a lot, and initially when I started looking at veteran suicide, the one thing I thought I would find would be that there would be some link to combat or some link to some extreme forms of PTSD. And the stats just aren't there. What I'm finding is that it's just the fact that veterans are higher, they're more risk for suicide. The only thing I can really come up with, my only real hypothesis here, I personally believe this is what I think. It's the improvise, adapt, and overcome mentality. In the military, we're taught to accomplish the mission, right? So if there's an issue, we improvise, we adapt, we overcome. From a military standpoint, I think what ends up happening is a lot of veterans especially try to apply that improvise, adapt, and overcome mentality to mental health issues they're having, and it doesn't work. So they can't use the same tactics they use to accomplish a mission. They can't use that to solve their mental health issues. What happens when you fail mission? You abort mission. There's obviously other factors going on. I'm very careful to also say, obviously, I'm not a doctor, so I'm very sensitive to that. My philosophy is I believe it's what we're taught, and how if we can't differentiate between the mental health issue and know that and recognize that 99% of the time, we cannot solve our own mental health issues. We have to seek out for help. Anybody listening to this that would hear this, I would very strongly encourage you to reach out to people you love. There's tons of help out there available. Do not try to solve these problems on your own. It's almost impossible.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, Eric. It's a philosophy. And, how can we as viewers, as civilians, those who haven't served and maybe can't relate on that level, how can we support veterans?
I think the main thing about this, Regina, is just recognizing and remembering and never forgetting the sacrifice they make, right? I mean, and you look at our generation right now, and it's mind-boggling to me. You look at our grandparents and our great-grandparents. I mean, this is a generation that was lying about their age to say they were older so they could go serve. I mean, you talk about polar opposites of where we are now to where we were then. I think the most critical part is just to know that there are people out there right now that are volunteering to put themselves in harm's way because it's something they feel very, very strongly about. Understand where they're coming from. And I refer right now we're in as a friends and family war. All these wars are friends and family war, meaning that unless we have a friend or family member that's involved or directly in harm's way, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. I don't say that in a mean, derogatory way, but unless we are directly impacted by somebody who's currently in harm's way, we don't really pay too much attention to it. We have to get much better at remembering that there's still a generation back there that's still right now alive that is dealing with mental health issues based on stuff they saw 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. We can't forget about that generation. They did a lot for this country.
Absolutely. And that is a huge message to send out on this Veterans Day. Eric Rittmeyer, former U.S. Marine and now mental toughness expert. Is there anything else you want to add? Anything else viewers, veterans should take away from our conversation?
I do. I go back to the Lion King, Regina, Hakuna Matata. Okay, just Hakuna Matata, and no worries. Let's just adopt that philosophy for everything in our life right now. It means no worries. Tamper things down, everybody be okay. Back off the emotion and just recognize that we all love each other. It's what we want to do. Hakuna Matata.
Thank you so much for watching our special Veterans Day.
Hakuna Matata. Easier said than done, but of course, we always love to check in with our mental toughness expert here at Live Now from Fox, Eric Rittmeyer, the emotional Marine, as we like to call him. And I actually took some notes during that interview. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. That's some really good advice that not only veterans can relate to, but all of us, right? So let's keep it going, honoring our veterans and men and women of service this morning. I do want to check in with Fox 11 Los Angeles on Good Day LA. They examined the connection between Parkinson's disease and veterans and what can be done if you are experiencing any symptoms.
Here's a startling statistic. Every 9 minutes, someone in the U.S. is diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Right now, there are more than 1 million people in the nation living with this neurodegenerative disorder. Out of that million plus, the VA, the Veterans Affairs Department, estimates that about 110,000 of those people are veterans. For those veterans, it can be difficult to find and get access to resources to learn about this disease. Our next guest hopes to be a part of change. She wants to change that. Dr. Rebecca Gilbert is hosting a live virtual forum to talk to vets about Parkinson's disease this Wednesday. And by the way, she knows what she's talking about. She's the chief scientific officer at the American Parkinson's Disease Association. So she is the person to talk to. Dr. Gilbert, thank you. This might come as a surprise to many, first of all, about the connection between our veterans and Parkinson's disease.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that we have known for quite some time, but we need to get the word out that people who are veterans who have had military exposure may be at a higher risk of Parkinson's disease than the general population.
Why is that, Dr. Gilbert?
So there are a number of reasons that may contribute. And just to take a step back, Parkinson's disease, like any chronic disorder, is going to be, the risk of developing it is going to be a combination of your genes and your environment.
Okay.
And you can't have any control. You don't really have any control about what you've inherited from your parents, but you are exposed to different things in your life. And veterans are have been exposed to various things in their military service. And one of those things that we do know is related to, or may cause or contribute to the risk of Parkinson's disease, are certain pesticides and herbicides. And one of those is Agent Orange, which many people who served in Vietnam may have been exposed to. And while there isn't an absolute conclusive connection between Parkinson's disease and Agent Orange, there is enough information out there to allow the Veterans Association to make Parkinson's disease a presumptive diagnosis for exposure to Agent Orange. And so what that means is that if you are a Vietnam veteran that served either in Vietnam or in the waters next to Vietnam during a certain period of time, then you can presume to have had exposure to Agent Orange, which means that if you had developed Parkinson's disease later, that Parkinson's disease diagnosis is presumed to be related to that Agent Orange exposure.
And there is help for those exact people. And that's one of the things that you're trying to sound the alarm on, is like, this is real. We know it. The data shows it. Now we want to let the public know, but we also want to let those veterans know that there's help available.
That's correct. And so because this association has been established, people who were in Vietnam at a certain period of time and have a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease can get certain benefits from the VA. And so that is something that people with Parkinson's disease who are veterans need to know. And so what needs to happen is you make a connection with your veterans, your VA near you, establish a relationship with a physician, and that can lead to the next steps.
Which that's always the part, right? Knowing that it's available and then knowing what next steps to take. What are some of the common symptoms? I mean, this isn't something that just happens. You can see the symptoms sort of starting out as a person progresses through life. Can you not, Dr. Gilbert?
That is correct. It is really not something that happens very suddenly. It is a set of symptoms that develop slowly over time. And we think of these symptoms in two big categories. One are the motor symptoms, and these are symptoms that affect movement. There can be rest tremor, which is a shaking of the limbs that happens when your arms or legs are at rest. There can be a stiffness, a slowness, difficulty with balance or walking. But there are also a whole set of what we call non-motor symptoms. And these are symptoms that may be related to blood pressure control, to thinking, to mood, to sleep. And so it really is a very variable disease.
How are we on treatment, Dr. Gilbert? Because that's always the other part of it, right? We want to understand what it is, what it's doing in the body, how it progresses. But of course, the other part patients and family always want to know is, what about treatment?
Absolutely. And so we do have many treatments available that are able to mitigate some of the symptoms of Parkinson's disease. And so it is a disease that is well worth getting good medical care for, because there are treatments that can make quality of life substantially better, both for the motor symptoms and those non-motor symptoms.
And is it better when you first are sort of sensing that something is happening? Your family maybe notices it. Maybe it's some of those motor skills you talk about, the balance. Is it early intervention is best, or isn't that not necessarily the case?
So unfortunately, we do not have a medication that slows down the progression of the disease. And so we don't have a medication that you need to take immediately on diagnosis, and that'll decide or change the course of your disease. Having said that, it is always better to know early on what you're dealing with. Then you can get in the treatments that you need right away. You can make your quality of life improved. And the other aspect is you can start exercise. Now, of course, exercise is something that people can do regardless of whether they have a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease or not. But we do know that exercise provides such a wonderful benefit to people with Parkinson's that getting that in early is really, really essential.
And we know with exercise, it has to be habitual because it's really easy to put it off for another day or just not even get the gym shoes on or what have you. Dr. Gilbert, you're hosting a really terrific event this week. It's a webinar, which I love because it gives access to more people, right? Maybe you might have a level of shame or just or fear or not really great about going out in public quite yet with COVID. This is going to allow more people to participate. What are you hoping to have happen with the webinar?
Yeah, I hope that anyone who is a veteran out there who either has Parkinson's or knows somebody who has Parkinson's or is a care partner of somebody with Parkinson's, they want to get some more information about this connection, that they'll join us. It's going to be 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesday, and that's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So anyone across the country, feel free to join us, and I think we'll hear some great information. And the other aspect of it is there's going to be a very substantial Q&A. So we're going to take questions from the audience.
Oh, good for you. Okay, so you can register for this Wednesday's live forum for vets. Go to adpaparkinsons.org and click on events. And by the way, while you're there, you can learn more about the program, the services they provide, the research they fund, and of course, that vital information about the disease. It's right there. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. We appreciate you.
Really helpful information there from Fox 11 Los Angeles. I do want to bring you all a few remarks from President Biden. We know that the Biden administration announced a new set of immediate and short-term actions Tuesday aimed at alleviating the supply chain issues. A lot of these actions come from the not signed yet bipartisan infrastructure bill. So in case you missed it, here's a look back at President Biden's remarks.
American people, and it's real. And that is getting prices down, number one. Number two, making sure our stores are fully stocked. And number three, getting a lot of people back to work while tracking and tackling these two above challenges I mentioned. Today's economic report showing unemployment continued to fall, but consumer prices remain too high. Tell us, the American people, in the midst of this economic crisis, the recovery is showing strong results, but not to them. They're still looking out there. Everything from a gallon of gas to a loaf of bread costs more, and it's worrisome, even though wages are going up. We still face challenges. We have to tackle them. We have to tackle them head on. And on the good side, we're seeing the highest growth rate in decades, the fastest decrease in unemployment at this point ever since 1950. Jobs are up, wages are up, values are up, and savings are up. But we got problems too. Many people remain unsettled about the economy, and we all know why. They see higher prices. They go to the store online, and they can't, or they go to the store or go online, and they can't find what they always want and when they want it. And we're tracking these issues and trying to figure out how to tackle them head on. My administration, with the help of the folks on my left over here, has a plan to finish the job of getting us back to normal from the pandemic and having a stronger economy than we ever had before. Let me explain the part that the ports place why they're so critically important. It starts with a piece of good news. Infrastructure Week has finally arrived. How many times you hear over the last 5 years, Infrastructure Week is coming? Yeah. Anyway, last week we took a monumental step forward as a nation. And we did something long overdue and long talked about in Washington, but almost never actually done. The House of Representatives passed my bipartisan infrastructure bill. Along with other plans that I'm advancing, this bill is going to reduce the cost of goods to consumers, businesses, and get people back to work, helping us build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, where everybody's better off. You know, I'm tired of this trickle-down economy stuff. I come from Delaware, just across the line up here, and we have more corporations in Delaware than every other nation in the state combined. And so I understand big business. The fact of the matter is, it's time they start paying their fair share. The fact is, you had 55 corporations last year that in fact made $40 billion, didn't pay a single penny in taxes. Nobody's gonna pay more. If you make less than $400,000, you're not gonna pay anything more in taxes at all, period. guarantee, including gasoline tax, not going to be additional from a federal government standpoint. And so look, this is a once-in-a-generation investment to create good-paying jobs, modernize infrastructure, turn the climate crisis into an opportunity. When I talk climate to other world leaders, I say, think one thing. We're dealing with climate, think jobs, good jobs, because that's how you beat the climate crisis. Put us on a path to win the economic competition of the 21st century. We're faced with China and the rest of the world. China's outspending us on research and development. China is outspending these other countries are as well. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create good-paying union jobs, not good jobs, not $12 an hour, not $15 an hour, $45 an hour and up with good benefits, so you can raise a family on and build the middle class out. And jobs that cannot be outsourced. You can't outsource these jobs. And I'm going to transform our transportation system with the most significant investment in passenger rail in the past 50 years. In roads and bridges, the most significant investment in 70 years. And investments in public transit that we've done over the period. This is going to modernize our ports with $17 billion in investment. $17 billion in investment. We're going to reduce congestion. We're going to address repair and maintenance backlogs, deploy state-of-the-art technologies, and make our ports cleaner and more efficient. And we're going to do the same with our airports and freight rail. We're going to create jobs replacing lead water pipes that are here in Maryland as well as every other state in the union that are poisoning our kids and others. We're going to make high-speed internet affordable and available to everywhere in America. Those of you that have kids in school, when we've been going this hybrid thing, some in class, some out of class, how many times, if you don't live in an area where you have high-speed internet you can afford, how many times you've driven your kids to the parking lot of McDonald's and sat there going off the McDonald's internet so you could hear? No, I'm not joking. Think of this, United States of America, for God's sake. So folks, we're going to build the first ever national network of electric vehicle charging stations all across the country. IBW is going to put in 500,000 charging stations across the country. And guess what? That's in the Recovery Act. That's in the Build Back Better bill, which is not going to raise taxes 1 single cent. It's totally paid for. Totally paid for by making taxes work for people who make over 400 grand and just do their fair share. I'm a capitalist, man. You should be able to be a millionaire or billionaire if you can, but pay your fair share. Pay something along the line. I'm going to get America off the sidelines on manufacturing. Manufacturing of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries to store energy and power the electric vehicles, from school buses to automobiles. We're also going to make historic investments in environmental cleanup and remediation, rebuilding resilience against superstorms and droughts and wildfires and hurricanes. I traveled all over the country this year. There's $99 billion in losses because of storms this year. $99 billion. You ever think you'd hear somebody stand up and say the Colorado River is being drained? You ever think you'd see, you go out, more wildfires in the West than the entire, land lost, homes lost, to burn to the ground. I've flown over in Marine One, than the entire state of New Jersey, from the Cape all the way to New York. That's how much we've lost in America. So far. According to economic experts, this bill is going to ease inflationary pressures, lowering the cost of working families. 17 Nobel laureates in economics wrote a letter to me about 10 days ago saying this is going to bring inflation down, not up. But best of all, the vast majority of these jobs we're going to create don't require a college degree. Don't require it. This is the ultimate blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. I'm not waiting to sign a bill to start improving the flow of goods from ships to shelves. Yesterday, I announced a port plan of action. It lays out concrete steps for my administration to take over the next 3 months to invest in our ports and to relieve bottlenecks. This builds on the progress we've already made. Last month, I reached a deal with 2 of the largest ports in America, the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach. And I met with you guys, with the longshoremen there, and we worked out a deal between the port owners and the longshoremen to move toward operating those two ports. Okay, 40% of everything in the Pacific comes through those two ports. And they're lined up, ships are lined up, 70-some lined up out as far as you can see. So they all agreed. We're going to go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's already paying off. Last week, the number of container ships in the docks for more than 9 days fell by over 20%. And now we're announcing steps to improve ports in the East Coast, to provide support for the Port of Savannah, the fourth largest container port in the country, to help reduce congestion. With our help, they now have the funds they need to set up 5 new inland port sites in Georgia and North Carolina so goods can get closer to their final destination more quickly. And other ports across the country will have the resources they need to make these kinds of immediate investments as well. The challenge we need to meet here, and my plan is going to help address, has to do with the supply chain. You hear a lot about the supply chains in the news, but frankly, not a lot of people have a clear understanding, whether they have a PhD or they didn't go to school, about how a supply chain works. It says easy to talk about it, but what's the impact on the economy, let alone how to fix it? It's perfectly understandable because supply chains are incredibly complex. As long as goods and materials are getting where they need to go on time, there's usually no need to worry about the supply chains. But when global disruptions hit, like a pandemic, they can hit supply chains particularly hard. COVID-19 has stretched global supply chains like never before. And suddenly, when you go to order a pair of sneakers or a bicycle or Christmas presents for the family, you're met with higher prices and long delays, or they say they just don't have any at all. The reason for that last year has a lot to do with most companies make their product, how they make their products today. In simple terms, supply chain is just the journey that a product takes to get to your doorstep. Raw materials, plus labor, assembly, shipping, everything it takes to create the finished product. These supply chains are complex. Even products as simple as a pencil can have to use the wood from Brazil, graphite from India, before it comes together at a factory in the United States to get a pencil. Sounds silly, but that's literally how it happens. So if all of a sudden you got COVID crisis in Brazil, you can't get the product maybe because the plant shuts down. That's what's happening. Products like smartphones often bring together parts from France, Italy, chips from the Netherlands, touch screens from New York State, camera components from Japan, a supply chain that crosses dozens of countries. That's just the nature of the modern economy, the world economy. The global supply chains have helped dramatically bring down the price we pay for things we buy. But they also made us much more reliant on what happens in other parts of the world. So if a factory in Malaysia shuts down due to a COVID outbreak, which they have, it causes a ripple effect that can slow down auto manufacturing in Detroit. Why? They can't get the computer chips they need. It's a climate disaster to close the port in China. It can delay shipment of furniture or clothing, reduce worldwide supply, and driving up prices here in America. And the irony is people have more money now because of the first major piece of legislation I passed. You all got checks for $1,400. You got checks for a whole range of things. If you're a mom and you have kids under the age of 7, you get $300 a month. And if it's over 7 to 17, you're getting $360 a month, like wealthy people used to do when they get back tax returns. It changed people's lives. But what happens if there's nothing to buy, you got more money, you compete for getting it there, it creates a real problem. So on the one hand, we're facing new disruptions to our supplies. At the same time, we're also experiencing higher demand for goods because wages are up, as well as people have money in the bank. Because of the strength of our economic recovery, American families have been able to buy more products. But guess what? They're not going out to dinner and lunch and going to local bars because of COVID. So what are they doing? They're staying home, they're ordering online, and they're buying product. Well, with more people with money buying product and less product to buy, what happens? The supply chain's the reason. the answer is you guys. I'll get to that in a minute. But what happens? Prices go up. So we got nearly 20% more goods coming into the country than we did before the pandemic struck. In 19 days, COVID-19 has changed the way we spend our time and our money. More products are being delivered than ever before. That's because people have a little more breathing room than they did last year. And that's a good thing. But it also means we got higher demand for goods at the same time we're facing disruptions in the supplies to make those goods. This is a recipe for delays and for higher prices. And people are feeling it. They're feeling it. So everything keep paying this much for a gallon of gas? In some parts of California, they're paying $4.50 a gallon. That's why it's so important that we do everything in our power to stabilize the supply chain. And here's the good news. Yesterday, I spoke with the CEOs, personally spoke with the CEOs of the major retailers, Walmart, Target, and the leading freight movers, FedEx and UPS. They assured me that the shelves will be stocked in stores this holiday because they signed on a 24/7 as well. They signed on 24/7. And they provide more avenues. They're getting more of their containers off the ports quicker than ever before. There's a lot of stuff on the ports that was sitting around, staying there. Why? Because it no longer is the product they need at this moment. And it doesn't cost them anything to leave them sitting at the port rather than their warehouses. That's moving as well. Part of the reason why is because my port envoy, John Picari, who was Secretary of Transportation here for 2 governors, John has worked with the operators, the shippers, shipping companies and unions, and retailers to speed commerce so they can get products to stores and to your doors and to get the shelves fully stocked this holiday season. Instead of pointing fingers, we're seeing folks start to work together. Railroads, ocean liners, labor, state and local governments. Progress has already begun, and now we passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the deal. It's only going to accelerate. You've heard me say it before. Infrastructure used to be rated in the United States as the best in the world when I got to the Congress. But today, according to the World Economic Forum, you know where we rank in infrastructure? 13th in the world. 12 countries in the world have more modern, efficient infrastructure than the United States of America. By investing in our roads, our bridges, our ports, and so much else, this was going to make it easy for companies to get goods to market more quickly. Here in Baltimore, you've got a port that's older than America itself, and it's been operating for 315 years. By the way, got any Marines here? Any former Marines? Raise your hand. Well, if you're here as a Marine, happy birthday. It's your 247th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. They deserve some applause. Look, this port is connected to the nation's oldest rail line, the B&O Railroad, which in turn relies on the tunnels that are about 126 years old, those tunnels, okay? The tunnel has become a major bottleneck to the port. Now, the Port of Baltimore will be getting a $125 million grant to upgrade that tunnel. So freight trains can come double stacked through that tunnel. Double stacked with these cars, with containers on top. Twice as much. They move out a hell of a lot more quickly if they're imports going out, but if they're exports going across the ocean. That means in addition to more good jobs being filled, more products on shelves, delivery faster and lower prices, it's about taking a long-term view of our economy to deliver lower cost, more jobs, and ensure our shelves are stocked with product. The longer-term view means building greater resilience to withstand both the shocks and disruptions that we can anticipate as the world continues to change. Pandemics, weather extremes, cyber attacks, whatever else comes our way, and they're all going to come our way. You know it. We need to be ready. We need companies throughout the supply chain to create and support good-paying jobs for people that they can grow in, build skills in, join a union, make a decent living. That's when disruption hits. So when disruption hits, companies can quickly adapt because they're invested in their workers, their skills, their training, and a strong foundation of what I always think unions in my family, I think of dignity and respect. That's what it's about, dignity and respect. taking a longer-term view also means making Buy American not just a promise, but an ironclad reality. When I got elected, I said, I get to spend, quote unquote, $600 billion a year money, making everything from aircraft carriers to balloons. But guess what? So much of it has been going out and getting foreign contractors to do it. Well, this administration has been doing, we set a new rules to strengthen our domestic supply chains with new Made in America office within the White House. Never again should our country be left unable to produce critical goods because we don't have access to the materials we need. Never again should we have to rely on one company or one country, particularly when the country doesn't share our values. I've said it before, we're in a competition for the 21st century. Who's going to own it? America still has the most productive workers in the world and the most innovative minds in the world. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. But other countries are closing in. We risk losing our edge if we don't step up now. This bipartisan infrastructure bill is a major step forward. It represents the biggest investment in ports in American history. And for American families, it means products moving faster and less expensively from factory floor through the supply chain to your home. The bottom line is this. With the bill we passed last week and the steps we're taking to reduce bottlenecks at home and abroad, we're set to make significant progress. We're already in the midst of historic economic recovery. And thanks to those steps we're taking, very soon we're going to see the supply chain start catching up with demand. So, not only will we see more record-breaking job growth, we'll see lower prices, faster deliveries as well. This work is going to be critical as we implement the infrastructure bill and as we continue to build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out by passing the Build Back Better plan. We need to unlock the full might and dynamism of our economy, guys, and of our people. I really mean it. And with this plan, we've set in motion that's what's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to build a better America, not a joke. We're going to lead the world again, not a joke. We're going to be in a position where we once again own the 21st century. Because when we own it, everybody does better. Everybody, not only America, but around the world. Sorry it takes so long, the sun's down. You don't have any sweater on, you're going to freeze. I'm going to stop talking. Man with as little hair as mine just took his hat off. I put it back on. You're going to get cold if I don't get stuff down. But look, all kidding aside, I want to particularly thank the longshoremen. You guys, as an old expression of Claymont, Delaware, I was from, you all brought me to the dance, man. You've stuck with me from the first time I ran. And you've stepped up every time you've been asked. Every time you've been asked. And I want to personally thank you while I'm standing in front of you. God bless you all, and God bless all the workers to keep our economy going. And may God protect our troops. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We were taking a look back at the most recent remarks from President Biden as he did visit the Port of Baltimore just yesterday to talk the latest when it comes to the supply chain crisis going on in our nation, as well as addressing solutions to the problem. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. It is Veterans Day, and we want to say thank you to all who have served, who are currently serving, and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. It is going to be a huge portion of our coverage today. We are starting to get several live events already getting underway here on Live Now from Fox this morning. To the left-hand side of your screen is a look at what we can expect at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be bringing you full coverage of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier Centennial Ceremony out there in Washington, D.C. It will be a procession followed by a flyover. Then at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, you can expect to see President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden at Arlington National Cemetery as well for a wreath-laying ceremony before President Biden makes remarks around 11:15 a.m. from the amphitheater out there. I want to let you know that some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. After that break, we are going to head to Washington, D.C. for our first live report from Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick as she lets us know what you can expect from the World War II ceremony taking place out there in D.C. as well. So some of you will see that 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We've got several vantage points this morning, different angles at the Arlington National Cemetery, where at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we will be streaming the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier Centennial Commemoration. At 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time, we're also going to be touching base with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He's got some really awesome video to show us about what the tomb looked like nearly 100 years ago. For the last 2 days, it's been a historic event for the public. They have been able to lay flowers at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier for the first time in 100 years. So we'll be streaming that here on Live Now from Fox. But as you know, it's a special day for many in the nation's capital, and we have coverage all morning long, of several events honoring our veterans. So I do want to stay in DC and bring on Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick as she joins us from the World War II Memorial, where a ceremony will be taking place as well. Good morning to you, Melanie. What can you tell our viewers?
Good morning, Regina. It is a beautiful fall day here. It is sunny, the air is crisp, and the feeling is very, very warm. I want you to take a look behind me as they are getting ready to get this ceremony underway at 9 a.m. Number of dignitaries here. They're going to do a wreath laying. And we understand there will be some World War II veterans here. If you push behind to the Lincoln Memorial, that's where events really started here this morning. You see those bags up along the reflecting pool. 7,070 luminarias placed overnight. That is the Tunnels to Towers Foundation coming down from New York, and they are reading 7,070 names of people, military members, they say, have died since the war on terror, or in the war on terror, since that began after September 11th. So back here, we know that one of the things that they're so involved in is trying to bring the story of the World War II veterans. There's less than 500,000 of them left. We know that 4 will be here today. And we're told that from historians that in 5 years, some of these veterans may no longer be with us. Their stories so important to preserve. I was talking to author Alex Kershaw. He's going to be the MC here today. And he said one of the things that people sometimes forget, but then when they begin talking about, is the men that served in this war sometimes were just teenagers, 16, 17 years old, who lied about their age so that they could join the effort, and the collective effort, the unity and the sacrifice made not just in the United States, but around the world to come together and defeat the evils in the world. So we want to be able to celebrate that today, carry that forward today. And remember that it does take a group effort. It takes everyone involved, and to say thank you to the service members and to their families, because it is all in when it comes to military families. It is a group and a family effort. So not only here at the World War II Memorial, this is the first one here for the National Park Service this morning at 10:30. There will be another ceremony, and that will be at the World War I Memorial, which was only dedicated last year. At 1 o'clock, they'll move over to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, also not far from here. And 3 p.m. will be the Korean War Memorial. So the National Park Service celebrating all of those major conflicts and the people that served in those. So I think it's going to be a great day down here, Regina. And we're also looking forward to maybe being able to see some of the military flyover as they cross the skies heading for that ceremony at Arlington National that, as you mentioned, my colleague Bob Barnard will be covering today as well.
Absolutely. All great points to mention, Melanie, and it's going to definitely be a very special day out there in our nation's capital. So we really thank you and your team for joining us this morning, and we will check back in with you soon. And to our viewers, we'll also be checking in with her colleague, Bob Barnard, about the flyover and procession at Arlington National Cemetery. You have a great day, Melanie. Thank you so much. Alrighty, everybody, and to let our viewers know that Tunnels to Towers ceremony, the name reading to honor the military personnel who have died after 9/11, we are getting a full feed of that event here on Live Now from Fox right now, so I do want to listen in as we honor our nation's heroes.
people need my help. These are the type of heroes that we honor on that day and every day since. Since 9/11, the Tunnels to Towers Foundation has promised to never forget the sacrifices made on 9/11 and all the sacrifices that have been made by our brave men and women ever since that day. Ordinary people doing extraordinary things. The global war of terror began on 9/11, and the Tunnel to Towers Foundation is here today to honor, remember, and read the names of all our military heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice in the war on terror. I would now like to direct your attention directly behind me to this amazing memorial. This is the Fallen Heroes Memorial, created and provided by our friends at the Veterans and Allies United. It is designed out of more than 7,000 dog tags representing the fallen in the war on terror. The memorial takes the form of the American flag when draped on a service member's casket, and it has 50 gold stars representing all of our Gold Star families nationwide. Thank you, VAU, for enabling us to have this amazing memorial with us today. I would also like to draw your attention behind you to the tidal basin. There you'll find 7,070 luminaries representing our fallen military heroes, whose names are displayed on each and will be read here today in our ceremony. The mission of Tunnels to Towers Foundation is simple. We're here to do good and to honor our military and first responders and their families. The foundation builds specially adapted smart homes for catastrophically injured veterans and first responders and provides mortgage-free homes to military and Gold Star families and fallen first responder families and their children. Many of our foundation's Gold Star Home and Smart Home recipients are with us today. Thank you all for being here. In just a moment, we will begin reading their names of the 7,070 of our military who enlisted to serve our country but never came home. Their names must be read aloud because we will never, ever forget their service and their sacrifice. But before we begin, please welcome the man with the vision, the passion, the commitment, and most importantly, the brother of Stephen Siller, our chairman, president, CEO of Tunnel to Towers, Frank Siller.
Thank you, Bradley, and thank you for your family's service. You told your story of your nephew, and he's a hero. He wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave. He had to help, he had to serve, and he had to save. And while doing so, he gave up his life. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to say it's truly an honor for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to be here today hosting this most sacred ceremony. We knew that it would be of the utmost importance that we read out loud the names of the 7,070 men and women who have died in the war on terror ever since September 11th, 2001. It is our responsibility and our honor to remember each and every one of these heroes who sacrificed their lives so that we could all enjoy the freedoms and liberties here in America. My brother, a New York City firefighter, who on September 11, 2001, was on his way home after his night tour from Squad 1 in Brooklyn. He heard on the radio scanner that the towers were hit. He turned his truck around. He went back to his firehouse. He got his gear. He drove to the mouth of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel where it was closed for security reasons. He strapped 60 pounds of gear on his back. He ran through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel to the towers, up those stairs, saving lives, and while doing so, gave up his own. And we're so proud of him that we started the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to make sure that we honored his sacrifice and never forget not just his, but all those who perished that day, and most certainly our first responders who, as Bradley just said, did not run away, ran towards the danger, just like our men and women in uniform do every single day. When Americans saw what happened on September 11th, many of them felt compelled to serve and defend our country. It was under attack. Our Marines, our Army, our Navy, our Coast Guard, our Air Force. These heroes who served are part of an all-volunteer military. They volunteer their service. Once again, many of them signed up because of what they saw on 9/11. So it is so important that we're here today on Veterans Day reading the names of those who did not come home. We live in the greatest country that has ever existed. Why is this the greatest country ever? Because of the men and women in uniform who are willing to die for you and me every single day. And all too often, they do. Like the 7,070 names that we're going to read here today, and there's dog tags where their names are displayed here. And their names are displayed on the reflecting pool where people can walk around all day for the next few days and read their names and realize there's a price paid for our freedom. We thank them for their service. We thank their families for their service. And it is so fitting that the foundation, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, delivered 35 mortgage-free homes to Gold Star families today. We want to make sure that their sacrifice is not forgotten, that we do it on a day like today to tell those families they're not alone, that their country hasn't forgotten about them, that their fellow Americans have not forgotten about them. And that we're going to continue to honor their sacrifice for making sure that we never forget their loved ones and that we read their names out loud here today. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for joining us in our commitment to honor the sacrifice and to never forget. But God bless you all. God bless all our veterans out there. Thank you for willing to protect us here in America so another 9/11 doesn't happen. I want to thank their families who serve alongside them. And of course, God bless America, the greatest country that has ever existed. Thank you.
Specialist Aaron Seth Ammett. Corporal Roberto Abad. Specialist Sergio Sagoni Abad. Sergeant Matthew Thomas Abate. Sergeant Christopher Paul Abeta. Commander Joseph Acevedo. Sergeant First Class Ramon Antonio Acevedo Aponte. Staff Sergeant Omar Aceves. Sergeant Michael Dwayne Acklin II. Specialist Edward Joseph Acosta. Specialist Gennaro Acosta. Specialist Rudy Alexander Acosta. Private First Class Stephen Acosta. Specialist James Lee Adair. Captain Clayton Lee Adamkavicius. Captain James Francis Adamowski. Private Second Class Algernon Adams. Sergeant Brandon Edwin Adams. Sergeant First Class Brent Allen Adams. Specialist Christian Michael Adams. Specialist Clarence Adams III. Master Sergeant Daniel Ronald Adams. Staff Sergeant Leonard Wade Adams. Sergeant Mark Philip Adams. First Lieutenant Michael Robert Adams. Private Second Class Michael Scott Adams. Sergeant Roger Leroy Adams Jr. Sergeant Ryan Christopher Adams. Sergeant Sean Galen Adams. Lieutenant Thomas Mullen Adams. Staff Sergeant Frank Edward Adamski III. Specialist Shane Timothy Adcock. Specialist Jamal Rashard Adamson. Sergeant First Class Charles Lewis Adkins. Sergeant Dustin Matthew Adkins, Specialist Trevor Brandon Adkins, Staff Sergeant Vincent Brian Adkinson III, Lance Corporal Patrick Ryan Adel, Lance Corporal Christopher Scott Adelsberger, Specialist Daniel J. Agami, Staff Sergeant Randy Suyat Agno, Sergeant Francisco Xavier Aguila.
And my dad, Major Brent Russell Taylor.
My husband, Major Brent Taylor, was my husband for 15 years and the father of our 7 children. At the time of his 4th and final combat deployment, he was also serving as the mayor of my hometown in North Ogden, Utah, making him the first sitting politician to be killed in action since the Civil War. Brent, we love you and we miss you more than words can say. Thank you for your light, your love, and your leadership. We'll do our best to take it from here until we meet again. I love you.
I'm reading these names for Scott Noakes. Scott is a Marine and a Tunnel to Towers Smart Home recipient, and these are the men that he served with. Hospitalman Edwin Gonzalez, Staff Sergeant Stacy A. Green, Lance Corporal Jose A. Hernandez, Lance Corporal Hunter D. Hogan, Lance Corporal Raymond L. A. Johnson, Lance Corporal Eugene C. Mills III, Staff Sergeant Javier O. Ortiz Rivera.
Thank you for watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are currently listening in live, raw, and unfiltered as the Tunnel to Towers Foundation hosts a name-reading ceremony outside of the Lincoln Memorial in our nation's capital. You can see Gold Star families honoring military personnel who died after the 9/11 attacks. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to continue listening in. We are just less than 10 minutes away from speaking with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard about the 2 shots that you see to the right-hand side of your screen. At the top there, we are awaiting a procession at the Arlington National Cemetery. It is part of their Veterans Day Centennial event. There is also going to be a flyover the Tomb of Unknown Soldier, where you can see that shot to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as well. Several different vantage points coming from all of the Veterans Day celebrations taking place out there. Again, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Ainsworth, Captain Tristan Neal Aiken. Alexeyev. Corporal Carlo Escato Alfonso. Captain Marcus Ray Alford Sr. Second Lieutenant Tracy Lynn Alger. Specialist Wilson Andrew Algrim. Specialist Azar Ali. Staff Sergeant Rafael Angel Alicia Rivera. Corporal Jeremy David Albach. God bless them all, and God bless America.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel Jim Sfayer. I'm a Marine Corps Junior ROTC instructor, and it's my privilege to read the names of the fallen today. First Lieutenant Joseph Trent Albaugh. Private First Class Jacob Hamilton Alcott. Corporal Michael Boyd Alamon. Corporal Aaron Michael Allen. Sergeant Chad Michael Allen. Staff Sergeant Charles Donald Allen. Sergeant Howard Paul Allen. Sergeant John Edward Allen. Sergeant Justin Bradley Allen. Sergeant Lonnie Calvin Allen, Jr. First Lieutenant Louis Edwin Allen. Staff Sergeant Neckel Bruce Allen. Specialist Ronald Dean Allen, Jr. Corporal Terrence Patrick Allen. Private First Class Thomas Craig Allers. Staff Sergeant William Alvin Allers III. Chief Warrant Officer 3, Christopher Michael Algier. Colonel Brian Dwayne Allgood. Staff Sergeant Glenn Richard Allison. Sergeant Thomas Farrell Allison. Private First Class Daniel Joseph Allman II. Specialist Jeremy Olin Allman. Sergeant William Elliott Allman. Corporal Michael Jacob Allred. Captain Eric Lewis Alton. Sergeant David Jimenez Alsman. Petty Officer Second Class Joseph David Alomar. Lance Corporal Joshua Christopher Alonzo. Specialist Ember Marie Alt. Staff Sergeant Ahmed Kausai Alte. Staff Sergeant Esteban Altamariano. Staff Sergeant Joseph James Altman. Private First Class Adriana Alvarez. Sergeant Conrad Alvarez. Specialist Kenneth Clifford Alvarez. Corporal Nicanor Angel Alvarez. Corporal Daniel Ray Amaya. Major Philip David Ambrod. Specialist Jason Eric Ames. Staff Sergeant Matthew Ryan Ammerman. And Lieutenant Jeffrey Allen Amon. We honor their legacy by just doing good. Thank you.
Sergeant Jason Gil Amores. Specialist John Douglas Amos II. Staff Sergeant Nicanor Amper IV. Corporal William Madden Amundsen, Jr. Corporal Michael Justin Anaya. Specialist Marby James Anders. Specialist Paul Eugene Anderson. Corporal Andy D. Anderson. Private Second Class Billy Jean Anderson. Lance Corporal Brian Edward Anderson. Specialist Brian Michael Anderson. Specialist Brashawn Xavier Anderson. Airman First Class Carl Lavetta Anderson, Jr. Petty Officer Third Class Christopher Allen Anderson. Specialist Danny Lamar Anderson. Sergeant Ian Christian Anderson. Chief Warrant Officer 4 Jesse Oscar Anderson. Specialist Joshua Roland Anderson. Specialist Mark Anthony Anderson. Petty Officer Second Class Michael Charles Anderson. Corporal Michael Dwayne Anderson, Jr. Corporal Nathan Richardson Anderson. Lance Corporal Nicholas Hale Anderson. Lance Corporal Nicholas Robert Anderson. Lance Corporal Norman Wallace Anderson III. Sergeant Philip Reed Anderson. Major Stuart Marlon Anderson. Specialist Travis Wayne Anderson. Sergeant First Class Victor Anthony Anderson. Private First Class Edwin Anthony Landino II. Private First Class John Edward Andrade Sr. Specialist Michael Andrade. Staff Sergeant Roberto Andrade Jr. Master Sergeant Joseph John Andreas Jr. Second Lieutenant Darren Dean Andrews. Master Sergeant Evander Earl Andrews. Specialist Harley Dean Andrews. Specialist Scott Anthony Andrews. Specialist Yo Manuel Aneros. Lance Corporal Levi Tuddy Angel. Specialist Edward John Aguino. Master Sergeant Brett Evan Angus. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Wren.
Good morning. I am Lieutenant Colonel Kate Lyons Zentar, a 30-year retiree. I read the following names with pride and honor. Sergeant Daniel McKinnon Angus. Petty Officer First Class Theophilus Kwaku Ansong. Staff Sergeant Christopher John Antoniuk. Private First Class Charlie Cabay Antonio. Corporal John Joseph Anzac Jr.
Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we honor all of our veterans here on this Veterans Day 2021. Currently listening in live from the Lincoln Memorial in our nation's capital as the Tunnel to Towers Foundation hosts a name reading ceremony. You can see families reading the names of military personnel who died after the September 11th, 2001 attacks. We are going to leave this ceremony for just a moment here on Live Now from Fox and bring you fully out to Arlington National Cemetery. You can see that people are lining up for the centennial event that is expected to get underway here at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, the commemoration will include a procession along this special route inside of the cemetery, and then there is going to be an aerial flyover the Tomb of Unknown Soldiers. So this is something that we've been showing you here for the last several days on Live Now from Fox, because it's also been historic in the fact that people from the public were allowed to lay flowers at the tomb for the first time in nearly 100 years. And bringing us all up to speed on everything we need to know about this centennial event is Fox 5 DC's Bob Barner, joining us from Arlington, Virginia, to bring us the very latest. Good morning to you, Bob. How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks, Regina. Good morning. We are just across the Potomac from the Lincoln Memorial, where you were just showing viewers that ceremony there. This is Memorial Avenue, which heads right into Arlington National Cemetery here.
Yeah, now, Bob, please tell me, we have certain videos coming into our Live Now from Fox desk of people lining up for a procession. We've also got shots from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers. So tell us a little bit about what we can expect on this Veterans Day.
Yeah, so this ceremony, it's going to last about 45 minutes, beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on Memorial Avenue. And they're calling it a Joint Services Full Honors Procession with military units, the Army Band. There is going to be a flyover starting in about 10-15 minutes of different jets and helicopters from all of the different branches of the U.S. military. And what they're trying to do is recreate the funeral procession from 100 years ago today. And Regina, I think you mentioned you have some historical footage we can show our audience. And 100 years ago today, the casket was brought out of the U.S. Capitol, and there was this funeral procession across D.C. and into Arlington National Cemetery. Today's procession, kind of replicating that, is only going to start just outside the ceremony and go indoors. But that was the casket of the World War I soldier, the unidentified soldier who had been buried in France. They brought his remains by ship from France over here to the United States, and 100 years ago today, after that procession that we're showing our viewers, those remains were buried here in the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. They now call it the Tomb of the Unknowns because in subsequent years added were American service members from World War II, Korea, and Vietnam who were not identified and buried here. About 23 years ago, through DNA technology, they were able to identify the Vietnam veteran who'd been buried here, the killed in action. And so that person's, Michael Blassie's remains were taken to Missouri and reburied there. But they call it the Tomb of the Unknowns because there are unknowns from World War I, World War II, and Korea still here. But the big deal today is it is the 100th anniversary of the dedication of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier from World War I. And there are these ceremonies that are beginning here at 9 o'clock, so just in about 12 minutes, with a number of different things. And that historical footage you could see there, there were tens of thousands of people out on the streets of Washington and here at Arlington for that service. There are hundreds of people, tens of thousands of people here arriving today. You can see the traffic trying to get in. People have been coming off the subway system, the metro system, and walking in. Not nearly the crowds they had 100 years ago, but a lot of people on this gorgeous day here in Northern Virginia are going to be watching this recreation of that procession 100 years later.
Yeah, Bob, that footage is so amazing to show our viewers. Literally a piece of history right here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I understand that obviously, as you were saying, this is open to the public. Is it too late for people to participate in these events? Is there still a chance for them to get out there and see the centennial?
Depends on where you live. I mean, if you're coming from Northern Virginia or the D.C. area, you could probably get here pretty easily, but then finding a parking space and getting actually into the cemetery might be a little tough because this thing is going to be over in about an hour. And because we are still in the pandemic, this is going to be streamed. So I know, people who are at home and want to be a part of this can watch on Live News Now on our station. I think a lot of the Fox stations are going to broadcast this live, and there are cameras positioned. You're probably showing some of the different vantage points to our audience. There are cameras positioned inside the cemetery and just out here on the other end of Memorial Avenue here where the procession is going to start. And that's just part of the protocol here at Arlington National Cemetery to honor the dead who are buried here. Like what we're doing here, we're always out on the street. We don't, talk on camera or even interview visitors to the cemetery on the grounds itself out of respect for those who are buried here. So we're out here talking to you, but there are cameras positioned, and we'll be able to bring those images to your viewers, to our viewers, to the country. Because getting here, even if you were in this area right now, you see it's nobody's going anywhere. What you can do is if you're here and you'll see people walking in, kind of at the end of the road here is where it's going to start, so they'll be able to see some of it in person, or then walk into the cemetery to catch some more of the procession that starts in just a few minutes.
Awesome. Well, Bob, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do have several different vantage points to show our viewers, and I'm going to kind of walk them through that right now. So thank you, as always, for joining us here on our show this morning, and we'll be chatting with you soon. Have a great day.
You too, Regina. Take care.
All right, everybody. So as Bob was mentioning, we do have several different vantage points from this event that will be taking place in just less than 10 minutes right now. So again, there is going to be a special procession along a route inside of the cemetery. As Bob was mentioning, it is open to the public, and you can see that they are fully taking advantage of this special event. They are lining up as we speak. And Bob just said, depending where you live, if you you can leave your house pretty soon, you should be able to get out there and see some of this special commemoration right after the procession over the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which we also have a shot of here on Live Now from Fox. There is going to be an aerial flyover. 17 military jets will be flying over Arlington, Virginia. You should be able to see it from the entire DMV area, as Bob just mentioned also. So something very special that we will bring you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, in just less than 10 minutes, we'll be streaming it live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is who we are. We get the opportunity to bring you front row to special events just like this one as we honor all of our nation's heroes on this Veterans Day. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is a Veterans Day, and we are continuing to bring you several feeds from our nation's capital, as well as out here in Arlington, Virginia, where we are getting a Live Now look from Arlington National Cemetery. We are just minutes away from their centennial commemoration event getting started out there. Now, we've been showing you several different vantage points all morning long. There is going to be a special procession along a route inside of the cemetery before there is an aerial flyover from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Well, it will be happening over the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where we also have a vantage point of that shot right here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring you some really sweet video here as we await this event getting started, and want to take you out to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, where a 96-year-old veteran paid his respects just yesterday. We're going to play this for you here because this is just so sweet to bring you. I wanted to show it to you here. Army Staff Sergeant Daryl Bush paying respects to mark the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier centennial commemoration. Bush, who served in the Battle of the Bulge, and his wife Dorothy brought a red and white rose to honor troops. The historic monument opened to the public on Tuesday for 2 days. You were able to lay flowers there Tuesday and yesterday for the first time in nearly 100 years leading up to today, their Veterans Centennial event. The Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is dedicated to fallen service members whose remains have not been identified. So again, we are just minutes away from this special procession getting started here on Live Now from Fox. We will be streaming it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I also do want to bring you the latest on the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. We were just checking in with Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. Well, he put together this special report about what exactly the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is, its history. He also showed us some really awesome video of a procession that happened 100 years ago. So let's take a listen here on Live Now from Fox.
It's a must-see if you're visiting D.C. The changing of the guards at the Tomb of the Unknowns at Arlington National Cemetery.
I'm a military veteran, so it's something I've always wanted to see. I have family buried here. It's just moving, touching.
This hourly ceremony every half hour during the summer months is a way to protect the tombs and honor the unknowns.
They're incredibly important to us. We want to continue to honor them, honor their service and their sacrifice, not just of them, but all service members who have served. And it's the Sentinels being here and the changing of the guard is a part of that honoring that we as a nation continue day after day in perpetuity.
To mark the 100th anniversary of the funeral for the first unknown, an unidentified soldier from World War I, selected in France, the remains shipped to the United States and laid to rest here, Arlington National Cemetery's Dr. Gerald Lowe says they'll be having a first-of-its-kind public flower ceremony this week.
From 9 until 4 each day, the public will have an opportunity, just as the Sentinels do now, to walk across the plaza and place a flower at the tomb.
The first to do that today, members of the Crow tribe from Montana. Their chief, Plenty Coops, was here at the dedication ceremony a century ago.
And it was very emotional for us, and it was quite an honor for us to come in and honor our chief that was here 100 years ago. And we're still here.
It was a very emotional experience, knowing that we were helping to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
And on Thursday, Veterans Day, another special ceremony.
The same procession that occurred in 1921, bringing the remains from the Capitol here to Arlington. And it'll be a joint services procession, so all services will be represented, as well as a joint flyover will be taking place concurrently with the procession and be flying over Arlington National Cemetery.
At Arlington National Cemetery, Bob Barnard, Fox 5 Local News.
And be sure to tune in all day long as we bring you special Veterans Day coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to wear camo and make camo your cause. Our Live Now from Fox team, as well as Fox television stations across the nation, are teaming up with U.S. vets, and we're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate to the cause, head to usvets.org and let us know about your commitment to helping using the hashtag on social media, Honor U.S. Vets. Well, everybody, the time has come. It does look like the Centennial Commemoration Procession out there in Arlington, Virginia is getting underway. Let's get a listen and tune in here on Live Now from Fox.
Sorry? I honestly don't know, but all 5 branches are represented. I think it's 22 minutes. That includes all the flyovers, all right behind us.
A beautiful tribute to our heroes. We officially have the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier Centennial Commemoration underway here for you on Live Now from Fox, streaming it live, raw, unfiltered. I do want to let you know that while we will keep this shot of the special procession, you are also able to hear those combat jets flying over the event. Really, really cool to bring you here on this Veterans Day. We're going to keep this shot up of the procession for you, but it does also look like we are getting some special remarks from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier here on Live Now from Fox. So we are going to listen in as well as show you all of the elements that we have from this event, the procession, and the flyover. Let's listen in.
Leaders representing the Coast Guard service. As we turn now to the U.S. Coast Guard formation, it is important to remember their contributions to the war and tragic connections to the tomb. While the band performs the United States Coast Guard Semper Paratus, composed by Captain Francis Saltus von Boskirk, the Coast Guard will be represented by a C-130 Hercules from Coast Guard Air Station Elizabeth City, North Carolina. The 1921 procession's inclusivity of all service branches like the Coast Guard also extended to the veterans and civilians invited to participate. It included 132 World War I veterans, chosen to represent their state or territory. This cohort had a particularly strong bond with the unknown. They were his comrades and may have served alongside him. The remainder of the 1921 procession consisted of dozens of veterans groups and civilian organizations. While we don't have time to mention them all, a brief overview shows the scope of this national tribute. Civil War veterans marched at the front of this group, linking the procession to the war that led to the creation of Arlington National Cemetery. Other veterans groups included the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the Military Order of the World War, and Spanish-American War veterans. The procession tried to showcase the military's diversity by including the Indian War, the Jewish Welfare Board, and the National Catholic War Council. Because the unknown could have been of any race, religion, or ethnicity, their participation underscored this important point. Some of the civilian organizations that supported the war effort also took part, such as the Salvation Army, YMCA, and Red Cross. Women's groups played an especially prominent role, recognizing women's key roles in the war. Many marched in uniforms such as the Overseas Nurses, Red Cross, and others. The Women's Overseas Service League represented the thousands of pioneering women who served overseas as telephone operators, nurses, physical and occupational therapists, and other capacities. Some, like the American War Mothers, attested to women's roles on the home front. Their number included our mothers, who lost a child to the war. These Gold Star mothers had a deeply personal connection to the tomb which lasts to this day. For some, that one unknown buried there could have been their child. We will return to the story of 1921 after our final flyover, representing the United States Air Force. 4 F-16 Fighting Falcons from the 113th Wing DC Air National Guard, located at Joint Base Andrews, Maryland, will perform a missing man formation, an aerial salute in memory of fallen or missing service members. The aircraft will fly in formation with a space where one aircraft should be, symbolizing that person's absence. The U.S. Air Force song, composed by Robert MacArthur Crawford, is also now being performed. While the Air Force was not organized as an independent service branch until 1947, it traces its lineage back to the Army Air Service in World War I. Army aviators served in reconnaissance, combat, and other functions. Many died in the line of duty, and their sacrifices were recognized in the larger 1921 commemoration. Once the 1921 procession reached Memorial Amphitheater, the funeral service began. Around 100,000 people had gathered to listen through an amplification system installed for the event. In his address, President Warren Harding emphasized how the unknown could have come from any American family. He explained that we know not whence he came, but only that his death marks him with the everlasting glory of an American dying for his country. He also pled for peace in the wake of a conflict that had obliterated the identities of so many combatants. After the unknown's burial in a temporary tomb, it took 11 years to complete its design. In the meantime, it became a revered site for pilgrimages and ceremonies. In 1958, one unknown from World War II and one from the Korean War were buried at the tomb. In 1984, one unknown from the Vietnam War was also interred there. But in 1998, advances in DNA technology enabled him to be identified as Air Force First Lieutenant Michael J. Blasey. Following his family's wishes, he was reburied in Jefferson Barracks National Cemetery. His empty crypt now honors all missing service members from the Vietnam War. The tomb of a soldier has undergone a fascinating evolution since its creation a century ago today, although it began as the grave of one unidentified service member from...
Yes. The longer you're here.
All right, everybody. When we do get big events like this, we've got some feeds switching around, so I do want to let you know that we've still got the speakers underway here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to listen in as well as bring you the other elements and the shots that we have from this centennial commemoration.
Memorializing our war dead. As you witness these events, we encourage you to reflect on the tomb's significance and what it means to you. Think about the 3 unidentified Americans buried there and the families they left behind. Look beyond the grand marble monument that dominates this hillside shrine and remember the personal sacrifices it represents. You are ensuring that their legacy lives on and that the stories of their service will be told, generation after generation, century after century. You are writing the next chapter of the tomb's history, a chapter that begins today. This chapter now takes center stage with our current procession, narrated by Specialist Browning of the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and focus your attention as the procession approaches. Pershing Zone will now play Battle Hymn of the Republic, composed by William Steff. The commander of troops for today's procession, Colonel Patrick Roddy, is leading the Joint Service Staff consisting of representatives from each service. Next, we have soldiers wearing period uniforms depicting the eras in which the unknowns originate. In 1917, the Army was called upon to deploy overseas to defeat the armies of the German Kaiser in World War I. The forces of tyranny and oppression again threatened our country and her allies with the outbreak of the Second World War after the bombing of Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941 by Japan. In June 1950, the Cold War turned hot as American forces joined with the United Nations to resist communist aggression in Korea. Representing the countries who participated in the various 1921 ceremonies are foreign attachés from Australia, Belgium, Canada, the Czech Republic, France, Italy, New Zealand, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, and the United Kingdom. The United States Army Band, Pershing Zone, is the premier band of our senior service. Pershing Zone provides musical support for over 2,000 military funerals each year, as well as other ceremonies and special events of national and international significance. The United States Army Band is under the direction of Colonel Andrew Esch and led by Drum Major Robert Moore. Next in formation, Honor Guard Company, 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard, representing the United States Army, commanded by First Lieutenant John Keeley, and led by Sergeant First Class John Robinson. Next in formation, Marine Barracks, Washington, represented the United States Marine Corps, commanded by First Lieutenant David Jones, and led by Gunnery Sergeant Walter Vaughn. Since the days of the American Revolution, the colors have been one of the most important elements of a military unit. At the center of today's formation and bearing the national colors is the Armed Forces Color Guard, led by Sergeant David Weston. Next in formation, the Navy Ceremonial Guard, representing the United States Navy, commanded by Lieutenant Richard Green, and led by Petty Officer Second Class Joaquin Reza Hero. Next in formation, the United States Air Force Honor Guard Ceremonial Flight, represented the United States Air Force, commanded by Senior Master Sergeant Kelly McKinley, and led by Tech Sergeant Brandon Lightburn. Next in formation, the United States Coast Guard Ceremonial Honor Guard, representing the United States Coast Guard, commanded by Lieutenant Commander Christopher Kimry, and led by Lieutenant Junior Grade Casey Blau.
Ready! Front! There's no cap horse?
Just as Americans did a century ago, you are ensuring that their sacrifices were not in vain, and that their memory lives on. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our ceremony. Thank you for attending, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Really amazing ceremony to bring you here on this Veterans Day. Awesome to see all of the different uniforms worn by these service members that were in this special procession at Arlington National Cemetery, marking the centennial of the First World War. We do have several different vantage points from the cemetery still. Here is a look as people lay flowers at the different grave sites out there. I do want to let you know that at around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we are also planning to see President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden participate in a wreath-laying ceremony out there at the Arlington National Cemetery. Then at around 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expected to have some remarks from President Biden himself from the amphitheater right near the cemetery. So President Biden will be participating in several different Veterans Day events out there in our nation's capital, and we'll be sure to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we will continue our coverage of this Veterans Day. We'll be right back. A touching tribute from Arlington National Cemetery Amphitheater as their centennial commemoration is still underway. We're going to continue listening in here on Live Now from Fox. Want to let all of our viewers know that at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, again, we are expecting President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to participate in a wreath-laying ceremony before the president makes remarks on this Veterans Day from this exact amphitheater, this location that you are tuning into right now. Thank you so much for watching Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to listen in.
All right, man, we have about an hour. MC welcoming remarks begin at 10:28, so let's get in seats maybe about 10 minutes before at this point. Don't venture too far away. Be prepared to be flexible. Do we know the order of selections today, or do I need to go over that? So we have American Overture, then the chorus only selection, My Country 'Tis of Thee, March Independentia. That's for the pregame. Then we're doing America the Beautiful, the Armed Forces Medley, and Battle Hymn. After Battle Hymn, that's where we may do those marches that I asked you to put on standby. Those marches are Gallant Seventh, Billboard, and Thunder. That may happen, it may not. We may do one, we may do three. We'll have to wait and see. After that, Ruffles and Flourishes, Pause, Hail to the Chief. Again, please be flexible. Short version, long version, repeat back to the top. God bless America.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, we were just tuning in to a playing of God Bless America out there at the amphitheater inside Arlington National Cemetery. We have been streaming their centennial commemoration here on Live Now from Fox for the last half hour. We saw a special procession, and we also saw a flyover when it comes to all of the events and schedule that is happening out there in Arlington National Cemetery. Again, at around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we're expecting to see President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden participate in a wreath-laying ceremony before the president makes remarks from this exact location. So we will be sure to stream his remarks for you here on Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered. In the meantime, as we continue our Veterans Day coverage, we still have the feed from the Lincoln Memorial out in our nation's capital, as the Tunnel to Towers Foundation is hosting a name reading ceremony, reading all the names of military personnel who were lost following the 9/11 attack. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Sergeant First Specialist Ari Daniel Brown Weeks. Sergeant First Class Daniel Anthony Brozovich. Corporal Travis Robert Bruce. Damage Control Petty Officer 3rd Class Nathan B. Buckenthal. And then my platoon sergeant, Staff Sergeant Anthony Goodwin.
Lance Corporal Gavin Roderick Brumond. Master Sergeant Thomas Lee Bruner. Staff Sergeant Scott William Brunkhorst. Lance Corporal Cedric Eugene Bruns. Specialist Jacques Earl Brunson. Lance Corporal Benjamin Saxon Bryan. Lieutenant Colonel Frank Dill Bryant Jr. Sergeant Jack Bryant Jr. Specialist Jamel Antoine Bryant. First Lieutenant Todd Jason Bryant. Gunnery Sergeant Stephen Lamont Bryson. Staff Sergeant Andrew Stephen Bupich. Lance Corporal Daniel Scott Resner Bub. Sergeant John Thomas Bubik. Sergeant First Class Raymond Richard Buchan. Staff Sergeant Ernest Glenn Bucklew. Lance Corporal Gregory Thomas Buckley. Specialist Roy Russell Buckley. Corporal Ryan James Buckley. Corporal Brock Lyle Buckland. Specialist Paul Joseph Bucci. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Henry Boering. Lance Corporal Arden Joseph Ayason Bunaga. Staff Sergeant Christian Enrique Bueno Galdos. Lance Corporal Richard Allen Burstetta. Lance Corporal Brian Roy Busing. Corporal Lauren Miles Buffalo. Specialist Travis Wayne Buford. Staff Sergeant George Edward Buggs. Corporal Jimmy Dell Bowie. Sergeant Douglas John Bull. Staff Sergeant James David Bullard. Specialist Joshua Isaac Bunch. Staff Sergeant Christopher Bunda. Technical Sergeant Larry Dolan Bunn. Captain Brian Matthew Bunting. Senior Airman Michael John Burris. Staff Sergeant Michael Lee Burbank. Staff Sergeant Richard Allen Burdick. Staff Sergeant Jerry Clark Burge Jr. Corporal Dell Allen Berger Jr. Specialist Allen Joseph Burgess, and Staff Sergeant Kendall Howard Ivy II.
Staff Sergeant Brian Allen Burgess. Sergeant Brian K. Burgess. Lance Corporal Jeffrey Charles Burgess. Lance Corporal Ryan John Burgess. Staff Sergeant Scott Hamilton Burgess. Captain Ulysses Burgos Cruz. Air Crewman 2nd Class James P. Boriak. Specialist Taylor Joseph Burke. Specialist Armor Nathan Burkhart. Specialist Timothy Robert Burke. Specialist Donald Allen Burkett. Lance Corporal Tamario Demetrius Burkett. Sergeant Travis Lee Burkhart. Staff Sergeant Jason Evan Burkholder. Second Lieutenant Peter H. Burks. Specialist Nicholas Brian Burley. Sergeant John Franklin Berner III. Hospitalman Dustin Kelby Burnett. Specialist James Roland Burnett Jr. Lance Corporal Jason Keith Burnett. Lance Corporal Kyle Wayne Burns. Hospital Corpsman 2nd Class Sarah F. Burns. Corporal Antonio Carlos Burnside. Specialist Richard Benjamin Burris. Specialist Eric Todd Burry. Private 1st Class David Paul Burridge. Lance Corporal Jeremy Wade Burris. Petty Officer 2nd Class Ryan Daniel Burris. Lance Corporal Dennis James Burrow. Private 2nd Class Joshua Kane Burrows. Sergeant Brandon Cole Berry. Specialist Jesse Ryan Berry. Private 1st Class Charles Edward Bush Jr. Private 2nd Class Matthew Dwayne Bush. Private 1st Class Damian Scott Bushart. Sergeant William Wade Bushnell. Specialist Marlon Andreas Bustamante. Specialist Serena Nicole Butcher. Staff Sergeant Steve Butcher Jr. Staff Sergeant Jason Michael Butkus. Staff Sergeant Aaron Rhett Butler. And Specialist Adrian Josiah Butler.
Sergeant Jacob Lee Butler. Lance Corporal Kenneth James Butler. Corporal Kenneth Tyler Butler. Corporal Rhett Allen Butler. Sergeant Thomas Jefferson Butler IV. Lance Corporal Anthony Edward Butterfield. Private 1st Class Brandon Lucas Buttry. Specialist James Arlen Butts. Specialist Justin Lee Buxbaum. Corporal Adam Joseph Baez. Sergeant Keith Thomas Buzinski. Sergeant Jason James Buzzard. Major Andrew David Byers. Sergeant Casey Byers. Captain Joshua Todd Byers. Specialist William Justin Byler. Specialist Henry George Bird III. Lance Corporal John Thomas Bird III. Private 1st Class Jordan Matthew Bird. Specialist Thomas Harold Bird. Lieutenant Junior Grade Stephen Franklin Bias. Staff Sergeant Christopher Francis Cabacoy. Staff Sergeant Eric Caban. Lance Corporal Shane Matthew Cabino. Sergeant Michael Christopher Cable. Sergeant Juan Carlos Cabral Banuelos. Lieutenant Colonel David Elliott Cabrera. Sergeant Jonathan David Cadavero. Staff Sergeant Marshall Hugh Caddy. Specialist Frank Leslie Caddy III. Specialist Daniel Patrick Cagle. Captain Joel Eric Cahill. Sergeant William John Cahill. Corporal Justin James Kane, Corporal Marcus Anthony Kane, Specialist Norman Lewis Kane III, Specialist J. Salcido Cahimet, Private Louis Thomas Duquez Calipini, Lance Corporal Cody Shea Calavan, Sergeant Juan Calderon Jr., Sergeant Pablo Andres Calderon, and my late husband, Hospital Corpsman First Class Ryan Michael Lowry.
Another beautiful tribute here on this Veterans Day, taking place in our nation's capital outside of the Lincoln Memorial. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation hosting a name reading ceremony honoring military personnel who died after the September 11, 2001 attacks. I also do want to let you know that we are monitoring this vantage point that we have from Arlington, Virginia. This is the amphitheater right across from the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. At around 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to participate in a wreath-laying ceremony before President Biden is expected to make remarks from this amphitheater. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to bring you some interviews that our Live Now from Fox team has conducted as we are continuing our coverage on this Veterans Day. Remember to make camo your cause today, everybody. Sport your camo and be sure to tweet us at Live Now from Fox using the hashtag #HonorUSVets. Live Now and Fox television stations are teaming up with U.S. vets, and we're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate, you can also head to usvets.org. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to listen in to an interview from our very own Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver as she tells us more about this campaign while speaking with U.S. Army Vet Executive Director, U.S. Vet CEO Steve Peck.
I'm joined by the CEO of U.S. Vets, Steve Peck. Thank you for talking with me today.
My pleasure.
Let's start right at the very beginning. What made you want to get involved with veterans and then U.S. vets?
Well, the short story is I was a Marine in Vietnam in 1969 and 70, and that is obviously a significant experience in anyone's life. I came back to the U.S., really bounced around for a while. I was quite disturbed by what I saw and did over there. So I eventually got into making documentary films. And I had a particular interest in homelessness. I did a couple of films about the homeless in the Tenderloin in San Francisco. And just thought there's something very, very wrong with people living on the streets of the richest country in the world. I subsequently found out that a third of homeless men at that time were veterans. Wow. So I made a short film about that and became an advocate. One thing led to another, and in 1993, I switched careers and became a social worker at the VA homeless program.
Well, and thank you for your service. So this must mean something to you, working on this cause in particular.
It is very meaningful. It really is a way that I can reconcile everything that has happened to me. I wasn't ever homeless, but I certainly feel a lot of compassion for veterans who come back who have difficulty finding their way. And what we do at US Vets is give them one chance, two chances, three chances, however many chances they need. Once a veteran or anyone becomes homeless, they really have a big hill to climb. They became homeless for a number of reasons. Could have been substance abuse, could have been mental illness, combat trauma, tragedy in their lives. I mean, there's thousands of different stories. And we want to give them all the tools that they need to become productive again.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that more, because some people may not be familiar with US Vets. Can you talk a little bit more about what you do and what your organization does?
US Vets started in 1993 in Los Angeles, in Inglewood, California, because at that time at the West LA VA hospital, 1/3 of all veterans in that hospital were going to be discharged to homelessness. And probably go right back to the neighborhoods they came from. And if they had a substance abuse problem, they were going to pick that up again. So there was this revolving door. We started our program so that veterans from the West LA came directly to us. We knew that we had to do more than just house them. We knew that they had other issues. So we provided counseling and employment assistance all at that site. And that really has been our model, to provide all of the tools that they need through our social workers, psychologists, our workforce employees, to help them regain the dignity of a productive life.
And why is this so important to you?
I think homelessness, and particularly homeless veterans, really is a stain on our country. And a lot of people don't know what to do about it. It's a big social problem. So if an ordinary person sees a homeless person on the street, they may, one, ignore them. They're afraid to make eye contact with them because it's an embarrassment, really. Or they give them a little money. But it's so much more than that. It really is something that's lacking in our country, that we let people fall between the cracks and into homelessness. There's so much more that we can do if we only determine that's what we need to do.
Absolutely. And Fox is also supporting Make Camo Your Cause. Can you talk about that more?
Absolutely. We are very focused on the idea that this is a societal problem. We are glad to be the point of the spear. We will do the individual work to get the veterans off the street, but really it needs community support and national support. So we started Make Camo Your Cause as a way to reach out to the broader public. We want everyone to wear camo on Veterans Day to show support for veterans. There's a few colors that you associate with a particular cause. Pink is breast cancer. We would like to make camo a signal that you are supporting veterans supporting homeless veterans. And if you go to our website, usvets.org, you can find a shop there where you can purchase something. But really, we want everyone to show their support for the work that we and others are doing to get homeless veterans off the street.
Yes, of course. I'll be getting out my camo on that day. But what other ways can people get involved as well?
Well, US Vets is in 11 different communities across the country. So if you're in any of those communities, and you can see those on our website, we're everywhere from Hawaii to Washington, D.C., California, Arizona, Nevada. You can call and see how you can support that particular site. But there are a number of homeless programs around the country that do the kind of work that we do. And really the best way to address the issue is to engage with one of those nonprofits and see what it is they need, whether they need volunteers, whether they need money, whether they need political connections. The political connections are important because we need communities to rethink their priorities so that they make funds available for homeless veterans to get off the street.
Looking forward, do you have any goals in particular in the next decade or so that you would like to see reached with US Vets?
We started really as a service provider, and the housing we had was transitional housing, helping veterans gain those skills to allow them to be independent. We have since added affordable housing. We're building hundreds and hundreds of units of affordable housing. So people, veterans have a place to stay that doesn't cost more than half their income. But also if we are going to end homelessness, we have to prevent veterans from becoming homeless in the first place. So we've started a number of prevention programs providing mental health assistance, employment assistance, trying to catch those veterans on their way down. It is so much more humane and so much less expensive to intervene early so that they don't become homeless in the first place. We're reaching out to women veterans. Women veterans are more and more engaged in combat. More of them are becoming homeless. They're suffering military sexual trauma, way too many of them. Too many of them are contemplating suicide. So we want to reach out to that population early so that if we do our job right and create enough affordable housing so that veterans can live in a decent, safe home and bolster our prevention program, maybe we can really reduce the numbers considerably so that every veteran who becomes homeless immediately has help available.
Do you have any thoughts on the homeless issue in Los Angeles County?
Los Angeles County, unfortunately, is the homeless capital of the country. 1 out of every 10 homeless veterans lives in Los Angeles County. We have a dramatic answer to that. We are a partner in the construction of 1,200 units of housing at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center. It's a large center. There's 80 acres there where we are renovating the existing buildings and building new buildings, creating 1,200 units of affordable housing along with those services. The services are so important. So we will be providing services both to the veterans on campus and homeless prevention services and other services to homeless veterans off campus, so that we really are going to have a dramatic impact on the number of homeless veterans in LA.
That's great. Is there anything else that we haven't discussed that you would like to add?
I think we've discussed most of it. We adjust our programs as demographics change. Obviously, the programs we're providing now are different than the ones we provided 28 years ago when we started. So we will continue to look at who's out there and what the needs are and adjust our programs accordingly. So we can end this scourge of homeless veterans in this country.
Well, Steve Peck, thank you so much for talking with me today. I really appreciate your time.
Alrighty, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in to our special Veterans Day coverage here, and we are going to continue on with it. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. After we return from that break, you will be joined by my co-host, Rain Augustine, as we continue to bring you more interviews and segments from not only our Live Now team, but our owned and operated stations across the nation. We have spoken with veterans, partnering organizations that help support veterans, and all of the above. We're going to continue bringing you live events that are also happening across our nation. Again, at around 11 a.m. Eastern time, we are expecting to see President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden participate in a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. We do still have a shot of the amphitheater where those remarks are expected to take place. So again, when we get those feeds to you here, we will bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We also do have another vantage point from the tomb of the unknown soldier. We were just a couple moments ago bringing you the procession as well as the flyover and full centennial event that is not over yet. Some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to hear from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He is speaking with the son of late former President Ronald Reagan about how his organization is supporting veterans as well.
And during Veterans Day today, we'll be interviewing and telling countless stories of veterans and veterans organizations, one of which is the Reagan Legacy Foundation, helmed by Michael Reagan, the son of the late former President Ronald Reagan, joining me right now. Good to see you, Mr. Reagan. Tell us, what is your organization doing today specifically to honor veterans around America?
Well, it's something we really do each and every day and have been doing for quite a few years. What we have is a brick project where people can go online to walkwaytovictory.com and they can order a brick. It's $250 to put the name of a loved one who served in the Second World War in the European theater on it, with the unit he served in, and also how long they served, what the years were. And then we put it in the ground at St. Mary Église, Normandy, France, which is the first town freed by America on D-Day, 4 a.m. in the morning, if you will. In fact, that's where all the paratroopers are going. You saw Saving Private Ryan. That's where they were going. You saw The Longest Day. Red buttons is hanging from the church steeple at St. Mary Église, Normandy, France. And I was asked to raise the American flag a few years ago at the American Cemetery, and of course, did it. And when I was there, I visited St. Mary Église, and really became friends with the D-Day children, if you will, the D-Day mayor of St. Mary. And that's when we just came up with this idea: how in the world can we keep honoring these warriors who saved the world, back in the 1940s? And the Brick Project is exactly what we came up with, and have been doing it now for about 4 years. We have about 1,200 bricks in the ground. And what's great about it is that we pay it forward, because the brick's $250, but any proceeds left over from the cost of the brick and installing the brick goes to a scholarship program that we have and have had since the early 2000s for the men and women and their families who serve aboard the USS Ronald Reagan. We give scholarships to.
And I had the pleasure and honor for the first time to visit the American Cemetery at Normandy just last month, seeing some of these bricks there at the memorial. It's such a moving sight. And I kind of wanted to get your take on a quote that is often mentioned on Veterans Day. That, of course, is from former General Eisenhower, talking about, the only thing that Americans have requested of foreign lands where Americans have fought is to bury their dead there. Just it's quintessentially an American statement. Just wanted your thoughts on that on today.
Well, Colin Powell said the same thing years later, and Eisenhower is absolutely right. That's the only land we've ever requested. It's interesting. There used to be 15,000 grave sites, and they were all up by St. Mary Glees. And the wife of the D-Day mayor of St. Mary, for years, personally took care of every one of those grave sites, stayed in contact with the loved ones back home on birthdays, holidays, and what have you. And when the Americans made the agreement with the French for that piece of land to bury our dead, they also gave the availability to the loved ones back home to have their loved ones sent back home, be interred back home, or sent to the American Cemetery. And that's why when you were there, you saw 9,600 grave sites instead of the original 15,000 that were up by St. Mary Glees. It is really something to really walk through and understand and what have you. And I'm so glad I went there. My kids have been there. In fact, my son Cameron, is going today to the cemetery here in Los Angeles, a Veterans Cemetery, so he can take his 3-year-old and 5-year-old daughters, our granddaughters, to a cemetery to understand. They're going to lay flowers on one of the graves. What a great time to learn. That's when I learned about America, with my dad when I was a young kid, hearing about America. My dad singing the songs to me, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, you name it, the Coast Guard. And now my son is doing the same with his 3-year-old and 5-year-old. And then they'll head up to my dad's library later on in the morning for all the festivities going on at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library.
That's so great. I wanted to get your point of view on, veterans and members of the armed services. They account for just a very small fraction of the American population. I believe it's about 1%. And we see the grim statistics of the average daily suicide rate of veterans. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan winding down now, the wars on terror largely over. What is your view? Do you think especially the VA is doing enough? Are we doing enough rather than just one day out of the year to make sure we honor and support veterans?
No, we don't. Absolutely. You take this situation actually 3 days a year, Memorial Day, D-Day and Veterans Day. You need to do this every day. When you have a 46% rise in suicides in those who have served, there is something terribly wrong. And so people need to do something every day. And what I found, when you go to dinner, you go to lunch, you go to breakfast, and you walk in, you see a member of the military there, buy the lunch. Or if you're flying first class or business on a plane and you're sitting there and a member of the military gets on the plane, stand up, give that person your seat and take their ticket and go back to coach where they would be sitting. We need to do things each and every day. The VA needs to do more. We all, in fact, need to do more. To have a war that lasts 20 years and walk away, the way we did, and have the suicide rate at the rate that it is, we need to change what we're doing and do it quickly.
And can you kind of just offer more insight into the foundation itself, especially how it not only advances the cause of veterans, but advances the cause of your father as well? What are some more activities and programs not only on Veterans Day but throughout the year that you partake in?
Well, you know, I do a lot of things, like with my father's library or the ranch, Young Americans Foundation, have the ranch. I talk to young children. You know, just this afternoon, I'll be talking to 230 college students. And I talk to them about freedom. And you know what a lot of kids don't know, and a lot of people don't know, is they don't know the history of our country. And you know what I tell them? I said, let me take you back to August 12th, 1961. You're coming home from school. You go to your mom, you say, Mom, your sister, my aunt's asked me to come to dinner and go to a movie with her tonight. And your mother says, oh, that's great. Give my love to my sister. Go to the movie, have dinner. If it gets to be late, honey, spend the night. It's August 12th, 1961. You do that. It gets to be late. And so you spend the night with your aunt. You come home November 9th, 1989. That's when you come home, unless you found a way to break free. And a lot of people don't even know that. The fact that just a few days ago, we celebrated the 32nd anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And there was not a word of it in the news, not a word. We set a whole continent free. America did. And we need to be telling these stories. We always sit there and say, well, the schools aren't doing their job. And I agree, the schools aren't doing their job. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our job. And we need to do a better job ourselves of teaching our children the true history of America.
We've been remembering the
true
life
history
of Colin Powell for the last few weeks, and hearkening back to something his son said in his eulogy about, you know, I hope America makes the kind of man like Colin Powell was, you know, generations to come, like your father was. Do you think America still has it in her to make the kinds of men, the likes of Colin Powell, the likes of Ronald Reagan?
We have it in us, but do we want to find it? I tell young people, look at the words over my father's gravesite. In all men there is good. Find it. Colin Powell found it. My father would have supported him for the presidency of the United States. Everybody in the Reagan family would have supported Colin Powell running for president of the United States. I remember the last conversation I had with Colin, and I love that man. It was at my father's funeral back in Washington, D.C., and after it was over at the Rotunda, we were leaving with the Secret Service and the barrage of people, if you will. And Colin ran across the Rotunda, literally ran across the Rotunda. And my son Cameron remembers it, Ashley remembers it, Colleen remembers it, and grabbed me on the shoulder and turned me around. And he looked at me and said, you know, your father loved you. And he turned and walked away. That's Colin Powell.
Wow.
And that's the kind of a man he was. So I watched his funeral from beginning to end. I love what his son said. I love what everybody said, because I was able to be with him when he served my father for many, many years and become friends with him. And we need more Colin Powells.
That's right. I want to thank you for your time.
Excuse me for breaking down, but I think about those moments, my dad's funeral and Colin Powell.
Yeah. No, that's so moving. And just to get a sense of, you know, your point of view, you know, your father has been gone for, I believe, 15, 16 years. And so a lot of people don't, especially, you know, my age, don't necessarily, you know, remember or read back then about what America was like during those 8 years. And I want to get into some of those political implications and considerations now in kind of this part two of our interview, if you wouldn't mind kind of entertaining some of these questions. But, you know, I was just kind of curious, what do you think your father would make of the divisive political moment we're living in right now?
Well, you know, he lived through it partly himself. You know, that's why he ended up becoming political and running for governor of California, where he said the Democrat Party left him. He didn't leave the Democrat Party. So there's always been division, but you got to find a way to, in fact, solve it. And it takes a real leader to do that. Not a leader who keeps on dividing, but a leader who wants to really, truly bring people together. And my father was one of those people. You know, my father was elected governor and president, not only because Republicans voted for him. He only got elected because Democrats and independents voted for him. And that's what you need to do. You need to find a way to reach out to the other side and embrace them. And my father was the first person to bring heroes to the State of the Union address, the first one to give a speech on D-Day at St. Mary Glees or at Normandy, France. No other president has done it before him, and every president has done it since him. Every president since my father has brought heroes to the State of the Union address. He was that kind of a leader, embracing And Judge Bill Clark was a dear friend of the family, great American. He and I were having a conversation many years ago, and he said, you know, your father spoke to us in parables. And he's absolutely right. Go listen to one of my dad's speeches. He spoke to us in parables. And we need somebody who speaks parables again.
I wanted your view, and I'm going to get a little bit political here for a moment, because what would your father make, though, of a large section of the Republican electorate that believes that the 2020 election results were either stolen or fraudulent? What would he make of that political debacle, really, that the country is in, where half of the population doesn't accept the validity or legitimacy of the previous election?
Well, you've got to understand that, you know, Jimmy Carter and his wife believe my father cheated to win the election back in 1980. It seems that every time there's an election, Mondale, Bush, you go through the system, it seems the people who lose always figure out they only lost because somebody cheated. Nixon, Kennedy. It goes on and on and on through history. And so, you know, he would not really pay attention to it. He wouldn't give it the time of day. He needed to look forward. And it's interesting because it seems that the Republican Party in this last week in the elections or 2 weeks ago did look forward. They didn't look back to 2020. They looked forward to 2022, 2024, and making their state a better state. And so what happened is Republicans ended up winning because they didn't get bogged down in 2020. They, in fact, lifted up to 2022 and 2024. And that's what he would say. That would be his message. Don't look back, look forward on what you can do instead of looking back and crying in your soup or whatever. But both parties end up ultimately playing that game and have played it for years.
You know, speaking of looking forward, speaking of the midterms next year, do you think Republicans have quite a good chance to take back the Senate or the House?
Well, I think they have a great chance to take back the Senate and the House as long as they look forward. They don't look back. That's just the way it is. And remember, in this last election, just a couple of weeks ago, Donald Trump stayed home, and I wrote an op-ed piece about this. He got it right. He stayed home in Florida. He didn't get involved in the election and make it about 2020. He let those running for office decide what to talk about. He didn't decide for them what they should be talking about. No, I think as long as you look forward and allow this administration to do what it's doing or not doing, that's your best look forward to see what's going to happen in 2022 and 2024.
All right, Michael Reagan, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox. We'll talk to you again. Have a great Veterans
Day. All right,
a
very insightful interview from Michael Reagan, the late son of former President Ronald Reagan. Huge thank you to Andrew Kraft for bringing us that interview right here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:15 a.m. and we are still doing our part to honor men and women of service this Veterans Day. I do want to bring you all this live look from Arlington, Virginia. Right now we are taking a Live Now look at the Memorial Amphitheater, where President Biden will deliver remarks at the National Veterans Day observance. We expect President Biden to speak around 11:15 a.m. and of course we will bring it all to you live, raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. And we are getting a few more shots from the area honoring again those men and women of service this Veterans Day, taking a Live Now look at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. We do know that for the first time in nearly 100 years, the public was actually allowed to visit this very site, paying homage to those who made the ultimate sacrifice. All right, guys, we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break here, and when we return, we will bring you all out to Kenosha, Wisconsin. We do know that the Rittenhouse trial is resuming after a very intense, emotional day of testimony, and we'll bring you all inside of the courtroom, raw and unfiltered, right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and happy Veterans Day to all women and men of service. Are you sporting your camo this Veterans Day? We want to remind you to make camo your cause. Live Now from Fox and Fox owned and operated television stations are partnering with United States Veteran, aiming to end homelessness among vets. So for more information, please make sure you visit usvets.org. I do want to bring you all now inside of that Kenosha, Wisconsin courtroom. Kyle Rittenhouse taking the stand in his murder trial on Wednesday, testifying on how the August 2020 night he shot 3 protesters unfolded. His fate and now the entire case actually could be up in the air, with the possibility of a mistrial now on the table. Let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
TV people, how long will it take to move your cameras?
All right, guys, we're taking a raw and unfiltered look from inside of that Kenosha, Wisconsin courtroom. We are expecting the trial to resume shortly. It looks as though the mics are off right now. Perhaps just a quick break from inside that courtroom. So for now, let's check in with Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin. He has the latest on the trial.
The Kyle Rittenhouse homicide trial could be in jeopardy. Following emotional testimony by the accused.
The defense is going to be making a motion for a mistrial.
The defense suggesting prosecutors were deliberately trying to cause a mistrial. The prosecution's line of questioning violating predetermined rules when they asked the defendant about his silence after his arrest, prompting the judge to admonish the chief prosecutor.
I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that.
Rittenhouse testifying that he was under attack when he shot 3 protesters during the unrest in Kenosha, Wisconsin last year, killing 2 and wounding a 3rd. Rittenhouse telling the court Joseph Rosenbaum, the first man shot, cornered him and put his hands on the barrel of Rittenhouse's rifle.
He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me, but he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Rittenhouse fired 4 shots at Rosenbaum. A short time later, he says Anthony Huber hit him with a skateboard before Rittenhouse shot and killed him. The 3rd victim, Gage Grosskreutz, came at him with a gun. Rittenhouse shot him too, injuring him. The now 18-year-old saying all shots were fired in self-defense.
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
The defense asked for a mistrial with prejudice. If granted, Rittenhouse cannot be retried. The judge took it into consideration. In Kenosha, Wisconsin, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
I'm bringing you all back out live inside of the courtroom. We are still on standby for the Rittenhouse trial to resume. Any moment now, we will bring you another day of testimony. But I do want to update you with the latest information, courtesy of Fox 6 Milwaukee. The Rittenhouse defense team, they're asking for a mistrial today over a line of questioning from the prosecutors. Fox 6's Bill Miston explains that request follows 2 very intense moments involving the judge chastening the state.
As Casey just mentioned, Rittenhouse's defense team asking for a mistrial today over a line of questioning from the prosecutors. Our Fox 6's Bill Miston now explains that particular request follows 2 tense moments involving the judge chastising the state.
A mistrial with prejudice, if granted, would mean that these crimes couldn't be charged against Rittenhouse again. Judge Bruce Schrader visibly angry at Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger's attempts to introduce evidence the judge was strongly against allowing.
Don't get brazen with me. You knew very well. You know very well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that.
Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger saying he was seeking to impeach Rittenhouse's testimony, arguing that testimony allowed him to bring up video from about 2 weeks prior to the shootings.
Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter.
That video, which wasn't allowed, of Rittenhouse talking about wanting to shoot people at a CVS store because he thought they were shoplifting. Schrader noting this morning that nothing he's seen or heard so far in the trial has changed any of his prior rulings.
This was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
It was the second time the judge interrupted proceedings and had the jury ushered out of the room Wednesday. About 25 minutes prior, Schrader chastising Binger for bringing up Rittenhouse's silence after his arrest. After the second interruption, Schrader warning Binger, as an experienced trial lawyer, should have known his line of questioning was out of line.
I'm astonished that that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
Nothing further was mentioned about the mistrial request following Wednesday's proceedings. The judge did say that he would allow prosecutors to file their own response to that request. Reporting in Kenosha, Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
Good evening. That is our big story tonight. An unforgettable day in court. From an angry judge to a defendant in tears, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial took a lot of plot turns today.
All eyes were on the witness stand for his highly anticipated testimony. Eric Casey Cronus live in Kenosha tonight, where Rittenhouse testified for hours today.
That's right. Kyle Rittenhouse was on the stand for most of the day. He described how he was in fear for his life, while prosecutors continue to argue that he instigated those confrontations.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
Taking the stand in his own defense, we hear directly from Kyle Rittenhouse more than 1 year after he shot 3 men, killing 2 of them during civil unrest in Kenosha.
Mr. Rosenbaum was walking with a steel chain.
Rittenhouse told the jury the night of the shootings, Joseph Rosenbaum had threatened him.
She screamed, "If I catch any of you alone, I'm going to kill you."
When Rittenhouse saw Rosenbaum later that evening, he testified that Rosenbaum chased after him.
So you turned around?
Yes.
And as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
That's where I run. At one point, sobbing while he described the shooting, his mother also visibly shaken.
Not a crowd, a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people say, people were saying, cranium him, get him.
Rittenhouse also shot and killed Anthony Huber and injured Gage Grosskreutz. The 18-year-old says he didn't intend to cause any trouble in Kenosha. Rather, says he was there to provide first aid and help protect businesses.
You'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property.
Heated moments were also exchanged between Binger and Judge Bruce Schrader, the defense calling for a mistrial with prejudice, the judge not immediately ruling on it. Rittenhouse has finished his testimony. The defense plans to call 3 more witnesses to the stand. The judge expects closing arguments will take place by next Tuesday. Reporting live in Kenosha, Casey Cronus, Fox 6 News.
Yeah, they thought they may wrap this week, but it will go till at least Monday or Tuesday of next week. All right, Casey, thank you.
Houston authorities continue their...
All right, guys, we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more nonstop news right after this. All right, guys, it looks as though they're bringing the jury in as we continue to watch the Rittenhouse trial unfold. Just yesterday, we witnessed a very emotional day of testimony. Let's go ahead and watch right now, raw and unfiltered. All right, guys, still waiting to get sound from inside of that courtroom. However, in the meantime, as I mentioned, Wednesday was a very intense day of testimony. Kyle Rittenhouse took the stand in his own defense when it comes to his murder trial, testifying on how the August 2020 night went, the night he shot 3 protesters. Let's revisit that testimony right now.
I was just there doing my first day stuff, and then Ryan Ball said, hey, why don't you guys stay here? And we'll go down to the car source number 2.
Okay, and so the people, a group of people was going to stay at car source 3, and the people depicted in this photograph were going to go where?
Car source 2.
And is that what happened?
Yes.
And so at that point then, Sam and Sal had coverage, for lack of a better word, at both.
Just after 10:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, revisiting when Kyle Rittenhouse himself took the stand. However, we are getting some live feeds, and that's what we're all about here at Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and listen in to the testimony continue in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
To the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear the testimony about to give this matter with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you a series of documents and then ask you to testify and authenticate to them, please. First document I'd like you to look at is Defense Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the curriculum vitae of me, Annex A, that was tendered with my expert report.
And how long is that document?
43 pages, sir.
And does that include your life and professional experiences?
It includes the highlights of them, but yes, sir.
And what I want to get into is a little bit of your background as it applies to this case. Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Yes, sir, I have.
How long?
Approximately 23 years.
Where?
Washington County, Oregon.
Is there a city around there that we...
It's the first county to the sort of, if you're looking at it, between the coast and Portland.
Okay. And what were your duties in that department?
My duties range from a lot of stuff. I started as a patrol officer. It would be actually a deputy. From there, I was a corporal. I became a sergeant, again in patrol or operations, what you commonly think about as patrolling. I was also a training sergeant. I then became a lieutenant, and there's 4 divisions in there: corrections, patrol, investigations, and support, sort of you think the way it operates. And then I was a lieutenant and in some cases acting commander, which is the person that oversees all the operations within those individual divisions. Additionally, I oversaw professional standards, which is the unit that oversees if things are done right, if things can become better, to include internal affairs. And then I was also the person that oversaw and designed the use of force program within that agency.
At any time in the employment in law enforcement, did you have an opportunity to work with videographic evidence?
Oh, absolutely. As a deputy coming up, we would commonly use video type of evidence in our investigations. I mean, think about robberies or anything else, and you have ATM video or similar type of things. When I oversaw such things in the jails are commonly monitored with cameras, and if there was allegations of complaints and for a period of time As the jail operations lieutenant, I oversaw every allegation of a complaint. We would review evidence to include the video evidence. That would have been the time frame for that. As I oversaw the detective division, detectives which oversaw sex crimes, homicides, car task force, fraud, you name it, it was underneath the detective division. Again, video evidence is pervasive. It's used throughout. And then we would have to make sure that the examination of such video evidence would withstand challenge in court, and more importantly, that we were doing it correctly. So I would commonly be, as the head of the unit on the big cases, make sure that sort of a quality control, I guess would be the best way to put it.
And in your military experience, did you have any occasion to work with videographic evidence?
Yes, sir. In the military, what the branch I was in, the service, the Army, my entire time was in what's called special operations. And because of that, I have several what they call military occupational specialties, or MOSs. One of the MOSs I have, I think the last count was about 7 of them. One of them is specifically about intelligence, just like you think about intelligence to gather information. As part of being an intelligence qualified officer or non-commissioned officer, is we would routinely look at surveillance video. We would use surveillance video to plan operations. We would covertly make sure video is happening, drone video. We used video in our how we operated. Body-worn cameras were with the military long before they were with police. And we would have to make sense of this video, or when it came in from another thing, you have intelligence units. There was an entire portion of that unit designed to focus on what's called IMINT, or imagery intelligence, IMINT, Mountain Court Report. And then so because of that, we routinely both used it, operated with it, similar type of things.
And in the intelligence capacity, did you analyze, enhance, and do things to video?
When required.
Okay. When it was
when required.
And in the course of your profession, let me back up a second. I apologize. What was the highest rank you achieved in the military?
I retired from the military after 30 years with the rank of Sergeant Major, which, to put it lateral to other services, is an E9, or enlisted rank 9, which is, you have a command sergeant major, which I did as a, we'll call it a temporary duties, but I remained primarily an operations sergeant major, which is the highest non-commissioned rank in the military.
Now, in this case, I engaged you for several tasks, but one of those was video analysis, correct?
Video analysis is in support of understanding the event, yes.
Okay. And are you certified in the operation of any video programs that you used in this case?
Yes. I used a video program known as Input ACE, version 2.6.3. Input ACE is a program specifically designed to allow people without a lot of high-level skill, like high computer forensics or anything else, to examine video in such a way that when you examine it, you're not doing things to it, like altering it or anything else. That when you're looking at it, you can have some trust in what you do with it, that you're looking at the best that it can be with what it can provide. And within Input ACE, I'm certified at what they call both the operator level, and I'm also certified at the examiner level.
And what's the difference between an operator level and an examiner level?
So an operator level would, let's say, import videos, allow them to basically transfer with codecs or anything else. You could play them, maybe cut a couple pieces out, do these type of things. At an examiner level, you're actually doing, we'll call it manipulation. In other words, you're scaling it, you're looking at things, and so you have to have an understanding about how that happens. So, for example, there's certain ways, and I think you heard earlier in the testimony, Senior Examiner Armstrong, he used the word interpolation. So with interpolation, there's certain ways things get interpolated. Not really a word, but it will work for now. And so the thing is, if I don't understand those things, I can't have trust within what I'm working with to better understand the totality of the event and what I'm looking at.
Now, when you look at videographic evidence, is frames per second something that's important?
It's one of the things, yes, sir.
Tell the jury what frames per second means.
Yeah, I mean, it's frames per second. So when you look down on your phone and it's recording a video or something else like that, you might see something that it's 30 FPS, the shorthand for frames per second. What that's telling you is, imagine if you were to take 30 still shots and just keep taking them at approximately 0.033 seconds, 30 frames per second, just take 1 second divided by 30. It would take 30 of those pictures in a continuous stream to make the 1 second that you're looking at, 30 frames per second. 60 frames per second. 60 frames just means that rather than having 30 still shots, you got 60 still shots. It's still 1 second, still the same resolution, potentially, depending if you haven't changed anything else. You're just getting more just micro snapshots with each point in time.
Do all videos run at the same frame per second amount?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And for example, in the examiner certifications, one of the things you're looking for just to get a feel is you look at things like frames per second and resolution and the codecs that it's using and these type of things. For example, 30 frames per second is common, but also 24 frames per second is common for high definition video because it's a more universal type of things. Or I want to say 23.95 something or 6 something is used for what they call NTSC, N November Tango Sierra Charlie, which is more of a European format like PAL. So the fact is, the short answer is the frame rates will vary depending on who's using what kind of camera or equipment or what they're trying to do.
Now, resolution is also a part of the analysis?
Resolution is part of understanding the video, yes.
And what is, how do you define resolution?
Yeah, it's defined a couple of different ways, but it really is talking about the same thing, and I think you heard it. Is it all right to refer to my notes?
Yeah.
May I refer to my notes?
Sure.
So, for example, in earlier testimony by Senior Examiner Armstrong, the idea of what they were looking at when they were talking about one of the exhibits is 1920 by 844. So the question is, what does that mean? It means 1920 pixels across and 844 pixels high. So if you were to take each one of those things, and basically a pixel is the smallest element within that picture of a single color. It's just like a Lego block, that's all it is. So 1920 across, 844 high. Well, if I spread that out, and I think you guys, I apologize, but I'm just to the jury, imagine taking your phone and you spread it out, you get those sort of sharp edges where it looks like you get a bunch of squares together. You're looking at the edges of where the pixels are. When those things begin to get smoothed out, a lot of times what that is, and the software does amazing stuff, is that software smoothing it out, or what's called interpolating it, enhancing it, clarifying it. There's other verbs given to it. But so resolution is actually very critical.
Now, when one tries to look at different videos, but syncing them up, what role does sound play?
Yeah, so one of the things that's kind of unique with when you have it like an MP4 file, a very common type of file, in a video format, there's a soundtrack to it. Well, when I try to store video, most people, most programs, we want to sort of compress it up because it takes a lot of space. So what a lot of programs do is they'll take a look at it and say, hey, you know what, those 30 frames per second, 3 or 4 of them are just really exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of those frames. So it's going to save me some space when I store it, right? But the audio track, which is completely separate, is not compressed. It's true against time. So what I do, and to understand and do the analysis, is I try to get as many different things, an audio track, take a look at the reports on what people perceive, take a look at the different videos, because remember, videos come from different perspectives. Sometimes we have them dead on, another person was to the left, and then what you do is you sort of put this all together to index it so you can get the best possible approximation of things like time and these type of things.
And is sound used to help sync up the videos?
Yes, sir.
And when you use sound, do you use a computer program to analyze that?
I do.
What is that?
It's actually Wavemaster Pro by NCH.
Okay. And when sound is analyzed, it puts together what would commonly be like a picture graph that's, excuse me, referred to as a waveform?
Yes.
And a waveform then allows you to see where the sound is for an event that's in the video, correct?
Well, it allows me to, so a waveform, if you've ever seen them, is those things that sort of have the big spikes in them and this type of stuff. A gunshot, for example. A gunshot has a loud percussive noise. I listen to the thing as it's playing, I see a big spike within the waveform. I can now mark that spike and say, that's the beginning of the gunshot. I listen some more, I watch the waveform shift, there's another spike. So what it allows me to do is it allows me to see a visual representation of sound, and now I don't have to be sort of hitting the space bar or using a stopwatch to hope I'm at or around the sound. I can actually mark that sound within it. It's the same if I look at it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes, the sound still occurs in the same place.
And you're using the frames per second, which is known, to determine the distance between shot 1 and shot 2, so to speak.
Actually, what I'm doing is within the sound software, I know that the time between, let's just say, and let's use gunshots, shot 1 and shot 2, whatever that might be, but 2 shots. We'll call them shot 1 and shot 2. As they play in front of me, I can mark them. I see a finite time measurement. I can now, with an index point back in the video, I can go back to the video and say, oh look, there's the same place that that sound is occurring in the video frames. Well, now since I have a known time from the sound, I can then begin to take that known time and back it up to the other shot. Now, a quick point of clarification. Sound does not travel absolutely perfect. Shorthand is basically, for the time in this place, the distance of 1,100 feet, which is about where this event was occurring. It would take sound about a second to travel. So if you were standing in the middle of all this, it might be half a second this way or half a second that way. So you make allowances for that, but you have to understand that sound isn't an absolute determiner. That's why you have to take all this in total when you're thinking about it. But that's part of the way that you index.
Now, in the course of your engagement in this case, you prepared a report which was labeled a supplemental report, Exhibit 141, correct?
That is correct.
And then, because there was new videographic evidence found recently, you added to a supplemental, and that is Exhibit 141, correct?
Well, 141 is the supplemental, as at least what I have in my hand.
The preliminary is 139, and the sup is 141.
That is correct.
Okay, if I misspoke, I apologize.
Yeah.
And you also did a timesheet, which is Exhibit 142, correct?
Also correct.
Now, what I was looking from you was for the total time of events that happened on August 25th of 2020, beginning with what happened at Car Source 1, correct?
Part of the timings, that's my understanding, yes.
And I gave you what would be a known time where Kyle is on video stating friendly, friendly, friendly. And you synced that amongst other videos, correct?
You gave me a known location to look at. The time is estimated, and then what I did is using that as a start point, I actually found other places to sync, and I worked backwards to that time.
And when you synced up all the different, not all the different videos, but the videos that you used in this case, you were able to get them to sync to what level?
In the first point, the sync points that I primarily use as points of reference. So just think about something that can be seen in a bunch of different things. So the sync points that I used was the high arc of the bag being thrown. You can see the different shadows and anything else. So from a video point, I was able to find that in a lot of different places, and I use that as a sync point. The other things from an audio standpoint is the gunshots. Now the gunshots can move as in depending on how far the person is away that's recording that sound. And in these cases, it could be 150 feet is about 1/10 of a second or a little bit more. So between the different things, I would say I have confidence in the different timings here, plus or minus 1/10 of a second.
Now, and then I asked you to break down basically into several groups, but event number 1 starting with friendly, friendly, correct?
Yes, sir.
What I would refer to as the transition from event 1 to event 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then event number 2 from beginning to end?
With the beginning being from the first strike with what's been shown as a person with a rock-like object.
Okay. And then the end of event 2 would be defined as what?
The 4th shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
And from the end of event 2 going on to end being what?
Are you asking the point in time or the actual measurement?
The actual act that ended your calculation.
So from the 4th shot by Kyle Rittenhouse in event 2 until the point where he's seen in the video raising his hands, and I refer to that simply as surrender to the police.
And you used, in your calculations of time and video, you used 6 different videos?
I looked at all of them. I narrowed it down to the ones that are most relevant so I could keep the timings consistent.
So what you're saying is there's 100, and I'm throwing out a number, but over 100 different videos. Those are the 7 that you used to calculate these times and values.
Those are the primary ones, and then I validated them with the other ones.
Okay. Now, let's get started with that. The start of event number 1, do you have that available?
Yes. As in, do you want me to show it by video?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, and understanding what this point is, this is from, if you can see on your screen, the parent file. This would be the point where friendly, friendly, friendly is heard within the soundtrack. And obviously we can play that as well. So.
Please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is all timing.
One of those 5-minute breaks in the library. Let's do that. Please don't talk about the case. Mr. Bringer.
Your Honor, the court has signed an order that specifies the scope of Dr. Black's testimony. That order indicates that he is going to be allowed to testify to what is contained on paragraph 19 of his preliminary report dated July 31st, 2021, in subsection 3A1. That subsection reads,
Page of the report, counsel.
Page 19, subsection 3A1. This pertains to the shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. That subsection reads, the 4 shots occur in approximately 1 second with the times in hundredths of a second of 0.26, 0.25, and 0.23 respectively between shots 1, 2, 3, and 4. The court has also ruled that the witness can testify as to the information contained on page 22 of his report in paragraph 4A and 4A1. That pertains to the timing of the shots in what counsel describes as the second event, where the defendant shoots at the unidentified individual, Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. And there's some timing information there. I won't read it right now because it's a little bit longer. But the court's order is very specific, that those are the items he can testify about with regard to timing. There's another section of his report he can testify about that has to do with sense making, but right now he's being asked about timing. And we have a document, which I guess is exhibit number 142, that was just presented to us this morning. It appears to have 31 different time entries on it. All of them, except for like 4 or 5 of them, are beyond the scope of the court's order. This document contains characterizations of behavior that this witness is not allowed to testify about.
I haven't seen the document.
Okay, so for example, he indicates with observation number 7.
Is there a copy? Go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
Observation number 7 is characterized by this witness as JR elevation change - lunge decision point. What I'm interpreting that is Joseph Rosenbaum's elevation change lunge decision point. This witness is not, by the court's order, allowed to testify as to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing or his intent or anything like that. This was the subject of our motion hearing, and the court has excluded that. There's other characterizations too. For example, the reference observation point number 15 and 16, referring to people striking the defendant. Number 19, striking the defendant. Number 22, striking the defendant. Number 25, the gun of Gage Grosskreutz pointed towards the defendant. These are all things that...
You're streaming live now from Fox, quickly approaching the 11 a.m. hour. We are taking a live now look from inside of the Kenosha, Wisconsin courtroom where the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is continuing. Right now, the jury has been removed from the courtroom. We know that attorneys are debating a line of questioning. So we're going to go to a 2-minute commercial break here. But before we do, of course, he wants to remind you all this Veterans Day to make camo your cause. It's a special initiative between Live Now from Fox, United States Vets, and other Live Now from Fox and other Fox television stations, I should say, across the country. Make sure that you are sporting your camo this Veterans Day. And for more information on how you can help to end homelessness among vets, you can visit usvets.org. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is just after 11 a.m. here on the East Coast. And again, thank you all so much for choosing us as your source for raw and unfiltered non-stop news. We're monitoring several live events taking place from across the country. However, today is Veterans Day, and we do want to pay a special tribute to men and women of service. We are taking a Live Now look from Arlington, Virginia. We know that the ceremony for the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is continuing. We do expect President Biden to participate in this Presidential Armed Forces full honor wreath-laying ceremony, as you see here, as today marks the centennial anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, the very first time that the public has been allowed to visit and participate in over 100 years. I also want to bring you all this event that we are getting to live now from Fox. This is the reading of the names. Tunnel to Towers, an organization that we partner with here at Fox television stations, is reading the names of all the fallen men and women of service since 9/11. Now, I do want to bring you all another look from Arlington, Virginia. This is the amphitheater where President Biden is slated to speak at 11:15 a.m. And of course, we will bring it to you all live, raw, and unfiltered here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to switch gears before we pass things off to our team in Phoenix. Of course, we're bringing you all inside of the courtroom as the Kyle Rittenhouse trial resumes. Just moments ago, we did witness a jury was removed from the courtroom as attorneys argued a line of questioning, but it does look like they are picking things back up in Kenosha, Wisconsin. So let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
4 shots in the second incident with Grosskreutz, Huber, and the unknown assailant. That's exactly what this court limited him to. Those 8 observations on this sheet of paper. Everything else on this exhibit, which we just received, is beyond the scope of the court's order. We've not been provided notice of it. It wasn't in his original preliminary report. It is being sprung on us in the middle of trial. The court has ordered on this. We had a hearing on this. The court gave the defense opportunity to put us on notice of these things. We talked about these limitations. There was an agreement among the parties as to these limitations, which led to your order, Your Honor. And now the defense is going around that order. And I object to that.
Your Honor, I ask the court to think back to what's happened procedurally in this case. That FBI video didn't come around until about 2 weeks before trial. The drone video didn't come back until during trial. And most of this work has been done over the last 2 days to catch up to those exhibits. I provided this exhibit yesterday afternoon when it was first provided. The only change to it is and was a typo, which actually inures to the state's benefit by adding approximately 9 seconds.
I quibble with counsel. The FBI video was made available to counsel over 3 months ago.
I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to get into it. It's been argued about before, and then we laid it aside. And at this point, I don't think I want to get into that because it isn't going to be helpful to resolution of the issues that we're after in the case. And I'm looking for the order. What was the date of that order?
I think it was November 2nd, Your Honor, but I'll pull it up here.
I believe that order was drafted by Mr. Binger.
It was.
And
I submitted it to all parties. There was no objection to it. It was signed with no objection.
Okay.
And then the video came up after that.
Okay. I am. There it is. All right. Now I say the order without objection and without really giving it a lot of scrutiny. As you know, we try a lot of cases in here, and because it came in without objection, I signed it. Thinking that it covered what I had envisioned at the time of the hearing. I will tell you what I had in mind when and I haven't looked at if there is even a transcript in existence. I don't think so. But it certainly was my impression that we were talking about video of the entire episode, and not that it certainly in my mind was not limited to the specific numbers on this observation point list that you're talking about. I'm a little bit challenged when you say, is there something that I'm saying that draws the face that you're making? Go ahead, say what you want to say.
I have to say, Your Honor, yesterday I was the target of your ire for disregarding your orders. Today, the defense is disregarding your order. I submitted that draft of that order to the defense. They had an opportunity to review it. They had an opportunity to object to it. We do this all the time in the court system. We submit proposed orders to the defense, to the other side, and to the court for everyone to take a look at. If anyone had a change, an objection to that, if they wanted to expand it, there was plenty of opportunity to do so. There was no response whatsoever from the defense. They never came to this court and said, the proposed order is improper, here is our version of the order. They never came to the court and said the proposed order needs to be amended in some way. They never responded at all, even though they had it, and even though they had plenty of opportunity to do so. They have every incentive to make sure that the court's order with regard to their expert witness is accurate. They have every incentive to make sure that that court order gives them the opportunity to get in all of the evidence through this expert that they feel they need to get in. Despite having that very powerful incentive, they did not object, they did not contact the court or me with any reaction to that order. You are the referee. The parties argue about things and you make a decision. We reached an agreement on this at the Daubert hearing.
I don't think on this issue.
I proposed this compromise, Your Honor. I did, because there was some back and forth about the extent of the use of force issues and all that stuff. And I said, well, what about if we just agree, Dr. Black can talk about the timing of the shots and the sense making. And I then drafted this order. You gave the defense an opportunity to object. They didn't. You signed it. And my recollection, and again, I know you referenced the transcript, but in his preliminary report, Your Honor, all he talks about is the timing of the shots. In event 1, the 4 shots of Rosenbaum. In event 2, the shots against the unknown assailant Huber. So there's nothing further in his preliminary report about the extent of this entire time frame. This Exhibit 142 goes well beyond his preliminary report from July 31st. It goes well beyond what we talked about at the Daubert hearing. It goes well beyond what we agreed to that day. And it goes well beyond this court's order.
If I understand correctly what's being pursued by the state at this point is timing sequence for the time between the friendly and the surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 400 and some, or attempted surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 4 minutes and some seconds. All of which is, every second of which I think has been analyzed here in this courtroom. That was certainly my vision at the time we discussed all this, whether it was each part was specifically discussed in his preliminary report or not. That was my vision of what we were going to be hearing. And I guess the questions I have is, what is the prejudice to the state? Are you suggesting that what he's about to testify to, or may testify to, is going to be different with respect to the new periods of time than it is with respect to the particular periods that you identified in the order that you drafted? Or that's number one, as to whether there's prejudice to the state. Secondly, whether you think that there is some incongruity between the periods of time that might be more fully covered by the examination of the entire time period, because those are the principal issues. We're here, you know, and you've practiced here. You were assigned here for quite a long time, some years ago, and I think that most people would say that I'm pretty open to. I want to have the whole thing presented to whomever is finding the facts, whether it's me or whether it's the jury. I want to know as much as possible rather than try to isolate particular things and say, well, that isn't. I told the story the other day about the judge from Madison who was tormented whether to grant a motion to dismiss a burglary case on failure of proof of venue, not just proof of venue, whether that municipality was in Dane County or not. And I think, really, are you really worried about this? I don't operate that way. Now, I'm not criticizing you for bringing up this issue. I think it's legitimate, but it's not something that sways my judgment in the case. And unless you can tell me that you have reason to believe that that doctor is going to testify differently about some of these other time periods within that less than 5-minute period, or that you are somehow prejudiced by the late arrival of the report, and I don't want to say late, although, okay, that's fair, then I'm going to allow the testimony to be given.
If I may respond, Your Honor.
Please.
Yesterday, as I said, I was under the court's ire.
You know, I don't want to talk about.
Well,
why don't we
I
just?
think it's a fundamental fairness issue, Your Honor.
All right, say what you want to say.
If I'm being held to obey the court's orders, I'm asking.
Order! Right shoulder. Forward!
And we're just moments away now from President Biden to be making some remarks here after this ceremony here. I just want to give a little background to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier here as we now mark 2021 as the centennial of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier for this very, very special event. Through the ages, one of the consequences of warfare has been large numbers of unidentified dead. Sometimes unidentified remains resulted from poor record keeping, the damage that weapons of war inflicted on bodies, or the haste requirement to bury the dead and mark grave sites. In the United States, prior to the Civil War, unidentified remains were often buried in mass graves. At Arlington National Cemetery, these include unknown soldiers and sailors from the War of 1812 who were discovered buried at the Washington Barracks and reburied at Arlington National Cemetery in 1905. During the Civil War, from 1861 to 1865, high casualty rates and lack of personal identification led to large numbers of unknowns originally buried along marching routes or battlefields. The system of national cemeteries was established in 1862 to ensure the proper burial of all service members. Still, many unknown remains were recovered in the years following the Civil War. At Arlington National Cemetery, there are individual Civil War unknown burials as well as the remains of 2,111 Union and Confederate soldiers buried beneath the tomb of the Civil War unknowns. While exact numbers are unknown, estimates indicate that nearly half of the Civil War dead were never identified there. During World War I, U.S. service members received aluminum identification discs, the precursors to dog tags, to aid the process of identifying remains. The War Department created a new unit in the Quartermaster Corps, the Graves Registration Service, to oversee burials. During and after World War I, however, Americans debated whether bodies should be repatriated. With more than 100,000 U.S. casualties compared to fewer than 3,000 in the Spanish-American War, repatriation was more challenging. France and Great Britain, which suffered significantly higher casualties and more unknown dead than did the United States, barred from their citizens' remains. To ease the grief of their citizens, France and Great Britain each repatriated and buried one unknown soldier on Armistice Day, November 11th, 1920. The American policy, by contrast, gave options to families of the war dead. If requested by the next of kin, the remains of service members who died in Europe would be transported to anywhere in the United States at no cost to the family, or families could choose to bury their dead at permanent U.S. military cemeteries to be established in Europe there. In December of 1920, New York Congressman and World War I veteran Hamilton Fish Jr. proposed legislation that provided for the interment of one unknown American soldier at a special tomb to be built in Arlington National Cemetery. The purpose of the legislation was to bring home the body of an unknown American warrior who in himself represents no section, creed, or race in the late war, and who typifies, moreover, the soul of America in the supreme sacrifice of her heroic dead there. So that is just a little background as we listen to the opening ceremonies right now, live here on Live Now from Fox, as we await President Biden to be making some remarks.
Let us fight to make men free. It's marching on.
And a beautiful tribute right there. And on this Veterans Day, we're asking you to remember, make camo your cause. Live Now and Fox television stations are teaming up with U.S. vets, and we're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate, head to usvets.org and let us know about your commitment to help using the hashtag Honor U.S. vets there. And in just a moment, we'll get you the remarks here from President Biden at Arlington National Cemetery. In the meantime, everybody, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. And on this Veterans Day, we are just now moments away from President Biden to be making some remarks at Arlington National Cemetery. You could see some more dignitaries coming here and awaiting President Biden remarks. We saw the Secretary of Defense and others coming here to view and hear the remarks from President Biden here, just moments away from this event here. Let's take some of the sights and sounds from Arlington right now. And as we await President Biden's remarks, just a little history about Veterans Day and why we celebrate it on this day. Veterans Day occurs on November 11th of every year in the United States to honor of the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918 that signaled the end of World War I, known as Armistice Day. In 1954, President Dwight D. Eisenhower officially changed the name of the holiday to Veterans Day. In 1968, the Uniform Holidays Bill was passed by Congress, which moved the celebration of Veterans Day to the fourth Monday in October. The law went into effect in 1971, But then in 1975, President Gerald Ford returned Veterans Day to November 11th due to the important historical significance of that day. Veterans Day commemorates veterans of all wars. Great Britain, France, Australia, and Canada also commemorate the veterans of World War I and World War II on or near November 11th. Canada has Remembrance Day, while Britain has Remembrance Sunday, which is the second Sunday of November. In Europe, Great Britain, and the Commonwealth countries, it is common to observe 2 minutes of silence at 11 a.m. every November 11th. Every Veterans Day and Memorial Day, Arlington National Cemetery holds an annual memorial service here that we will soon see. The cemetery is home to the graves of over 400,000 people, most who have served in the military. The military men and women who serve and protect the United States come from all walks of life. They are parents, children, grandparents, friends, neighbors, and co-workers, and are an important part of their communities. Just some facts about the veteran population of the United States. 19 million living veterans served during at least one war. That's as early as of April of this year. 11% of veterans are women. 5.9 million veterans served during the Vietnam War. 7.8 million veterans served in the Gulf War era. Of the 16 million Americans who served during World War II, about 240,000 were still alive as of 2021. And it looks like we are getting part of this ceremony going. Well, let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Joint Task Force National Capital Region and the United States Army Military District of Washington. Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera, Executive Director, Office of Army Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries. Mr. Alan Paley, National Commander, Jewish War Veterans of the United States of America. And the Honorable Dennis McDonough, Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the invocation given by Chaplain Juliana Lesher, National Director of Chaplain Service for the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Let us pray. Almighty and loving God, we come before you this day to honor our nation's veterans, those men and women who have bravely given of themselves on behalf of all of us as a nation. Throughout our nation's history, you, God, created and designed each of our nation's veterans with unique gifts, abilities, talents, and values, which would guide and direct them to a unified calling and mission, the defense of our nation's freedoms. And we are ever so grateful for those men and women who sacrificially chose to leave the comforts of family, friends, home, and security to use their God-given gifts and abilities for the most noble mission of the preservation of our nation. Our nation's veterans have faced horrific challenges on land, sea, and air. And you, as our omnipresent and ever-abiding God, have strengthened and upheld our service members and veterans through their darkest hours. You are the God who sees and understands each of us. Though humanly we do not know the names and diverse characteristics of all who have served, you, God, know. As the inscription on the tomb of the unknown reminds us, here rests, in honored glory, an American soldier known but to God. Thank you for uniquely designing each of us, for knowing each of us, and for your everlasting care. As we honor our nation's veterans, may you, God, continually equip each of us to give of ourselves in a purposeful mission and calling which seeks to uphold and honor the well-being of our nation. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Alan Paley, National Commander, Jewish War Veterans of the United States of America, to lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. It is now my distinct privilege to introduce the members of the Veterans Day National Committee, located in box seats throughout the amphitheater. The committee was formed by presidential order in 1954 to plan this annual observance in honor of America's veterans and to support Veterans Day observances throughout the nation. Please hold your applause until I have introduced these special guests. If you're able, please stand when your name is called. Mr. Alan Paley, National Commander, Jewish War Veterans of the United States of America. Mr. Tom Burke, National Vice President, Vietnam Veterans of America. Mr. Matthew M. Fritz Mahelchik, Commander-in-Chief, Veterans of Foreign Wars. Retired Navy Chief James W. Campbell, National President, Fleet Reserve Association. Mr. Gregory S. Hoon, National Commander, AMVETS. Mr. Charles Shearer, National Commander, Army and Navy Union. Retired Navy Fleet Master Chief Paul A. Kingsbury, President, Non-Commissioned Officers Association. Mr. Corey D. Bates, National Vice Commander, the American Legion. Mr. James McCormick, National Commander, Military Order of the Purple Heart. Retired Marine Corps Sergeant Major Johnny Baker, National Commandant, Marine Corps League. Retired Army Chaplain Brigadier General Robert Pliskowski, National President, Military Chaplains Association. Retired Marine Corps Corporal Charles Brown, National President, Paralyzed Veterans of America. Retired Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel Jack Murray, National Commander, Legion of Valor of the United States of America. Retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Michael A. Oken, MD, Commander-in-Chief, Military Order of the World Wars. Mr. Justin Jump, National President, the Retired Enlisted Association. Retired Army Staff Sergeant Leroy A. Petrie, President, Congressional Medal of Honor Society. Mr. Andy Marshall, National Commander, Disabled American Veterans. Retired Air Force Lieutenant General Dana T. Atkins, President and Chief Executive Officer, Military Officers Association of America. U.S. Public Health Service Commander Kelly Valente, Chair, Board of Directors, Commissioned Officers Association of the United States Public Health Service. Retired Air Force Chief Master Sergeant Carrie Wright, International President, Air Force Sergeants Association. Mr. Robert Swan, National Commander, Polish Legion of American Veterans. Mr. Jeffrey J. Brodeur, National President, Korean War Veterans Association. Mr. Luis A. Vasquez Contiz, National Commander, American GI Forum. Mr. David Crum, National Commander, Catholic War Veterans of the United States. Mr. Joseph D. McNeil, Sr., National President, Blinded Veterans Association. The associate members of the committee are also located in seats throughout the amphitheater. I'd like to ask the presidents and national commanders that comprise our associate membership to stand and be recognized. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in recognizing our veterans' national leadership with your applause. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Executive Director, Office of Army National Cemeteries and Army National Military Cemeteries, Ms. Karen Durham Aguilera.
Good morning. On behalf of the dedicated men and women who serve here, welcome to Arlington National Cemetery. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the 46th President of the United States, President Joe Biden. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here today, honoring our nation's veterans. And our First Lady, Jill Biden, welcome. The Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Lloyd Austin. Secretary of Veteran Affairs, the Honorable Dennis McDonough and his wife, Kari. Secretary of the Army, the Honorable Christine Wormuth. Chief of Staff of the Army, General McConville and his wife, Maria, welcome. And Mr. Alan Paley, the National Commander of the Jewish War Veterans, thank you for being the Veteran Service Organization's host and for your participation in this important national observance. And to all dignitaries and families and everyone watching from across our great nation, thank you for being with us today. The cemetery is beautiful this time of year, and it is fitting that we once again recognize our veterans on these most hallowed grounds. Today is a celebration of honor, duty, and patriotism. Arlington National Cemetery is a solemn place surrounded by over 400,000 soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and Coast Guard men, and their families who have proudly served our nation in peacetime and in war. While Memorial Day is dedicated to remembering those whom we have lost, today is a celebration of all of those who have worn the uniform, including and especially those who are still with us. I encourage each and every one of you to pause for a moment today and thank a veteran or military family member for their service and sacrifice. Today may be solemn, but it can also be joyous, as we remember loved ones, friends, comrades in arms who have served and may still be serving. I will also briefly talk about an historic event that concludes today with this observance. For the last year, we have held events to commemorate the centennial of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier with the interment of the World War I unknown. 100 years ago today, that service member completed his final journey from France and was laid to rest here in the heart of Arlington National Cemetery to represent all service members who had lost their lives and their identities. We did so to provide comfort and closure to those family members who were never given the opportunity to lay to rest their child, husband, or father. More of the history of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier can be found in our commemorative educational programs online. I encourage everyone to learn more about this iconic site. Stories of the service and sacrifice we celebrate today are etched in marble all around us, from the inscriptions on gravestones to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Most important are the patriotism, valor, and fidelity etched in the hearts and souls of our service members, past, present, and future. They are the vanguard of our freedom and our liberty. Today, as for the past 157 years, Arlington National Cemetery is honored to serve our veterans and their families at our nation's most sacred shrine. No place at Arlington National Cemetery can be purchased. Each must be earned through honorable service. To everyone here today, I'm proud to say we are a great people, honoring service and sacrifice to a grateful nation. So thank you to all of our veterans and families, and once again, welcome to Arlington National Cemetery. I will be followed by the National Commander of the Jewish War Veterans, Mr. Alan Paley. Thank you.
President Biden, Secretary McDonough, Director Aguilera, Major General Pepin, distinguished guests, my fellow veterans, ladies and gentlemen. On Veterans Day, at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month, we pause for a few brief moments to both honor and pay tribute to the men and women who served in the defense of our country and then returned home. We owe you our thanks, our respect, and our freedom. George Washington spoke about the country's obligation to care for its veterans and their families. He said, "The willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in any way shall be directly proportional to how they perceive the veterans of earlier wars were treated and appreciated by their nation." Let us remember, treated and appreciated. Engraved on a granite wall of the Korean War Memorial a short distance from here is a simple but powerful phrase: freedom is not free. The freedoms we enjoy today were made possible by the more than 19 million living veterans and countless others who served in the defense of our country. The symbols of America and freedom are interlocked, and they are present here today. The flags flying, the white grave markers, and all of us, the veterans and service members who protected our nation. It is you that we celebrate and honor today. Our work continues as citizens in supporting America's veterans and service members. JWV and VSOs must continue to fight for adequate funding for VA services and assure that issues facing veterans from all eras remain at the forefront. I call on each of you to take action and make your voice heard on issues we continue to face, including ending homelessness, increasing access to health care, delivering mental health care, reducing claims processing times, deploying integrated electronic health records, and addressing toxic exposure concerns in a comprehensive way. Seated throughout the amphitheater this morning are the leaders of many veteran service organizations. Every VSO was created with the purpose to advocate for the unique needs of the veteran community. VSOs understand and work tirelessly to maintain and improve the benefits we earned. There is strength in numbers, and veterans must continue to be strong advocates and have our voices heard. When the Jewish War Veterans celebrated its 100th anniversary, our National Commander, Robert Zweiman, also addressed this gathering. His closing remarks that day are just as powerful today as they were in 1996. He said, and I quote, "Never should our government presume that by setting aside but one day, they have met their obligation to the survivors of yesterday's wars and today's or tomorrow's conflicts. We welcome your thoughts that this is not merely a singular day of honor, but indeed a public recognition of obligation to service. And we welcome your concerns that such obligation must be answered with compassion and with resolve, end quote. I stand before you as a veteran myself. As we honor, celebrate, and share thanks, we must remain vigilant and continue to ensure that the freedoms, benefits, and services we enjoy today remain with us for centuries to come. May God bless those who have earned the title of veteran, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the 11th Secretary of Veterans Affairs, the Honorable Dennis McDonough. Before coming to VA, Secretary McDonough served as the 26th White House Chief of Staff, working across the cabinet to develop and execute critical U.S. priorities in national security and domestic policy. Before his tenure as Chief of Staff, he served as Principal Deputy National Security Advisor, Chief of Staff of the National Security Staff, Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategic Communications, and Chair of the National Security Council's Deputies Committee. In all of those roles, he helped lead the administration's work on behalf of veterans and military families. He believes deeply, as he testified to Congress, that there is no more sacred obligation nor noble undertaking than to uphold our promises to our veterans, whether they came home decades ago or days ago. Join me in welcoming the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough.
Thanks, Alan, for that very generous introduction, for your service to our country, and for leading today's fantastic host organization, Jewish War Veterans of the United States of America. Mr. President, welcome. My deepest thanks to you and to the First Lady for being here. We are forever grateful for your leadership, for your unwavering support of our nation's veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Let me also acknowledge the distinguished leaders from the Cabinet, Congress, VA, veteran service organizations, veteran family and caregiver advocacy organizations, and our Veterans Day National Committee. It's great to be here with you. Most of all, thanks to the veterans, their families, caregivers, and survivors with us this morning. This day is your day, and it's an honor to spend it with you. Each year, America pauses on November 11th to remember and recognize those men and women who fought our nation's wars and defended us during periods of restless peace. From the beginning of our fight for independence at Lexington and Concord to the end of the longest war in American history in Afghanistan, millions of veterans have risked their lives to preserve the democratic ideals of this great nation. We live in peace and prosperity today because of them and because of you. On this day, we must not only appreciate those great blessings and the vets who delivered them, we must also remember the terrible cost at which they came. Veterans have told us of the costs of war throughout history. In letters home from World War II, Captain George Montgomery of the 82nd Airborne Division described his experience on D-Day, writing, "I never, in my wildest dreams, knew such terror could grip your very soul." Senator Max Cleland, an indefatigable patriot, hero of the war in Vietnam, and the father of the modern VA, who passed away earlier this week, echoed that sentiment, writing, "War is as close to hell on earth as anything ever could be." Sentiments like these have been expressed by veterans of every conflict. Those who bore the bloody battles of the American Civil War, the hellish trenches of the First World War, the frozen mountains of Korea, the jungles of Vietnam, and the cities, deserts, mountains of Iraq and Afghanistan. Many service members gave their last full measure of devotion during those wars, some of whom now rest on the hallowed grounds of the cemetery or in the tomb of the unknown soldier, which, as of today, has stood for 100 years. Other brave service members come home as veterans. But for those veterans, those wars did not end when the final bullet was fired, nor when the final service member came home. Instead, those wars live on, in their minds and in their bodies, in scars visible and invisible, sometimes for years, sometimes forever. This day, Veterans Day, is our day to honor the vets who made those sacrifices, a day to remember what they've done for us, a day to recognize that when those veterans serve and sacrifice, so do their families, their caregivers, their survivors. But critically, Veterans Day is also a call to action, a reminder that it's our sacred responsibility as Americans to serve those who have served our country. That call to action dates all the way back to President Lincoln's second inaugural, when he charged a wounded nation to care for those who shall have borne the battle and for their families, survivors, and caregivers. And that same call echoes today, when President Biden reminds us that our nation's most sacred obligation is to prepare and equip troops we send into harm's way and to care for them and their families when they return home. At VA, that means we're providing veterans with world-class health care, with benefits they've earned and so rightly deserve, with a lasting resting place that's a tribute to their service. And with President Biden's leadership, VA is doing exactly that, providing more care, more benefits, and to more veterans than at any time in our nation's history. But this day reminds us that it's not just the job of VA to serve veterans, their families, survivors, and caregivers. It's the job of every American. Because whenever someone signs up to honor our country in the military, our nation makes them a simple promise. If you take care of us, we'll take care of you. If you fight for us, we'll fight for you. If you serve us, we'll serve you when you come home. The thing is, our nation as a whole makes that promise. But it's on all of us, every single one of us, to keep that promise. There are many ways to do that. From reaching out to the veterans in your life, to lending a hand when a veteran needs help, to doing your small part to uphold the principles of democracy for which veterans have fought and bled to defend. Whatever the method, serve veterans and serve them well. Remember their sacrifices, recognize their service, and recommit and renew your pledge to them, because that is our most sacred responsibility as Americans on this Veterans Day and every day. I know of no one who keeps that promise better than President Biden. As a senator, as vice president, and now as president, and as the surviving father of an Iraq war veteran, President Biden has dedicated so much of his life to serving those who have served us. Veterans, their families, survivors, and caregivers could not ask for a stronger advocate. And so, without further ado, it is my great personal and professional honor to present to you our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Folks, being President of the United States, you are afforded many opportunities to try to express your love, commitment, and admiration for the American people. And I must say to you that the single greatest honor I have been afforded as president is to stand before so many of you, those Medal of Honor winners out there, and talk about Veterans Day and veterans. I want to welcome all the cabinet members and honored guests joining us today, including the father of our Secretary of State, who served in the Army Air Corps during World War II, Ambassador Donald Blinken, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday. Thank you for your service to our country. And I just want to tell you, I know you're a little younger than I am, but you know, I've adopted the attitude of the great Negro at the time pitcher in the Negro Leagues, went on to become a great pitcher in the pros, into the Major League Baseball after Jackie Robinson. His name was Satchel Paige. And Satchel Paige, on his 47th birthday, pitched a win against Chicago. And all the press went in and said, Satch, it's amazing. 47 years old, no one's ever pitched a win at age 47. How do you feel about being 47? He said, boys, that's not how I look at it. I said, how do you look at it, Satch? I said, I look at it this way. How old would you be if you didn't know how old you were? I'm 50 years old, and the ambassador's 47. But all kidding aside, Mr. Ambassador, thank you for your service during World War II, as well as your service as an ambassador. And thank you for raising such a fine man, Tony Blinken, our Secretary of State. To all our veterans, past and present, we thank you, we honor you, and we remember always what you've done for us. I'd like to recognize one of our national heroes who is here today, Medal of Honor recipient, Mr. Brian Thacker. During the Vietnam War, then First Lieutenant Thacker put the safety of his fellow troops above his own, providing cover fire against an attacking enemy, and even calling in artillery fire on his own position, so our forces had a better chance to withdraw. Wounded, unable to leave the area, he evaded capture for 8 days, until finally federal friendly forces retook the position. Yours is a remarkable story. It'll never be forgotten. We'll also never forget the stories of American leaders and icons we've lost recently, who shaped our nation in ways that are hard to measure. I've lost, like many of you, 3 good friends in the last month. General Colin Powell, a child of immigrants who grew up to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary of State, a man who was a friend but who earned the universal respect of Americans and people for his leadership in uniform and out. And a guy who became good friends, and many times I was in and out of Iraq as a vice president and a senator, General Ray Odierno, who I met multiple times in Iraq, and who did so much to help get us where we are today, and who always put the troops and his veterans first. It was an honor to have my son, Major Biden, serve under his command at the time. And my friend and colleague, who was mentioned already, United States Senator Max Cleland, who as a triple amputee knew the cost of war as well as anyone could ever know it, and went on to champion the dignity and care of Americans' wounded veterans throughout his life. We lost all three of these incredible veterans in the last several weeks, and our hearts go out to their families. These are stories that inspire generation after generation of Americans to step forward to defend our nation. And today, we pay homage to the unrelenting bravery and dedication that distinguishes all those who have earned the title of American veteran. It's an honor that not only a small percentage of Americans can claim, and one that marks those who are able to claim it as brothers and sisters. It's a badge of courage that unites across all ages, regardless of background, because to be a veteran is to have endured and survived challenges most Americans will never know. You've come through the trials and testing, brave dangers and deprivations, faced down tragic realities of war and death. And you've done it for us. You've done it for America, to defend and serve American values, to protect our country and our Constitution against all enemies, and to lay a stronger, more secure foundation on which future generations can continue to build a more perfect union. Each of our veterans is a link in a proud chain of patriots that has stood in the defense of our country from Bunker Hill to Belleau Woods, Gettysburg to Iwo Jima, Chosin Reservoir to Konar Valley. Each understood the price of freedom, and each shouldered that burden on our behalf. Our veterans represent the best of America. You are the very spine of America, not just the backbone, you're the spine of this country. And all of us owe you. And so on Veterans Day, and every day we honor that great debt and recommit ourselves to keeping our sacred obligation as a nation to honor what you've done. We have many obligations to our children, to our elderly, to those truly in need. But I've gotten in trouble way back when I was a young senator for saying we only have one truly sacred obligation. We have many obligations, but one truly sacred obligation: to properly prepare those and equip those who we send into harm's way, and care for them and their families while they're both deployed and when they return home. This is a lifetime sacred commitment. It never expires. And for me and for Jill and for the entire Biden family, it's personal. When Bo was deployed to Iraq, after spending 6 months in Kosovo as an assistant U.S. attorney trying to set up a criminal justice system, I got a call from him one day. He said, "Dad, what are you doing Friday?" And I said, "What do you need, hon?" What do you need? He said, "I'd like you to pin my bars on." I said, "What in the heck have you done?" He said, "Someone's got to finish these wars, Dad." True story. Jill and I learned what it meant to pray every day for the safe return of someone you love. So many of you have done that. Our grandkids learned what it meant to have their dad overseas in a war zone instead of back at home for a year, tucking them into bed and reading that story every night. Thousands of Americans, tens of thousands, have had that experience. As the English poet John Milton wrote, "They also serve who only stand and wait." All the mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, spouses, all those who stand alongside our veterans and their families, caregivers, survivors, you are the solid steel spine that bears up under every burden, the courageous heart that rises every challenge. We've asked so much of you for so long, and our nation is grateful. For 2 decades, the lives of our service members and their families and veterans have been shaped by the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan. Since 9/11, Hundreds of thousands of Americans have served. So many are still serving today in harm's way, and we cannot forget them. The American people are forever grateful and in awe of what you've accomplished. But in fulfilling their mission, so many veterans and their families and caregivers have been through hell. Some facing deployments after deployment, spending months and years away from their families, missing birthdays, anniversaries, and collections. I remember one of the last times I flew into Iraq in the so-called Silver Bullet. I remember walking up to the cockpit, and the crew masters along with the pilots were up there, and I said, how many of you, is this your first tour? No one raised their hand. There were 5 people. Second tour, no one raised their hand. Third tour, 2 raised their hand. Fourth tour, 2 raised their hand. Fifth, 1 raised their hand. Folks, on Veterans Day, we have to always remember that there's nothing low risk or low cost about war for the women and men who fight it. I carry with me in my pocket every single day. I have my staff check with the Defense Department. In the back of my schedule, I have U.S. daily troops in Afghanistan killed and wounded, U.S. daily troops in Iraq killed and wounded. 52,323, not roughly 53,000. Every one of these individuals has a family, has a unit at home. 53,323 American servicemen and women wounded in the conflicts of Iraq and Afghanistan. 7,074 gave their lives, the last full measure of devotion. Untold, thousands more return home, as our secretary can tell you, with unseen psychological wounds of war. The enduring grief borne by our Gold Star families. These are the cost of war that we'll carry as a nation for decades to come. And to all veterans, service members, their families, caregivers, survivors, I want you to know that our administration is going to meet the sacred obligation that we owe you. We're going to work with Congress, Republicans and Democrats together to make sure our veterans receive the world-class benefits that they've earned and meet the specific care, specific needs that they each individually need. That means expanding presumptive conditions for toxic exposure, particulate matter, including Agent Orange and burn pits. We're going to keep pushing on this front to be more nimble and responsive, reviewing all the data and evidence to determine additional presumptive conditions that make sure our veterans don't have to wait to get the care they need. It also means prioritizing mental health care that's necessary to treat the invisible wounds that so many of our veterans carry, including pursuing our newly released comprehensive public health strategy to reduce military and veteran suicides. I want to say clearly to all our veterans, if you're struggling, you're so used to never asking for anything. If you're struggling, reach out. Call the Veterans Crisis Line. You're having trouble thinking about things. It's no different than if you had a wound in your arm. It's also making sure that the growing population of women and LGBTQ plus veterans receive appropriate services and support. As we continue our efforts to defeat the pandemic and build back better, it means keeping the needs of veterans front and center. The American Rescue Plan included $17 billion to support VA's COVID-19 response, to get vaccine shots in arms as fast as possible, and to fund programs that provide rapid retraining assistance for veterans who may have lost their jobs in the pandemic, housing assistance, debt forgiveness, and to invest in improving VA facilities and the living conditions of vulnerable veterans. Through Jill's work of joining forces, we're also working to support our veterans and military families, survivors, and caregivers so they can have what they need to thrive. They deserve it. As Secretary McDonough noted, this Veterans Day also marks the centennial of one of the most hallowed American monuments, the Tomb of the Unknowns. 100 years ago today, an American soldier of the First World War, as the tomb says, known but to God, end of quote, completed the voyage from an unidentified battlefield in France over the rough Atlantic seas here to Arlington National Cemetery. He lay and stayed under the Capitol Rotunda for 2 days on the same plinth that held the body of Lincoln as 90,000 Americans came to pay respects. On the final leg of his journey, he was escorted from the Capitol by the President of the United States, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, members of Congress, General Pershing, and the Chiefs of Staff. Medal of Honor recipients, all walking, as the Washington Post said, processing without parallel to give honor due to American service members. Not just the anonymous soul today entombed in gleaming marble, but the generations of Americans who dared all, risked all, gave all for the cause of freedom. To commemorate in the wounds of the member, in the words of a member of Congress who proposed the legislation creating the memorial, an American warrior, quote, this is the quote, who typifies the soul of America. You veterans are the soul of America, America's soul. It's why our veterans have always fought, always been willing to put themselves on the line. That the first unknown lies now with his brethren, unnamed warriors from later wars, fellow patriots who picked up the mantle of honor and made it their burden. Today, 100 years later, we keep a sacred watch over their graves. Generations of elite sentinels have taken the post, pledging their eternal vigilance. We lay wreaths, we renew our oaths, we stand in solemn awe of such fidelity. Because for us to keep faith with American veterans, we must never forget exactly what was given us, what each of them is willing to put on the line for us. We must never forget that it is the mighty arm of the American warrior, never bending, never breaking, never yielding, generation after generation, has secured for us the blessings of a nation that still stands today as a beacon of liberty, democracy, and justice around the world. God bless you all. God bless all American veterans and those who proudly earn that title. And may God protect our troops. Thank you.
President Biden there making remarks here on this Veterans Day, honoring the very best 1% here our nation has ever produced. We honor these veterans not only on this day, but every day as we continue to think of them and thank them for their amazing service to this country here. And now would be also a great time to also point out to our commitment right now on this Veterans Day. LiveNOW and Fox television stations are teaming up with U.S. vets, and we're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate, head to usvets.org and let us know about your commitment to help using hashtag Honor U.S. Vets here. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, everybody, we got some breaking news out in Houston. There's a police chase underway, shooting suspect, and we'll bring it to you right here, live now from Fox. You're not going to want to miss it. And welcome back, everyone, here live on Live Now from Fox. We are bringing you breaking news coverage in the Houston area right now of an active police chase underway right now. This is a shooting a suspect, and we should also remind you that these are live, raw images. Viewer discretion is advised. We just don't know what the suspect is going to be doing. This has been going on from aerial-wise for at least the last 10 minutes. Don't know how long the actual chase has been going on, but now we are on a highway here, and we're hoping that this is going to end pretty soon here. Wow, you can see the cruiser getting really close there to that suspect, but obviously going at these rates of speeds, there's no opportunity right now for a pit maneuver. Anything above 35 miles per hour is just not going to happen, especially when you got other cars here on the roadway. It would just cause too much of a headache here and cause too many problems. But we continue to follow it here for you live right here on Live Now from Fox. This is what we do, bring you the events and live feeds, breaking news as it's happening, all here in real time as they continue to chase here this white car that's a shooting suspect. We don't know how many people this person may have shot here, but obviously a very fluid situation. And at this point, obviously, this suspect does not want to give up here and is swerving in and out of lanes here. And we're hoping that somehow, some way, this will end peacefully. But we should also mention viewer discretion heavily advised during these times here, because these are raw aerial images that we are bringing to you right here. And you can see as Sky Fox is able to pan out just a little bit more, showing you the traffic here on the highway here in Houston as this suspect continues to try to weave in and out here, as we got several different cruisers behind as they continue to pursue this suspect that obviously does not want to give up, and we'll continue to wait it out and see what will happen next. We saw a little bit ago the suspect was on some side roads and then decided to get back onto the highway here, and now we're getting into a little bit more traffic. What will the suspect do here now as that cruiser right behind the suspect here? And you can see a little bit more traffic now, and this is when it always gets dicey for people that are just out and about minding their own business, and then you see somebody that's swerving in and out of so many different lanes, and that could cause potential accidents and even death here. So we're hoping that somehow, some way, this suspect will come to reality here and eventually just want to give up peacefully. But when it's a shooting suspect, those things are really amped up. So many times we get worried, too, when we're covering these police chases, domestic violence situations. Those are always scary for police as well. You just don't know what the suspect is going to do when they are trying their very, very best to extend their final moments of freedom, not knowing what their prior convictions may be. This could be maybe the last time that they have their freedom, so they don't care at what cost it's going to come at. And so many times we see these chases and people are involved here in accidents that shouldn't be, and it's just really sad when you see pedestrians or other cars get involved here and the chase continues on because well, they just have to try to get that suspect pinned down here. But right now, still going just too fast for a pit maneuver. You got too many cars here on the highway. You got to get back more onto some side roads here where that could be feasible. But at this moment, just not going to happen right now. And for the other drivers here, they got to be thinking, okay, because what is this guy doing? And then all of a sudden they see all the cops coming, and then they're like, oh, wow, this is an active chase that is going on here. Once again, folks, we are live here for you on Live Now from Fox in the Houston area as we continue this breaking news coverage of an active police chase going on. This is a shooting suspect here and not wanting to give up at all. And Sky Fox doing a great job of panning out and just showing us the lay of the land here of what this driver is going to have to kind of maneuver here as we're getting in a little bit more traffic right now, and he'll have to make he or she'll have to make a decision. Eventually, are we going to stay on the highway here or try to go more to the side streets right now? But for the last 5 minutes or so, it has been on the highway here. And so many people, they ask me during these police chases, you know, we feature it for you on so many different platforms. When we are live, they say, you know, they got so many choppers up. Of course, you got the media chopper up that we have. You also have the police choppers up as they continue to monitor high above. And it's so hard for a suspect to try to get away. They ask, why do they even try? Well, they know eventually it's going to be a day back in jail, a day back in prison, but they're trying to extend those last moments of freedom right there as best they can. And, you know, they don't care who they put in harm's way. You know, if you're shooting suspects, so that means you shot somebody. You don't care about the rules of the road. So we continue to roll on right here on Live Now from Fox, breaking it all down for you in real time as it's happening right now, and showing you this pursuit that continues on with this white vehicle shooting suspect. Viewer discretion is always advised during this time. We are live, raw, and always unfiltered here for you, bringing you the feeds in real time. You continue to see the car continues to weave in and out here. We don't see the high rates of speed, so that is one good aspect, I guess you could say, if you're going to say that there's a good aspect of this chase. You know, any moment that this continues on, the risk continues to go up that there would be an accident or some sort of injury accident associated with this crash here. But he has more now of an area of opportunity as it looks like traffic continues to come on here. Look at this, getting close there at that exit. He decides to continue to push through. Well, looks like they had a prior accident maybe there, and police were trying to stop it there. He exits off right now. What's going to happen next? Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Oh, look at that. We're trying to block them there. You have to wonder, did they have any stop sticks? Were they trying any stop sticks at this port? And we don't know that here. It doesn't look like it because the vehicle is not disabled here at this moment, but they were trying to stop him. Now we're back onto the side streets here. This one, it gets a little bit more scarier because obviously he's going to be blowing through stoplights, stop signs, and in those intersections, that's where we see the majority of accidents happen. And that's when, you know, just normal people could get hurt, and that's what you hate to see during these situations here right now. But we're hoping for the very best for the community here, the police, as always, as they try to get this suspect under arrest right now. But you just don't know what's going to happen. So we continue to take these images for as long as we can right here on Live Now from Fox. You can see traffic and also getting some, can't really see here with the buildings now in the way. Sky Fox doing the best trying to continue on. And looks like we're getting into a parking lot area. Maybe did he take a wrong turn? Are we now going to get him cornered in this area of this high-rise building right now? Sky Fox going to try to see where the action is. But yeah, we're in a parking lot area. It's able to move out back onto the side streets here. And the chase continues on. And we'll follow it for you at every angle that we can right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But going into more of a downtown area that you can see, Green Street, as we see here with that building sign right there. Houston Center, I'm seeing right there from that building. So now what will the suspect do next here? Looks like maybe Sky Fox could have lost it here. It was hard to see with all the buildings. You can see the one side of the building there, Houston Center. Sky Fox is trying to locate now where this suspect may have gone here, as it was getting hard to see with the several buildings there in the way. And Chopper didn't have the clearance, obviously, because of those buildings.
Oh, there it is. This LiveView website, man.
Let's see as we continue.
Might come around there to Rem 21.
Thanks to all our viewers from around the country and around the world that are joining us here right now. We are going to take some coverage here. It doesn't look like Sky Fox is going to be able to see the end of this chase. Let's just listen to Fox 26 in Houston that is covering this right here.
Situation, Jose. So there's Toyota Center, so now we can absolutely tell it's downtown. The problem in this situation now is you think about all the traffic lights down there. You think about it's lunchtime, which means there are going to be a lot of people down there, maybe taking their lunch break. And the concern in this situation would be, even though Sky Fox is obviously over the scene, we're trying to see if we can figure out where the driver is. We can't tell at this point, but I can guarantee you that the concern is any pedestrians that might be in those crosswalks. And a lot of times what we see happen when someone's running for the police, they're not thinking about stopping when the light turns red. And so the concern would be any pedestrians downtown Houston right now. And right now, all we know is that Constable Mark Herman is in pursuit of a possible shooting suspect. We don't know what happened to begin with. We don't know if anybody's injured or if anybody was hurt in this. So we're trying to do everything we can to find out what caused all of this in the first place.
And it appears that wherever that vehicle was, it seems to be lost in the downtown area right now. We are trying to track it down with Sky Fox, but I can only assume that county helicopters are also involved in this particular pursuit.
And I'm just looking online to see if I can find anything from social media, through HPD or through the constable's office, anybody giving information at this point. But what happens in a lot of times in situations like this, obviously these officers are in pursuit right now. Their job is to try to stop this as quickly as they can. And so sometimes it's hard to get information. All we can do is keep Sky Fox over the scene and see if we can see them peek out of downtown. Maybe this driver's going to be blasting through and get back on one of our major highways. Obviously our feeders down there, you've got 59, you've got 45, you've got major highways that will get you in and out of the downtown area.
But if you're in one of those streets, you know, the traffic lights, they're going to be causing a few problems for the individual. Well,
right.
we're being told that the person being pursued is back on Interstate 45. Don't know in which direction he's going right now, but we can only assume that the constable's deputies are close behind him. Sky Fox is trying to track the individual for us right now, and we are just looking around in that area. Apparently, they have left the downtown area, but we don't know whether they're headed north or south.
We just found out
at this particular
northbound. They are headed northbound, so that would be heading toward the Spring area from downtown. So again, right now, I-45 is definitely a dangerous place to be. I certainly hope everybody's going to be okay. We've got officers in pursuit of someone, and if they are a shooting suspect, you're in pursuit of someone who could be considered to be dangerous. And so our thoughts here are that we just hope everybody on the highway stays safe, because this can always be a dangerous situation.
You know, it's very fortunate that they're not into a residential area, because a lot of times these chases do end up in residential areas, and that is where you really have a major problem, because there may be children playing out in the streets. There may be people walking their dogs, people just walking in their own neighborhoods. And right now, it does not appear that that's the case. But we are looking at a vehicle that is being pursued by constable deputies. I do believe it is in the on the far right, but in the inside lane, being pursued by at least four constable deputies.
And we're talking about I-45 northbound lanes near the 610 loop. So that can give you an idea of how quickly this is moving from downtown, now already moving up to 610. Now, if you take a look, it's the white vehicle that's now moving into the center lane. It was the right, it just moved over 2 lanes just like that. And this may be where 610 splits off. So getting over in the middle, it's hard to tell. No, that might have just been an exit. It's difficult to tell when you zoom out. Yeah. Okay, so that was the airline exit that you just saw them get over and into the middle lanes.
And it appears that the vehicle is speeding up. So now we've gone back to a high-speed chase. Don't know exactly where he got on the freeway on 45 to go north, but he is being in pursuit. He is being pursued right now by constable deputies, at least 4 vehicles behind him. He's been changing lanes, going from one side to the other, and right now he's on the inside lane heading north. Now he's changing lanes again.
And now it'll be interesting to see, in a case like this, what makes it so difficult when you have this many vehicles on a road is officers can't do something like they would normally do, like throw down a strip, because they could injure other people. It's also very difficult for them to do a pit maneuver where they have practiced this over and over to tap the car to get it to spin out of control where they can stop them. They can't do that because there are too many other vehicles around. So I'm sure at this point they have to just stay on. Now look how recklessly driving. We're talking about now over on the shoulder, and what's so difficult in a situation like this is think about the debris, and almost hit that car right there. Think about the debris that are on shoulders. You know, there could be parked cars there, and obviously just doing anything to desperately try to get away from officers. What a dramatic situation. That truck right there on the right saw what was happening, pulled over out of the way. But Jose, take a look at the vehicles ahead. A lot of times when something like this is happening, you can't even perhaps hear the vehicles coming up behind you. You have no idea what you're about to witness.
You're right about that. You know, and in situations like this, occasionally, and I do mean occasionally, you will have a semi-tractor trailer traveling down the freeway and will try to block the individual to prevent them from moving forward. And therefore, you would have the constable deputies able to take down that person and put them under arrest. But right now, the chase is still going on, and whoever's in that vehicle, male or female, they are constantly changing lanes. Now, this may be a difficult area.
Oh, look! Just hit the car. There's a car that just got hit. Oh my goodness. I just hope everybody stays safe in this. This is a dangerous situation. This person is so desperate to get away. They don't care if it means hitting another vehicle. I mean, this is all over the place, just haphazardly switching lanes, whatever it takes to get out of the way, even hitting that vehicle.
At least that vehicle did not spin out of control. They were able to move off to the side of the road. But we're talking about a chase that started out as a high-speed chase, then went to a slow-speed chase when they were traveling through the downtown Houston area, and now it's back to high speed once again. We don't know whether the driver is male or female, but again, they are considered to be a shooting suspect. We don't know whether this is in connection to what happened at Constable Mark Herman's office earlier this week when windows were shot out. Right now, we just don't know, but we are trying to follow this situation with this particular individual that is just not trying to give up and just doing what he can on that roadway.
And an officer doing everything they can just to stay right there and on top of this situation. This is so dramatic. As you see, other vehicles are trying to scoot over and make their way, but this car is all over the place, and it looks like they are going very fast, just switching in and out of traffic. It almost looks like something you would see in a movie, and it's just sickening that it's happening right here in our Houston area. Again, making their way along I-45 North. These vehicles are starting to move out of the way. They obviously hear those officers coming. They see somebody coming from behind. But I have experienced something like this before on the highway, Jose. It is very overwhelming. It is really a scary situation for something to come up behind you like this. I'm sure all of these people are going to be a little bit shaken up by what they are witnessing. And look, now
we were told that they had just passed West Mount Houston and now zigzagging back onto the freeway.
And we are talking
now,
some serious,
hopefully one of these trucks will decide to get involved and maybe slow the individual down. That would be something that would be helpful to the constable deputies at this point in time.
And it's hard to tell at this point how many officers are behind. I see at least 2, but there's probably a string of them back there because they have to, once they get this car pulled over, it's going to take quite a few of them to make sure that they can stay safe because, again, we have word that this could possibly be a shooter suspect. That very well means there could be weapons in this car.
They've just passed Aldine Bender and still heading north. And whoever's driving this vehicle is just going from one side of the roadway to the other side of the roadway, trying to evade authorities. But they're not going anywhere. They're going to be behind this individual until he stops or until they are able to stop him. I'm saying he, but it could be a she behind the wheel of this vehicle right now.
Now, you just saw probably the signs for Beltway 8 that were right there in the highway. So if you just want to picture, if you're not familiar with this area, we're talking really close to Bush Intercontinental Airport. So this is where, if the Bush would be right there, that was the exit for the airport. And this has just gone all the way from Galveston, I believe you said Old Galveston Road,
yes,
all the way now to the north side. So fairly soon we'll be in the Spring area along I-45 North.
Now, it looks like they have gotten off the freeway. Is that the case? Yes, it appears that they've gotten off the freeway. Don't know what road that is right now, but they are under an overpass traveling.
Okay,
we're talking, this is Greens Road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
and it looks like
he's
the vehicle is
circles.
slowing down, and it's hard to tell what this is. It looks like a parking lot. Is that the old mall parking lot, perhaps? I think it may be.
That could very well be. Could very well be.
It's Greens Point Mall. It sure is. Okay, and so not a lot of people in this area. Then that's a really good thing. I don't see any other vehicles right now, but starting to make their way around this mall. Now, this you would think would be a better chance for officers to try to catch up, and it looks like. No, I was hoping that was an officer coming toward them, but it wasn't. It looked like just a pickup
someone
truck.
just moving out of the way.
Mm-hmm. It'll be interesting to see now that if there are no other vehicles, if they are able to pull off something like a pit maneuver where they would try to do what they can to safely get that vehicle to stop and get that person out of there so that they don't get back on the highway. It looks like an area that perhaps under construction. I haven't been to the Greens Point area in a while, but it didn't look like it was like a muddy field or something right there. But look,
yes,
we've got an intersection and just
very close call at that intersection.
That's what gets so scary when you've got traffic lights involved and somebody doesn't see this coming.
The thing is, when you have other drivers, they're not watching the pictures that we are watching.
Mm-hmm.
So many of them are just oblivious to the situation until they see or they hear the sirens from the police and or constables. Deputies.
And now you've got him right here in front of a restaurant at lunchtime. It looks like, I mean, how interesting that instead of being on a highway, going in circles in a parking lot where a lot of people are. This is just so unusual. We don't usually see this. Usually you see them stay on a highway for a long time and you wonder, are they running out of gas? Like, what in the world is going on? Were they able to injure a tire and he can't drive as fast? At this point, we don't know. And I keep saying we don't know who's driving this car, but the majority of the times it is a male. But it's hard to tell if there's something wrong with those tires. I would think that maybe there are, because I can't imagine going just in circles in a parking lot.
Well, that's what he appears to be doing. And now going back to the front of that restaurant. Very, very slow speed.
Look at that front right
now.
tire. It does look like, it's really difficult to tell from this angle, but
it
now
does look like it is flattened in some way.
It sure does.
And that would make it difficult for him to travel around, and maybe that is why he's driving very slow. But officers should be very close behind. There they are. They should be very close behind and making sure that this individual tries not to. Maybe there's a blocking maneuver right there.
An officer, they're blocking him in now. He's about to be trapped. We're about to see something dramatic unfold. I just ask that everyone think and pray and hope the best for these officers, because think about our men in blue. They do, men and women in blue, who do so much to try to protect us, and they put their lives on the line. If this was a shooter, which we were told it could be, we know that there could be weapons in this vehicle, and you always worry about any officer who is going to be confronting someone who's very scared, perhaps angry, and we just hope that this ends peacefully.
Well, it appears that some of the other vehicles on the roadways are just stopping and allowing the officers to go by. But it appears that they could have blocked that individual in, but apparently this person is determined not to be caught.
It's almost like this point that the driver's just toying with officers, just staying here in the same area. It looks like it's almost second verse, same as the first. Isn't this what we went through a few minutes ago? Now going through that same area. That's that construction zone I was just telling you about moments ago. You see that there. Officers getting a lot closer. This could be the pit.
This may be the maneuver that we were talking about earlier.
And when we talk about that, it's a pursuit intervention technique, and that's what they do to try to get that vehicle to stop so that they do not continue
But this has been going on for a little more than a half hour right now. And it started way down on Galveston Road and now is up in the Spring area. And there's a minor maneuver, but it did not have that vehicle move in any direction to the left or the right. And the pursuit is getting to be a little closer. And there may be that maneuver one more time.
I tell you what, this officer has to be getting dizzy. This driver's just going in circles, and I feel so bad for the unsuspecting people who are just in this parking lot to get their lunch. And here comes someone driving in circles around with officers in pursuit. I mean, my goodness. This is definitely, hopefully, giving officers a chance to gather and to regroup and figure out what they're going to do to stop this situation.
Maybe they can create another barricade with their vehicles.
Oh,
and
look,
it looks
we've
like
got a block right here.
This looks like this might be.
Oh, so close.
So close, but yes.
It's just like a maze.
It really is. He's creating a situation out there where he's going in circles.
Look, here we go. I see an officer getting out of the vehicle. Skyfox may scoot over so we can see the situation. It looks like we perhaps have weapons drawn from the officers pointing at the vehicle, asking them to get out.
And they were able to stop it with a barricade.
The person's on the ground now. So you see the suspect on the ground. I can't tell if there are any passengers in this vehicle. I would think they would probably already be out of the vehicle if they were. So perhaps just one person in this car, but you see officers all gathering, trying to put a plan together and giving this person on the ground directions about what to do next. But look at that. Everyone's got their gun drawn.
They should be moving in to try and place him in handcuffs so he does not have mobility to move around. He did apparently jump out of the vehicle, but stayed close to the vehicle. So that still could be a threat to officers in that area, and that is why they've got their guns drawn at this particular point in time.
Think about how many dozens of high-speed chases you and I have covered. And you know, the situation that we cover most of the time is officers are on top of that suspect, which makes me believe, or makes me suspect that this person could be holding a weapon right now, because look how they are barricading themselves behind vehicles. They're not approaching this driver. They are keeping their distance. So perhaps they're giving direction. They're asking the driver to do something that they're not doing. It's hard to say. All we know is we saw him on the ground, but nobody is approaching. And that's an unusual thing from what we usually see.
Yes, and what's also unusual is that it appears to be SWAT officers out there with their weapons drawn. They seem to be moving in very closely to that vehicle. Maybe they're going to put that individual in handcuffs right now, and then they have.
And that was the coverage there from Fox 26 there in Houston. We thank them for that, as that was an interesting end to the police chase, as you saw that suspect just kind of go in circles around a parking lot, gas station parking lot, and finally the police were able to get that suspect under arrest there. We're happy that it happened like that and not something worse here. So that is just some of the breaking news elements that we can provide you right here on LiveNOW from Fox, everybody. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. 720, you say? And a beautiful look, Statue of Liberty in New York City on this Veterans Day. We are free because of the veterans that helped us continue our love and bravery of this country. We appreciate all of the veterans out there on this very, very special day. We thank you for your service not only today, but every day here in this great country. And we also would like to point out here that we want you to remember, make camo your cause on this Veterans Day. LiveNOW and Fox television stations are teaming up with U.S. vets, and we're on a mission to end veteran homelessness. To learn more, shop, or donate, head to usvets.org and let us know about your commitment to help using the hashtag Honor U.S. Vets. Here, hi everyone, Mike Pace here. Thank you so much for joining us here today. A lot going on here. We just had President Biden at Arlington National Cemetery making his remarks here on this Veterans Day. We had a police chase going on in Houston. What's going to happen next? You're just going to have to sit back and relax and always enjoy LiveNOW from Fox. The next story we are going to go out is a trial that is captivating the country and the world. We're talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Just yesterday, Kyle Rittenhouse himself was on the stand in his own defense. Now it continues on right now with other witnesses at the stand. Let's bring you some of that coverage right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
Escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the rioters then disperse.
During that evening, I know that you said you didn't know who he was, but did you, in looking back at your videos, have an opportunity to observe someone that evening, Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And do you recall, just tell me where you saw him originally, if you can.
The first time I saw Mr. Rosenbaum was when the police were pushing the rioters back to the gas station on Sheridan, Ultimate, I believe. And Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 149. Can you identify that? Tell me what that is a photo of?
This is a photo of the event I just described.
Okay. And does that photograph, that's a still photograph of a video that you took, is that
Yes.
right? All right, I'm going to ask that you look to your left.
Okay.
And if you can play that, can you tell me if that's what you captured? Is that the video that you're talking about with Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just back it up a second? That's good. There's a person who's putting out that dumpster fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, or can you tell whether or not that person, at least visibly, was armed?
No, not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see, I'll ask it to you this way, that's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
And can you just play the video then? After you captured that video, then, was there other, did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum then doing anything again after that video?
Yes, he immediately was triggered and aggravated because an individual...
Now, why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum is saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw in the video?
Absolutely. He led the charge. into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station, to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as I think it's 150. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is right after the dumpster was put out, and Joseph Rosenbaum and other rioters around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of will be on the right side of our screen. So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now the last thing I'm going to ask you about is was there another time prior to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, about how long before the shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back is when I saw Rosenbaum in the middle of the street lighting a trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a t-shirt over his face.
So I'm going to show you what is then marked as Exhibit 151. Can you tell me what that is?
This is when I returned to Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
Okay. And I might have to stop it. So.
And as the trial continues, we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coverage will continue right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here, especially on this very special day, Veterans Day 2021, honoring all veterans that continue and always take bravery and courage as the #1 aspect here for our great country. And we so appreciate you for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox, and really every day. Right now, everyone, we are going to go out to Washington, D.C. as another event is happening right now. This is at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, just beginning their ceremony. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Veterans Day ceremony at the wall. We're here. We made it. It truly is great to be above ground and to be seen and be here seeing all of you today. It's always great to see so many people who are able to be here in person. And I note that we actually have many tens of thousands of people who are watching this ceremony online, and welcome to you all. Today's ceremony is pretty special because it begins a full year of activities during which we are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the dedication of the wall, which was in 1982. So a little later, you will hear more about what we have planned leading up to the official observance of the anniversary right here, Veterans Day in 2022. And now I'd like to just take a minute, if I may, to thank the wall volunteers and the staff of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. Now I know that we have a couple of groups, thank you. We have a couple of groups here in yellow shirts today, and that's usually what I say, my yellow shirts and yellow hats. Wayne, could you stand up just a second? All right, see the yellow shirt and the yellow hat? You'll see a lot of folks dressed like Wayne here today, and they are the volunteers here at the wall. For 40 years, they have been the face of this memorial to the general public, over 5 million people a year. And they are truly amazing with their commitment and all of their effort to be able to help people find a name, to explain a little bit of the history of the wall and how the names are laid out, and I think most importantly, to offer a hug when it's needed. So my undying appreciation for all of our Park Service volunteers, the Yellow Hats, and the VVMF staff. I just can't say enough good things about them. You have no idea how much effort goes into an event like this. They are around today, and they are in the bright blue short sleeve shirts. So I would appreciate if you would recognize them and thank them for their efforts as well. And another thanks to the small army of volunteers around the country who are finding photos for our online wall of faces. When I started with VVMF over 7 years ago, there were still 10,000 people whose names are on this wall for whom we did not have a photo. And today, that number is down to 27. Now, before we get to our invocation, I'd like to take a moment to remember all of those we've lost over the past year, including a couple of very well-known figures. Joe Galloway was a friend to all Vietnam veterans. He most famously reported from the Battle of the Ai Drang Valley and became the storyteller for that battle. He actually reported during several wars and was and could always be found hanging out with the troops. He will be missed by all those who knew him, especially those who were in that battle in the Ai Drang Valley, and I know we have several of you here today. General Colin Powell is one of our country's most well-known Vietnam veterans. He was a friend and a steadfast supporter of our mission here at the Wall to honor the service and sacrifice of all Vietnam veterans. He spoke in this very spot at the Wall many times, and he always made time to say hello to his fellow veterans who held him in such high esteem. Privately, he was an advisor to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund Board of Directors and gave freely
of his time and his expertise. But the reason our board of directors and so many others sought his counsel are his unwavering sense of service to our country, his wisdom, his character, and his strong leadership. Personally, as a Desert Storm veteran, I always admired General Powell as my chairman. It was very clear that the guidance he gave us and the guidance he gave to the president was tempered by his experience in Vietnam. And on the ground, we were confident he was balancing the mission with the well-being of our troops, and we were proud to serve under him. Getting to work with General Powell directly through the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund was a privilege and an honor, and I know that he will be missed by us and many others. Just a few days ago, we lost Senator Max Cleland. Like so many Vietnam veterans, he came home forever changed, having left 2 legs and an arm in Vietnam. But also, like so many Vietnam veterans, he went on to serve his country as in different capacities. In his case, as Secretary of the Veterans Administration and as a U.S. Senator. He was a towering figure among Vietnam veterans, and he finished his public service as the Secretary of the American Battle Monuments Commission. If we could, please have a moment of silence for all of the Vietnam veterans we've lost the past year. Thank you. Now, please welcome our chaplain, Commander Thomas O'Flanagan, who will lead us in the invocation.
Let us pray. God of endless ages, from one generation to the next, you have been our refuge and our strength. Bless our veterans and all who serve our nation, defending our freedom. Today, let us lift our hearts in prayers and thanksgiving to Almighty God for those sons and daughters of our nation who served in Vietnam. We ask that you embrace the souls of the Americans whose names are recorded here and who bravely gave their lives in service to their country. Keep before us all the cost paid for liberty, as we humbly pray with grateful hearts for all the gifts and blessings you have bestowed on our nation, the United States of America. Let us never forget these heroic souls who laid down their lives for love of our nation and one another, those wounded, those who died, those missing in action, and those who walk among us today. They will never be forgotten. Grant eternal rest to those brave men and women, our nation's heroes, and give them peace that you alone can provide. May this Vietnam Memorial continually bring healing and consolation to those service members and their families who carry the wounds of the war. We know that death does not destroy the bonds that you forge in our lives. As we recount their qualities and tell their stories, it dispels the shadow of death with the bright dawn of life, just as our Gold Star families strengthen us all. Continue to bless those who, through their leadership, operations, teams around the world, make countless personal sacrifices to search for and return those missing in action and those lost on land and sea, to bring closure for parents, spouses, family, and friends who mourn. As a nation, let us honor their memory and all of those of our heroes by bringing forth decisions that lead to authentic and lasting peace. Actions anchored in your holy truth to ensure that as a nation, we do not compromise integrity when assailed by malicious forces. Instead, let us spend each day honoring their service by sustaining their efforts to patriotism, freedom, and peace. In your mercy, please continue to provide our country with service members empowered by their faith, commitment, and dedication to our nation, as is exhibited here at the wall. Eternal Father, bless our country, those who serve and all who strive to bring truth and freedom throughout the world. May we always reflect your direction establish peace among those of goodwill, pass from victory to victory against all who wish us harm, and grant confusion to our enemies. We ask this in your holy name. Amen.
We're going to pause and step away for a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll continue to listen in to this very moving ceremony at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And we are back out live for you on Live Now from Fox at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Ceremony just getting underway right now. And we will continue to listen in here to the very moving ceremony that always takes place here every year at the Memorial Wall. And let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Please join in the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Vietnam veteran Sergeant Richard Dorsey, U.S. Army. Remain standing as the color guard then retires the colors and a ceremonial honor guard from the 1st Cavalry Division takes his place above the wall.
All active military, whether in uniform or out, as well as veterans, may render a hand or military salute. And I invite others to put your hand on your heart. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please take your seats. Thanks to the color guard, our singer, and to Sergeant Dorsey. And now I'd like to introduce today's Master of Ceremonies. Alan Buckaloo is the chairman of the board of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. He's a decorated Vietnam veteran himself, a member of the somewhat famous Fox Force Recon Unit,
and he went on to a successful career in business, serving as the CEO of Princess Cruises and retiring as the Chief Operations Officer at Carnival Corporation. Please welcome Mr. Alan Buckaloo.
Good afternoon. See if I can find my spot. Before we begin the formal program, I'd like to recognize all the Gold Star family members we have with us here today. The mothers, fathers, wives, sons and daughters, siblings, nieces, nephews, all those who have experienced the loss of a loved one and know all too well the sacrifices that our military families make. And finally, to those still waiting for their loved ones, thank you for joining us. As we begin our program today, I call your attention to our POW MIA chair, which occupies a place of dignity and honor here. Let us always remember and never forget their sacrifices as we continue to work towards the fullest possible accounting of all our missing. For those who do not know, today marks the 100th anniversary of the Tomb of the Unknowns at Arlington Cemetery. It's our solemn hope that we will never have to place the remains of another unknown in that tomb. Since today is Veterans Day, I'd like to ask all our veterans in the audience to stand and be recognized. Today is your day. On behalf of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, I would like to thank all of you for your service and welcome you home. Please be seated. I'd like to introduce our partner today in our today's ceremony, the National Park Service. Please welcome Jeff Reinbold, Superintendent of the National Mall and Memorial Parks.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the National Park Service, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Vietnam Veterans Memorial on this Veterans Day. To our visitors, distinguished guests, families and friends, and all the members of the armed forces and veterans who are here today, we are honored that you chose to join us. And a special thank you to the families and friends who have traveled from around the country to pay tribute to their loved ones and those they served with. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial is one of the most visited sites on the National Mall and in fact, all of Washington, D.C., and definitely one of the most cherished. Maya Lin's design continues to provide a very personal connection to those who were lost and a profound and lasting statement on the impact of war on individuals, families, and society. We in the National Park Service are honored to be entrusted with the memorial's care and to welcome the millions of visitors here each year. It is also our honor to care for the Vietnam Women's Memorial, which recognizes the 265,000 women, all volunteers, who served during the war. I'd like to thank our partner in this endeavor, the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, especially its President and Chief Executive Officer Jim Knotts and his whole team, and Stacy Madalena of the Eastern National, who provides educational programming for the Vietnam Women's Memorial. These two individuals and the organizations they represent are instrumental partners in maintaining these memorials and keeping them relevant to current and future generations. I also want to acknowledge our National Park Service staff, some of whom are veterans as well, and our partners and contractors who care for this place and interpret it to the many people who come here. Jim has already mentioned and acknowledged our Yellow Hat volunteers who care for the more than 5.5 million people who come to the memorial each year. This dedicated corps, readily identifiable by their yellow hats and shirts, ensures that all who come to the memorial are greeted with a warm smile, a sympathetic ear when necessary, and information about the war, the memorial, and the men and women who are represented by it. Veterans Day is among the most important days of the year on the National Mall. Today we pause to honor those, past and present, who have served in our nation's military, to contemplate you and your family's many sacrifices, and to reflect on what you've done for our country. But also, we provide you a place to share stories, to get together, maybe share a laugh and a memory. Last month, we were saddened by the passing of General Colin Powell, among the most beloved and respected of our nation's 19 million veterans, and certainly no stranger to this memorial. General Powell will be remembered throughout this ceremony, but I want to share a passage from him that I think is very fitting for this day. He said, "This nation owes a great debt to its veterans, those whose service to the nation spans every decade, every year, every day of our country's existence. Through untold courage and sacrifice, America's veterans have secured the liberty which the Founding Fathers sought to establish here in the New World. Whenever and wherever the nation called, in times of darkness and danger, as well as in times of peace and prosperity, America's veterans have been there. Veterans have proudly carried the torch of liberty for all to see." Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Superintendent Reinbold. Next, we always invite a speaker on behalf of the Vietnam Women's Memorial. Lieutenant Grace Moore served as a nurse in Vietnam. She heard about the Army Student Nurse Program in 1965, and after graduating in 1966, she began her active duty. In May 1968, she was transferred to the 12th Evacuation Hospital in Cu Chi, Vietnam, where she was the head nurse of the orthopedic unit. After returning home back to the U.S., she became involved with the Vietnam Women's Memorial Project and has remained active in her local veteran community in Pennsylvania. Please welcome my fellow Vietnam veteran, Lieutenant Grace Moore.
Wow. Good afternoon. It's so good to see all of you. I'm losing it already, right? To see all of you veterans and those people here who support veterans. I'm proud of you. I'm proud and humbled to be standing here today to represent Vietnam and Vietnam-era veterans. My brothers and sisters, each one of you. We Vietnam women veterans stood on the shoulders of the women who served before us. And I can say that personally because my Aunt Martha served in the Navy during World War II. I like to think that the women who have come after us are able to say that they stood on our shoulders and are standing on our shoulders. Those of us women who served in Vietnam and during the Vietnam era were certainly a diverse group of women. We were nurses, we were non-nursing military personnel, we were Red Cross donut dollies, and we were civilians. We represented many ethnicities and many age groups, with the average age being about 23 or so. You could gather 100 of us in a room, and you would hear 100 different but similar stories. There's one common thread that tied us together then and still ties us together now. We were all volunteers. Did we have different reasons for volunteering? Of course we did. But we raised our right hand, we signed on the dotted line, we went forward to do whatever job we were assigned to do and in whatever location we were sent. And we did it to the best of our ability. For many of us who served, it was, and still is, difficult to share our stories and memories of those years. For me, It was 16 years before I even acknowledged to myself that I could be called a veteran, let alone tell anybody else I was one. Then in 1982, the wall behind us was dedicated. I wanted to come to that dedication, but I couldn't work up the courage to do that. It wasn't until 2 years later that I was able to make the journey to this sacred place. On that wall behind me are the names of 8 women. It took me many years and the help of 2 brother veterans to find those names and touch them on a pouring, rainy Veterans Day. But it was a beginning. It was a beginning for me personally and a beginning for my fellow female veterans. Diane Carlson Evans had a vision for acknowledging and honoring all of the women who made up our special cohort of Vietnam women veterans. After 11 years and much grueling work by many volunteers and coordinators in every state, the Vietnam Women's Memorial was dedicated on a beautiful day in 1993. And I was here for that one. It's a day I'll never forget. That special memorial has become a deep well of cool, refreshing, and healing waters for so many people, both men and women. Each figure in the sculpture holds special meaning for not just the women who served, but for our brothers in arms and for the families of our veterans. It's a place of comfort and reflection for all who come by to pay a visit. My own favorite figure is the one on the back side. If you notice, the other 3 figures, the soldier and the 2 women, they're all touching. The one in the back is hunkered down. She's by herself. For me, she represents the aloneness that some of us felt when we were in service over there. And seeing this figure and her vulnerability can be a really good place to start healing. I'm happy to see all of you here as we share these Veterans Day ceremonies and remember the sacrifices of our veterans and what they have done for us. As I have said in many times and in many situations, as long as we say the name of those who have gone before us and those who are still with us, they will never be forgotten. On this day, that we honor our veterans, I would encourage each of you at some point today, some point in this day, to say out loud the name of a veteran that you remember, whether living or deceased. My name will be Jim. In closing, I want to say that I stand here today proudly, representing my fellow Vietnam women veterans and our brothers that we served with so many years ago, as well as the men and women who have served our country throughout time and those who are still serving. I hold close to my heart the title veteran, and I hope for those of you that have that title, you can hold it close to your heart as well. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Sergeant Emerson trainer and a platoon out of a bunker complex. Machine gun opened up, and we didn't see him coming. He got 7 or 8 of us, knocked me down. I heard the round hit Rich dead in the helmet, and he dropped like a wet sack of cement. And I thought, well, that's the end of Rich. But luckily, it followed the outlines of his helmet and semi-scalped him and did some other minor damage. Infantry soldiers don't mind being hit in the head. And he was able to go on to a lifetime of service in the Salvation Army. Just one of the many good soldiers that I was privileged to serve with. Just a remarkable time. We have reunions every 2 years. We didn't this year because of COVID. We're going to come in July. But Rich, thanks for your service. Also, our artillery FO, Mick McMahon, is here. Where are you sitting, Mick? Would you stand up ever so briefly? Silver Star recipient. His 105 Artillery Battalion kept us alive. He also went on to a great career in business, and he's published 4 books, and he's a columnist for newspapers around the country. So we honor him for his service. Let me also just mention again Jim Knotts and his team. I mean, this memorial is a precious asset. It's a complex place to maintain. We're on difficult ground. There's millions of visitors. General John Tillelly, an old friend and the chairman of the Foundation for the Korean War Memorial, they've just rescued their memorial with millions of dollars. It was sinking down into the mud. So it is a huge responsibility, Jim, and we thank you for coming in and stabilizing and regularizing the management and without drama of this beautiful site. So thank you. I was here in 1982 for the dedication. I was here in 1984 for the U.S. Servicemen and Flag, a tremendous addition to Maya Lin's design. And my wife, Jo, was here in 1993 to walk in the inauguration of Women's Memorial with her dear friend Judy Bramlett at Donut Deli in Vietnam. We'd be remiss to have any ceremony here without mentioning Jan Scruggs. You know, an E4 comes home 20 years old, badly wounded in Vietnam, combat infantry badge, and he says, I'm going to deliver a memorial to honor our veterans. Simply astonishing. Luckily, he didn't understand it couldn't be done. You couldn't get through this Byzantine organization of people that rightfully watch over this sacred mall. But he pulled it off with the help of a lot of people, admittedly. But we honor Jan Scruggs and Maya Lin and all those who were there at the beginning. And Alan Buckluth, thanks very much for your leadership. You know, the governance, the board of directors has really been rebuilt in a terrific way with different viewpoints now and different perspectives, and some young guys, Afghanistan, Iraq combat veterans, who are also the son of a Vietnam veteran. So, you know, as you get older, the most precious asset you have is your time. So, Alan, let me thank you and all your board members for your devotion to maintaining this memorial. I could not stand up here and not mention, again, 3 of the Vietnam veterans we've lost. My wife Jill and I came down last week for Colin Powell's funeral. I worked directly for him on 2 different occasions. I used to tell people he kept me around like Grant's captain, another infantry officer he could bounce ideas off. A remarkable man, not just for his distinguished public record, but as I watched him over the years, you know, he'd walk into a White House reception with 300 people in there, and he would seek out the enlisted soldier, the single mother, the law enforcement officer. A very kind person. And thankfully, as Jim mentioned, he was our chairman during Desert Storm. You know, we had Schwarzkopf and Powell. Both had been wounded in Vietnam. I like generals that are a little bit scared of combat. And we honor his memory. Joe Galloway is a personal friend. He actually accompanied my division, 24th ID, during Desert Storm in the attack into Iraq, and I known him all his life. But that book by Joe and Lieutenant General retired Hal Moore, is one of the top 5 books ever written in English about small unit combat. So if you haven't read it, We Were Soldiers Once and Young, a remarkable contribution. And then Joe, who had 15 years of his life in some disastrous, bloody conflict someplace, went on to be the principal protector of our troops. You know, I used to joke that my wife came out of 4 combat tours with me gone, saying she hated politicians, reporters, and generals. And she hadn't changed her mind about any of them since then, I don't think, except for Joe Galloway. Joe Galloway was a reporter that told America's soldiers' story. I don't know if Chuck Hagel is here today. I didn't see him come. I saw him at the World War I memorial ceremony yesterday. I've known him for years. He should have been the President of the United States. You know, he was a senator, he was a Secretary of Defense, a remarkable public servant, and a huge help to those of us involved in the Vietnam War, always ready to devote his time. And we thank him for that. Another combat infantry badge and Purple Heart. He and his brother both served as infantry soldiers, enlisted soldiers in Vietnam. I should have also mentioned Max Cleland. We were both in Walter Reed together, you know, Ward 1, what a fraternity that was. Max was devastatingly injured. I mean, both a 6'2", handsome athlete, a tremendous personality, and then despair. And he hit the ground. And then he got up and he said, I'm not going to live life as an invalid, and went on to a distinguished career of public service. Finally, let me just say to the Park Service, you know, thank God for what you do for America, not just here at the Vietnam Memorial, but all across this country. They're really the custodians of Americans' legacy and history, and they do a brilliant job, underfunded and undermanned, but they preserve America's heritage. How about a round of applause to the Park Service? So, 5 short points. When we talk about Vietnam, the sacrifice, point number 1. I mean, this is an incredibly bloody conflict. A lot of America didn't get it at the time. It was 60,000 killed. It was 300,000 wounded. It was 75,000 badly maimed who ended up in the VA system, a much maligned but a tremendous organization bringing health care and benefits to veterans. It was a huge sacrifice. I have been back to Vietnam 3 times since the war ended. Once as a government official, once as a speaker or tourist, and once co-chairing with Jan Scruggs and others. About 15 of us, I think, several are here today. We went back, spent 10 days in Vietnam. It was a fascinating trip. We were all worried about going back. We didn't quite know what we'd encountered. We had a meeting with the Vietnamese, North Vietnamese Veterans Organization. Very emotional. Hugs, mementos exchanged. They told us we killed 2 million of them. That's not the accepted public number, but I just think it underscores the tremendous disaster of what happened. You know, I'm not here to litigate the Vietnam War history. I think you can make a strong argument that it was part of a global pushback against armed communist aggression throughout the world. I don't think there's much question of that. And thank God we did it. You know, at the end of the day, without using a nuclear weapon or without really engaging in global war, we prevailed. And freedom and democratic states were what resulted. Second point, and our dear friend, the nurse, made it. Every one of us had a different experience in Vietnam. It depended on your MOS, the year you were there, where you were assigned, the fortunes of war. People standing next to you get killed and you're untouched. But it was an air, land, sea team. I was part of a Vietnamese airborne brigade combat team up on the DMZ. We came through the Marine base at Dong Ha. We get up on the Ben Hai River. Tens of thousands of North Vietnamese came across the river to take us out, and we survived half of us ended up as casualties because the U.S. Navy and an 8-inch gun cruiser shot for us all night. Because Air Force AC-47s came down under a 1,000-foot cloud cover and hosed down the enemy. And Army L-1 pilots flew down to bring in artillery for us. And the Marines came up with armor to bust us out of the situation. And the medevac, a bunch of us ended up on the USS Repose, the best deal that ever happened to me in the Army as patients. So again, I just stress it was an air, land, sea team. Every one of us had a different experience. And we always talk about the draftees. The height of that war, probably around 3 million people active guard and reserve. 14% of the armed forces are draftees. That's it. The rest of it was draft-induced service. When you went to Vietnam, 1968, 500,000 troops in the field, maybe 40,000 of us directly engaging in combat operations. 25% of the Vietnam force were draftees. When you got to B Company, 2nd and the 7th Cav, the first sergeant and I were the only two RA, the only two over 25, he was 35, and the rest of them were instant NCOs and OCS products and young soldiers with under a year in the Army. We love those soldiers. They were tremendous. A different experience. Third, we got to take into account the courage of the people we fought. Lord have mercy. The North Vietnamese Army was tough. There were a bunch of teenage boys that were coerced into coming down the trail, no question. They've turned into I hate to say it, a semi-corrupt, ineffective regime in the last 40 plus years. But their soldiers were determined, their tactical leadership was brave and clever, and if you didn't watch what they were doing, they'd kill you. We do need to recognize that in the end, they prevailed. When we came home, a lot of us were angry, really angry, and our families were angry. And in my company, the draftees all took off their uniforms, grew their hair, threw away their ID cards, and went back to work. And they've done well. I mean, we had one of our soldiers die in prison. We've got a couple that are multi-millionaires, but basically they went back to farms and jobs and families and education, and they did just terrific. That anger, thankfully, has turned into reconciliation and pride. And when you look at these VA and Gallup poll surveys, it's astonishing. We as Vietnam veterans are proud of our service. Most of us will say in a poll question, if we were asked to do it again, we would. And where I most intensely saw that was during the Gulf War. We were getting 200,000 letters a day. It was just astonishing from people that said, when the Vietnam vets were in combat, I didn't speak up, never again. So I think it was a contribution to the support for the armed forces. What's our legacy? Well, one legacy is, my son's a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan. We've had 60,000 killed and wounded in the war on terror. We forget, there was some of these fights that went on in Iraq and Afghanistan at company level are as intense as anything that happened in the Adrang or the Ruhr Pocket or Pork Chop Hill. Unbelievable intensity of combat. I would argue that the best military force we've ever fielded is the current U.S. Armed Forces. And a lot of that was due to the Vietnam, 3 million of us stepping forward in our families and saying, we're going to stand behind these troops. It's an important part of our legacy. The other thing we want to do is we want to tell the political leadership of the country, the democratically elected, pick your party, go vote, vote in the primary, but at the end of the day, use military force as a last resort. Not because you fear we have inadequate power, because you never know how war will turn out with an intelligent, desperate enemy. Achieve your objectives, write down what you're trying to do. The second thing, you got to go to the American people and explain what you're doing and ask for support and keep them engaged. If you don't do those two things, we urge you to not deploy the armed forces. We've all got, lots of us got children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren are starting to appear. We're starting to get older. We want to remind the country, to include our own families, that when the country asks you to serve, step forward and do it. God bless you. Thanks very much. Okay, thanks, John. Thank you, Jim.
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us. A great celebration happening here on Veterans Day. We will continue to give you more coverage of these top stories and events that are happening across our country. Going to be taking us out to Phoenix here after a 2-minute commercial break. Stick around, more to come right here on Live Now from Fox when we all return.
That could have worked out better.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we continue to give you some of the sights and sounds of Veterans Day happening across the country. Taking a look at just some of the sights happening in Phoenix, Arizona, where they are once again back in action, holding their Veterans Day parade after taking a break last year from the pandemic. So we do want to continue to give you more coverage with our Fox 10 Phoenix team, who's also out there. Brian Webb joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And Brian, it looks like a lot of people out there celebrating here today.
Oh yeah, the parade is on the march right now, and there are thousands of people really lining the streets, young and old, men and women, all taking the day to pay tribute to the men and women in uniform, with similar scenes playing out across the country. Group after group waving flags. We've seen about everything today. By the way, this is the 25th annual Phoenix Veterans Day Parade. This year's theme, waving the flag of freedom, as you see people doing right now. There are nearly 80 entries in this parade, from high school marching bands to the ROTC Color Guard, military members, past and present, businesses, elected officials, police cars and fire trucks, along with plenty to eat and drink and ways to donate to various veterans' causes. We had a few flyovers earlier today, vintage airplanes and military helicopters. We even saw a Coast Guard boat cruising down Central Avenue. You don't see that every day. The Grand Marshal this year is a group thing. Healthcare workers on the front lines during the pandemic, just like veterans are on the front lines for our country. Veterans Day itself, by the way, started in the late 1930s as a way to honor soldiers from World War I and is still going strong today. By the way, for any of the viewers out there in the Phoenix area today, this starts at the usual spot, the church at the corner of Central and Bethany Home. It's heading south down Central, takes a left on Camelback, then a right on 7th Street, heading down to the Veterans Administration building there. So if anyone in the area is heading to those areas, several streets are closed, and it's probably going to be that while for at least a few more hours.
And it looks like a lot of folks out there enjoying the day off. Have you been able to talk with some of those people on what they're doing today other than the parade?
Yes, well, there are several veterans who are out here paying tribute to other veterans, and then we, speak to even some children. Maybe their father or grandfather or grandmother or mother was part of the service at one point or another. Here's a color guard walking by, and then looks like some Air Force Junior ROTC members moving down the street. So plenty of people, all of them at the very least feel like they wanted to spend some time honoring veterans today on Veterans Day, whether they had a connection to a veteran or not.
Right, and I know the celebration's only going to continue on, and as you mentioned, a number of ways that we can all be honoring our veterans today. Fox 10's Brian Webb joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for giving us some of those live looks and updates as we continue to see all of these events happening across the country. Do you want to remind our viewers as well that you can make Camo your cause? This is a special organization that we have teamed up with here on Live Now from Fox, as well as our Fox television station. You can visit usvets.org to learn even more on how they are trying to end the homelessness crisis that happens for many people who have served our country. So we do continue to give you all of these events and more happening right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for another 2-minute break, and when we come back, bringing you more looks across the country at Veterans Day celebrations. Much more to come right here in 2 minutes. Welcome back again to Live Now from Fox. So many wonderful sights and sounds have been coming to us from celebrations across the country as we honor all of those who have served here with us. Just so many beautiful pictures of patriotism happening here, not only at Arlington National Cemetery, but also at numerous locations. We just saw the parade is going on in Phoenix, and so many more live events are some items we'll be showing to you right here on Live Now from Fox. So thank you again to everyone who is here with us, and especially to those men and women, no matter how you may have served our country. Thank you to all of the veterans who continue to show their support to the U.S. each and every single day. So we will continue to bring you some more of these live events. Not only do we have our veterans being honored at the Vietnam Memorial, we're going to continue to listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox. So many beautiful tributes to our veterans are being shown here today, especially as we have so many different ceremonies. I do want to just let all of our viewers know you can continue to watch with us no matter where you are on Live Now from Fox. Now, the nation today celebrating Veterans Day on November 11th. And there's been some veterans who have said today is a day when we need more support rather than just a thank you, say you are not alone. We've had some of our veterans speaking out, saying it's an honor to have so many people paying tributes to those family and friends who have served, but also who have lost their lives after battling here with many issues after they've returned home from war. We're going to continue to listen into this event for Vietnam veterans right here on Live Now from Fox. And as they do wrap things up here, just want to show you a few other of the looks that we have going on across our country. Of course, Washington, D.C., a very busy location for some of those events here today. We do have some songs being performed here. This coming to us out of the Lincoln Memorial, where they have been reading names of some of the men and women who have lost their lives. Now, this is a Tunnel to Towers Foundation who's been hosting a name reading ceremony to honor 7,070 members of the armed forces who lost their lives on the war on terror. So we not only have this, and we'll continue to keep an eye on this shot here for you, but also just starting this afternoon, U.S. Navy Memorial War Dogs event. So they're hosting a wreath ring ceremony as well as speaking. Let's go ahead and listen into that event right here live for you on Live Now from Fox.
But I have to tell you, it was very moving for me standing up there on the podium earlier today and looking at the Dundara family. Words cannot say enough about what you have contributed to our nation. Words cannot say enough about the pain and the suffering that you've dealt with. I would also say that the way you continue to honor John and Bart is an example for all of us as we go through the last 20 years of combat and the future when, although it may seem a little more peaceful and we're not in Iraq or Afghanistan, as we all know, the military serving around the world, and you all set an incredible standard, an incredible model for all of us. So I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I would just like to give a loud round of applause for the Dundara family. U.S. Military Working Dogs Association, thank you very much. Chris and his contribution to make this statue a reality, it's what this country's all about when you really think about it. It's so yeah, we're trying to turn that off, right? Perfect. Yeah, what Chris has done here, making this happen, when you really think about who we are as a nation and who we are as a country here on Veterans Day, how we honor, recognize, and celebrate our veterans, it's people stepping up and making things happen and actually doing things that make things happen. Why the men and women who serve know that their service will always be remembered and just honored the way you have stepped forward to make this statue a reality. So to you, I say thank you very much. Susan, the sculptor, I'll say a little bit more in a second, but thanks for taking this idea, being part of the creation of this idea, and just to create a little more suspense, what you have created is just, it's emotional. It's emotional. That's all I can say. So when Admiral Pottinger, our vice chairman of the board, who is here somewhere, there she is. Yes. When she spoke to me about this idea and really was the driving force for making this happen, I guess the best way to say it is we were just so honored. When you look around our Navy Memorial, we talk a lot about the men and women who have raised their right hand. We talk a lot about the leadership who changed the Navy. We talk about America's Navy today. We talk about everything that's happened since 9/11. Probably most profound, the commemorative plaque wall talks about the men and women who have served. But there was a missing part of that, and whether that be part of what the SEALs do as an entity, but one part that was clearly, I would use the word absent, I think Chris might use the word AWOL, was military working dogs. And so the idea to bring this together here at the Navy Memorial, somebody said, I can't take credit for this comment, but somebody said the other day, this completes us. And I thought that was a pretty important thing. When you think about what military working dogs do and their handlers do day to day around the world, as Chris said outside, it really does complete us here at the Navy Memorial. So the statue is of Petty Officer John Dungdora and Bart. And it just by the looks of it, it tells his story. And you'll see the backdrop is the very area where that helicopter went down. It represents so much more. And I think I speak to the family when I tell you that thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people will see this statue. And hopefully what it means to them is the service and sacrifice. The service and sacrifice of the men and women who serve on the front lines. And when you look around and you think about that line, that completes us, that really does complete us. From the National Chiefs Mess, where the leadership on the deck plates is all around, right here prominently, this statue really does tell the story of those who serve so bravely for our country. Now, a lot of us know the story. Many of us know more than the story that are here today. And I would like to, I'd like you to know a little bit more about Petty Officer Dungdora and Bart. And there's a lot of ways to tell you that story. I did a lot of research when this thing first came up. I feel quasi-qualified to tell the story, third, fourth, fifth person tell it. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite John's sister up and ask her to tell us that story. And before I ask Chan to come up, I just want to point out again the power of this family and the stories that you see. I have a little bit of familiarity with Sioux City and Siouxland, and you all epitomize that part of America that is so in your core, family-oriented, military-oriented.
And thank you again to all of our viewers who are here with us on this Veterans Day. We continue to bring you some of these different sights and sounds of our Veterans Day celebrations happening across the country. We'll bring you even more of these stories, including some conversations with organizations who are helping with many of the issues veterans are facing here today. More to come here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Taking a look at some video from earlier here today. We've had so many different wonderful pictures of Veteran Day tributes coming to us from across our country. This procession on its way to the Arlington National Cemetery, where then later in the morning we heard from President Biden. This will be something we'll continue to show to you throughout the day, is all of these different sites and tributes that are being given from coast to coast. We've had some of our celebrations down in Florida. We've had some out in Washington, D.C. We've had some all the way up north in Minnesota, and then all the way over to also California as well. So a lot of different looks that we'll be bringing to you here throughout the day. Don't forget, you can always stay up to date on the latest top stories and breaking news that happens also each and every single day with us on Live Now from Fox. But it's been so nice to see all of these beautiful tributes here today, especially as we continue to share stories and share different tributes that have been happening from coast to coast. Speaking of some of our stories, we do have some great interviews with organizations who are lending a hand to veterans in need. Going to be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. For more than 27 years, one program has been helping with veterans' employment, clothing and food, and even direct aid. And we do want to continue to say thank you to all those who have served with us, and even those who continue to help those who have served before. Bringing in here on Live Now from Fox, the founder and president of Veterans Outreach, John Eli. And John, let's just go ahead and first just tell people about Veterans Outreach, something you started 27 years ago. That's a very long time to run this program.
Well, I mean, I founded it back when, right after I got back from San Francisco. And I don't know if you read the story or not, but when I was there, I couldn't believe the amazing amount of homelessness that was right before me. I'm talking seeing thousands of folks out there right along the famed trolley tracks. And, you know, and I just was in disbelief. Matter of fact, I got a hypodermic needle stuck in my shoe walking down the street. And that was back in '93. And so I was there for 3 days, and that's all it took for me to get really sick and tired of looking at this humanity in disarray. And so I went ahead and started talking to some of them. A good bit of them that I was talking to were veterans. And my dad, being the founder of the Pro Virus Association, brother being Vietnam and Korea, you know, I couldn't understand why the government would allow something like this to transpire and hurt these veterans. And there had to be some way to figure it out. So I actually even called the mayor of San Francisco, and I wanted to find out why there are so many veterans, especially that's in this condition. And I said, what are you doing for them? So, well, they just don't have the funding to take care of this problem or situation. Well, what do you do with them? They said, well, we just keep track of how we find them passed on. And that was the answer I got. So when I got back, it just bothered me like crazy. And I was talking to my father about it. And he said, well, do something about it, son. So I did. And all I needed is a nice little word and finger. And that's how I started.
So and some of the ways.
Of course, I really know what I did. I've never had a nonprofit experience, you know. So, but it turned out like I was taking the rest of my life to do this. So, anyways, I'm glad I'm doing it. It's a feel-good feeling. I mean, when you go to my offices and see people standing outside waiting for help to get the food, the clothing, the help with their rent, utilities. And that's our national headquarters right there. And we're observing the pandemic protocol, very only allowing a few people in at a time. But it really basically almost shut us down, our funding, everything. We had to close down 38 events that year. So talking about, you know, taking better than half of our funding out of the picture, we had to provide resilience and keep our other offices in the South, like Florida and Alabama and Kentucky, all, surviving. And it was just, we had 140 employees, and we got down to 40 employees, and just nobody wanted to work, wanted to be out there. So it has been really tough crawling back, and we've had a lot of great support from just other businesses and some foundations that got us back to where we need to be. We're still way under our employee needs. So anybody out there that is interested in helping out with veterans outreach, whether it be donations or employment opportunities, helping me develop another office. My goal is to put an office in every state. And I'd like to do that while I'm still breathing. So, but we need a lot of help to try to get these veterans integrated into getting their life back. And that's why back 3 years ago, one of my volunteers in Kentucky, Grayson, Kentucky, offered to donate some property to us. And he called me up and told me about it. And he says, well, my kids, they don't want to be involved with the property. And it's been in the family since 1920. And I said, well, how many acres is it? And he said, 110 plus acres. And where's it at? Appalachia. So I said, okay, we'll figure something out. And so I did. And for the last 3 years, and then of course the pandemic got thrown in there. That's why we're not really groundbreaking pretty much yet. But just trying to get back on track to do something of this monolithic value. I mean, the infrastructure, everything has to be done. And I'm looking at a $50 million project with 80 buildings plus being built there, a lake, and all these other programs that you can all see through veteransoutreach.org or our website. And it takes up a lot of my time. We've built up a real nice advisory committee. I met with the commissioners at the Kentucky Veterans Affairs Department. They're very, very excited about the program. So I'm just climbing up the ladder. We had to provide resilience and keep our other offices in the South, like Florida and Alabama and Kentucky, all surviving. And it was just, we had 140 employees, and we got down to 40 employees, and just nobody wanted to work, wanted to be out there. So it has been really tough crawling back, and we've had a lot of great support from just other businesses and some foundations that got us back to where we need to be. We're still way under our employee needs. So anybody out there that is interested in helping out with veterans outreach, whether it be donations or employment opportunities, helping me develop another office. My goal is to put an office in every state. And I'd like to do that while I'm still breathing. So, but we need a lot of help to try to get these veterans integrated into getting their life back. And that's why back 3 years ago, one of my volunteers in Kentucky, Grayson, Kentucky, offered to donate some property to us. And he called me up and told me about it. And he says, well, my kids, they don't want to be involved with the property. And it's been in the family since 1920. And I said, well, how many acres is it? And he said, 110 plus acres. And where's it at? Appalachia. So I said, okay, we'll figure something out. And so I did. And for the last 3 years, and then of course the pandemic got thrown in there. That's why we're not really groundbreaking pretty much yet. But just trying to get back on track to do something of this monolithic value. I mean, the infrastructure, everything has to be done. And I'm looking at a $50 million project with 80 buildings plus being built there, a lake, and all these other programs that you can all see through veteransoutreach.org or our website. And it takes up a lot of my time. We've built up a real nice advisory committee. I met with the commissioners at the Kentucky Veterans Affairs Department. They're very, very excited about the program. So I'm just climbing up the ladder and trying to get to the promotion of getting everybody involved with this some way, somehow. I think everybody should be involved with this project because the main theme is to help our war-impacted veterans get their lives back by teaching them an agricultural trade, whether it be aquaculture or agriculture or any kind of culture, just so we could get them ready to get involved with that kind of industry. And the largest greenhouse in the world happened to just develop 20 minutes away from our property, which is App Harvest. And they're planning on 20 plus greenhouses, massive greenhouses, 90% efficient by 2025, hiring 3,000 people. And I'm hoping we can grab 10% of those employee needs just with that organization. And we're talking, you know, the first greenhouse is 60 acres under roof. And they already have 2 other ones under construction. They're 40 acres each. And I'm just looking for a 5-acre incubator for that industry and to get up to speed with the food production that this world definitely needs. So, but I mean, and for these vets to come in and go through our PTSD programs, some other packages that we have developed, it's very, very elaborate of what we're planning on doing there. It'll be like a 6-month stay to get their PTSD and their other war-impacted anomalies taken care of. And naturally, they'll be selected by the Veterans Affairs Office throughout the United States for our best candidates.
That's going to be a major project. I know you've been working on that for quite some time, but that's going to be some great items. I want to stay in touch with you on the future, but I want to talk also about what you guys do right now, because we've seen just some of those different veterans. You said not only have you helped reach out to them, but sometimes they come to you in different situations to help lend a hand with your organization as well.
Oh, absolutely. Matter of fact, the funds that are raised basically through our outreach program. And at one time that was built up to about 90 folks. And I would say 90% of those guys and gals are veterans. So yeah, Vets Helping Vets is a big slogan in our organization, but that's just the way it happens. We don't have any kind of things that we go out and we'll hire, of course, veterans first off, of course, and then we also find them jobs and we get lots and lots of clothing in, so they have work clothes. We help them with vehicles, car repairs, housing. But everybody gets what they can through a personal interview. Heck, we've even put kitchens and bathrooms in with the help of Home Depot. They gave us a large donation of cabinets and flooring and sinks and all that. So we just turn it right over without any cost to these guys and gals. Say, well, I need this done and need that done. Oh, funny you'd say that, you know. And then we help them out. And of course, roofing and ramps, wheelchairs. A lot of people say, well, what do you do for veterans? My answer back is, well, what don't we do for them? You know, we'll do everything and anything we can, just like what you're showing right now is from a stand down. We do, and there's me sitting in the back visiting veterans. And this one time, this last time I was out at that table, matter of fact, this one guy comes up and says hi to my wife, and she works at the office. And so he says, oh, I just really want to tell you guys, thank you so much for helping us out. And he says, and myself particularly, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for you guys. And she says, well, let me introduce you to the president of the organization. And I know him from Adam. And he started shaking my hand. I stood up, and all of a sudden he started crying. I said, wow. And he said, yeah, you guys saved my life. He said, I come in there all the time for help, and you're always there, and you always treat me with respect. When I leave there after getting what I needed, I always leave with my head held high. I don't feel embarrassed or chagrined about asking for that hand up when I need it most. And we were always there for them. So that's the kind of opportunity that we have that we can provide nationwide as we get more people that's involved with possibly becoming a regional manager or a state manager for that matter. But we're wanting to do it very aggressively because time is of the essence with a lot of these folks, like that gentleman that I met with, that, you know, wants to end it all because they don't have a way out. They're in that dark room with no doors. And we want to get them out of those dark rooms. My brother and dad both had severe PTSD, so I saw it firsthand. And and I was involved with it, and it just tore me apart. And then I saw it in spades in San Francisco, and I said, "Oh, that's it. I got to do something." And I've always wanted to be an entertainer, be a movie star someday. But God has different ideas for you. But I'm glad I'm doing this. This is something that I believe will last for the next 100 years. This organization,
right?
Because there's always going to be war, and we always got to be at the ready. And the veterans are the best people. American veterans are the best people on the planet.
And we obviously are not only lending a hand to them and, remembering them on days like today, but also on, more days to come. You've been doing this for 27 years. So I just want to ask finally, John, what keeps you going? I mean, you've talked with so many of these veterans. You just shared that story that, some of them even say that veterans outreach is what has kept them here and kept them going. Is that those words of kindness shared back to you what keeps you continuing to do this day in and day out?
That's my father. That's William Gordon Eli, World War II veteran. He almost was killed at Pearl Harbor, and I see that every day. I say hi to him. I love you, Dad. I'm doing my best I can. Every time that I sit down on this computer or I get in front of a meeting talking about veterans outreach and our mission, and the mission just kind of exploded, especially 3 years ago when we finally, as I said, the good Lord dropped 110 acres of Appalachian in my lap. Now what are you going to do, son? Those first words that turned my life around and directed me was through my father. And every time I have a question, I always go back to him, and I hear the same words echoing. So, but yeah, we have a lot going on. But we need a lot of help, a lot of people out there. If you want to just donate and become a sponsor once a month, go to our website, veteransoutreach.org, make a pledge, even one-time donation. That will help a lot. If you're interested in volunteering or getting a job and maybe developing an office for us, just anything like that is going to help, and we very much appreciate it. And our phone number is 888-2VET-NET, 283-8638. And I'll even give you my email, J-Eli, J-E-L-Y, @veteransoutreach.org.
So many ways that people can help, and I'm glad that we do have you on here today to help just kind of share a little bit on your mission and what you guys have already been doing here in these last 27 years, and excited to see those projects, especially Heroes Passage, continue to move forward. Hopefully we'll get some more good news and updates from you on progress being made with that coming up soon.
Thank you very much for your interest too, Christy. And I just love talking about this program and project, especially other people that get interested in doing the mission with us. And I always avail my time. Just any time that they want to talk to me, I'm available. And hopefully that they get kickstart some action on their behalf as well.
Right.
But hey, I'm here. I'm looking for some help, and I want to say thank you, veterans, from the bottom of my heart and my soul, for your services. And we couldn't have done it without you. And we'll always be here for you, and that's a promise.
Well, thank you, John.
Happy Veterans Day.
Yeah, happy Veterans Day to you too. Again, thank you for all that you do as the founder and president of Veterans Outreach, and just the person you continue to be. So thank you for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
And don't forget, you can help lend a hand as they help everyone who needs any assistance from, again, food and clothing to employment. Veteransoutreach.com. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox when we return in 2 minutes. Good morning, and thank you again. Good afternoon to all of our viewers who are here with us on Live Now from Fox. Veterans Day has been a day to remember and honor all of those who have served our country and say not only a thank you, but to also let them know they are not alone. Many of them have been there to support us, and we can only ask to do the same for them. So we continue to give you some of these looks around the country right here on Live Now from Fox. This is some early morning footage when there was some flyovers happening over the tomb of the unknown soldier. Today, the U.S. marking its 100th anniversary of the tomb of the unknown soldier. We'll be bringing you more of those events that happened on Capitol Hill earlier this morning a little bit later. But I do want to jump back out to live events taking place at this time. There's been a statue unveiled to honor war dogs and their handlers. Let's go ahead and go listen into that event right here on Live Now from Fox.
Of Guam to put a lone sailor statue on the governor's compound of Guam, standing watch over the ocean. And today, I'd like to think that those statues are together, and somehow they're communicating. I don't know how, but somehow, and it kind of goes to the power of what you all have done here. And so, I just want to say thank you again, and thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you for those who served with John. Thank you to the families, and we take our hats off to you. We honor you. There's a couple other Gold Star families here today, and I'd like to take a moment before we break and just bow our heads and pause for a minute about those who we have left behind. Thank you. So this concludes our ceremony. What I would like to do now is I'd like to ask John's family to come forward, and Susan and Chris and Admiral Pottinger. And we'd like to get a photograph of the statue. And then I would like to ask one thing that we haven't mentioned. Susan asked us when we put it here. She said, Frank, I'd like to be able for people to see the statue 360 degrees. Now, I would ask you to look around and look at the size of the statue. That's not really easy. So we're very happy and very proud that we've been able to do that. And so what I'd like to do after we get this quick photo is I'd like to invite everybody to come in and go to the port side of the statue. For those Army folks, that's the left side. And come in, and we'll circle around and come out so everybody has a chance to slowly to see the statue. Thank you very, very much for being a part of this. Thank you.
Once again, we do have a new statue that's been unveiled honoring those war dogs and their handlers. We continue to give you sights and sounds as tributes are paid to all of those who served for our country, no matter how they did it. Thank you to all of our veterans. We do appreciate each and every single one of you, especially all of our viewers who continue to watch with us each and every single day. We'll keep an eye on all of those events as we get them in here, especially as we have a lot of ceremonies and tributes that are being given throughout our country. But I do want to continue to also give us some other of those live top stories happening from coast to coast. As we know, there is still a lot of victims who are speaking out after that deadly festival down in Texas. We do have an attorney speaking about one of those victims. Let's go ahead and listen into this update right here live on Live Now from Fox.
We're not going to entertain any questions about the facts or events that led up to why we're here today. That's going to be for another time. We're here to talk about the life of Barkley Shahani. You know, I grew up right down the street from NRG in the Astrodome, and my whole life, that whole complex, from races to rodeos to carnivals to thrill shows, it's always been a place of community, of family. Never in a million years would I ever imagine that something like this could transpire at this. This is the pillar of our community, the symbol of community and family and rodeo and all the good things about Houston. My son, 17 years old, he was at the show. I watched him and all of his friends take off to go, excited, and I was blessed that he made it home that night. The Shahanis did not get that same dream. Never in a million years, when she took off with her friends, her sister and her cousin, to the show, that would be the last time that they ever saw her. Barty was a shining star in the community. She was a sister, a daughter, a high-achieving college student about to graduate from the Texas A&M University with high grades. Barty she was the ideal child. Again, let's take a moment for thoughts and prayers from our community, from the state, from the whole nation, to just think about not only the Shahanis, but the 9 other people who have lost permanently their loved ones. This was a monumental travesty from start to finish. From the performer down to the ticket sales, everyone gets an F for their. It failed at every level. We're only beginning to to figure out the failures, but there are many, and I imagine there's going to be more to come. The way that this festival was put on was a recipe for disaster that these people cooked up. From the configuration to they ran so many stop signs on the way to finally the fatality wreck. I mean, from the very beginning, they ignored safety, they put profits over safety, and as a result, we have this tragedy. No parent should ever go through what the Shahanis are going through right now, ever. This was a senseless, grossly disregard for human life in these young folks that were out there. Now again, I don't want to get into the investigation and the ongoing litigation of this thing. We're here today to talk about Barty. And with that, I'm gonna introduce to you guys Mohammed Nabolsi. He's my associate, and he's going to talk a little bit more about the family and introduce them. We're gonna hear from the parents, the sister, and the cousin.
Your name, sir?
James Lassiter. Sorry. James Lassiter. Lassiter. All right. The family is willing to entertain some questions, but again, we're going to keep those questions about Barty and not about the events. I do want to, and I will lead with this. There's been a lot of questions, and I think it's common knowledge, but there was a video going around that most people have seen of the young lady falling from a gurney as they were trying to get her out of there, evacuate her. That was Barty Shahani. And we're not going to really entertain any other questions about that. If people are still wondering, I'll let y'all know that. Okay. Again, I appreciate y'all being here, and with that, I'm going to let Mr. Nabulsi have some words.
Thank you again for coming here today. Over the last few days, I've been able to spend a considerable amount of time with the family. I've gotten to know a lot about them. And truthfully, what they've reminded me the most of is my family.